Good morning, everyone. Want to welcome you to our very last meeting in these council chambers. And our new City Hall is going to be operative for our next City Council meeting, which is very, very exciting. And it's sort of sad, too, because what great history we've had in this building. From prior councils that go back to 40 years this building has been in existence. So much has happened, but so much exciting is coming down the road for us. So at this point...
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may interject?
Yes.
Just for clarification, are you saying today is our very last council meeting in this building?
Unless you would like to join Zappos and be part of this. Because as you recall, Mr. Shea reminded my husband that my husband, was sitting in Tony Shea's chair, which was not a throne in those days, but you're welcome back, I'm sure, anytime. This is your home, too.
It is my home, and I am going to miss being in this chamber, but I am looking forward to what's to come as far as the redevelopment project here at the City of Las Vegas in the what we call the old City Hall, and what's to come inside of the new City Hall in the developer of Zappos and all of the other major developments coming into the downtown community.
And this City Hall, I mean, you are here on a very significant day. You're at the last meeting.
Special part of history.
It is. It's history of not only our city, but how influential Las Vegas has been all the way around the state and outside of the state. So I know, Councilwoman, you've been here. This is your 7th year in council. And looking to my right at our council persons, this is just, I mean, to me it is, it's very sad, but it's also exciting, and we can't wait to see you all in the new City Hall chambers. You are going to be blown away. But this is cozy and warm and friendly, and this is family. The February 15th, 2012 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note some customers, Cox Communication, who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. City Council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclvtv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also the Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 1 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk. Cards are available also online in the clerk's office or at the front of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under the public comment portion of the agenda, citizens' participation, or specified public hearing items. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Robert Fowler, Victory Mission Baptist Church, and remain standing for the pledge. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor.
Reverend, good morning.
Councilman. Heads are bowed and eyes are closed. Eternal God, we thank you this morning for the wonderful privilege that we have of life today. We're grateful to you for the mercy and for the expression of grace that you have dispensed upon us. We pray, God, that as we live throughout this day, that it would be an honor to you and honorable as we live out our lives. We thank you for our city servants. You have both cautioned and counseled us in your word to love them and to appreciate them, and we pray for them today. We pray for their families. We're grateful for their support as they serve and lead our city. I pray that you would crown their heads with wisdom this morning. The task that is before them is extremely daunting. They carry within their hands and within their voting power the ability to bring prosperity and peace to our city. I pray, God, that you would grant them wisdom that would be expressed in their votes to the degree that our city would find even greater prosperity, greater peace, and greater honor. In Christ's name, amen. pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're thinning out. Okay.
I'm going to miss the presidents. Are they going to be there? I said I'm going to miss looking out at all the presidents. I had to take those tests mentally that I used to take in high school. Whose was when.
You know, I used to watch City Council when my husband was up here at the ceremonial portion of the council meeting, and I remember him saying to students, all right, who can tell me the seventh president of the United States? Or who can tell me the 16th? Now I understood why. Because all he had to do is count before he asked the question. Because, I mean, you know, rocket science? No. But I know in school you're probably all taught and have memorized it according to some rhyme or something. That's the way I remember January, February, you know, all of that. All right, Councilman, are we here? We are here. Okay. Before we begin this portion, I really do want to, I know the City Council has taken this time and said prayers because we're saddened to announce that on Sunday, January 15th, we lost Corporal John Luke Bateman from Pahrump, Nevada, who was killed in Afghanistan. And Bateman, Corporal Bateman's Marine Corps service began in February 25th of 2008. He was an infantryman assigned to the 2nd Battalion, 4th Marine Regiment, 1st Marine Division at Camp Pendleton. Our hearts and prayers, and I know you and the public do join with us all in sending our prayers and condolences to his family and his friends. And if you will, bow your heads in just a moment of silence. Thank you. You know, I know every day, especially us older folk, think about how blessed we are to be in this free country, and all those who have served our nation and made it possible that we have all these wonderful privileges of having a free life and being given our duty to vote and participate in the life of this country to keep it healthy and do so in their memory. So I know this is a very sad time for Corporal Bateman's family, and it's certainly a sad time for all of us here. This is a ceremonial portion of the agenda, and our first item, we're going to recognize the February Employee of the Month. So I'd like to invite up Operations and Maintenance Director Larry Hogness to join us at the podium. Happy Valentine's, a day late. I hope you notice he's in a red tie because he must have missed yesterday. Steve, proud to announce that this February's Employee of the Month is Stephen Kephart. Stephen, please join us, if you will, up here at the podium as well. Councilman Coffin said he is in his uniform of the day. How are you? And congratulations. We're so proud of you. In fact, when I was driving into the garage, because we're here for this month, well, it will take us to 29th. I think we vacate on the leap year 29th of the month for your sign that is on 4th Street. Well, right? And we will take it with us. Stephen is a maintenance worker, too, and is part of the team of employees that maintains our city parks on weekends. Our beautiful parks are well used by our residents. I know you know that, especially on the weekends. Stephen often encounters the public enjoying the parks and makes sure that everything is safe and ready and clean for recreational use. Recently, and I was amazed by this is an incredible story, Stephen was working at one of our neighborhood parks on a Saturday when he noticed a little toddler by the park restrooms. Unable to locate any adults in the park, not an adult in the park, and not wanting to frighten the child, Stephen suggested that the toddler might want to play on the adjacent playground. Stephen monitored the little boy while he played, and while he was playing, Stephen contacted the city marshals for assistance. It was later determined that the little boy had wandered away from his home about a block away from the park. Due to Stephen's quick thinking, the toddler was returned to his parents safe and sound. I mean, that's just incredible. The city of Las Vegas is privileged to have a dedicated employee like Stephen. On behalf of the entire City Council, it's a pleasure to name Stephen the February 2012 Employee of the Month. Along with this certificate, Stephen has received a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of the Nevada Credit Union, and a donation of $100 will be made to the charity of his choice by Superpon. I'd like to ask Larry to say a few words, and then if you would, just a few words from Stephen. If not, we can just smile and look handsome and wonderful, and we appreciate you.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to first thank the City Council and the City Manager's Office for providing this program. It's really a great way to acknowledge some of our great employees, and we have a lot of them in the city. And Steve is just a great example of that. He's actually here on his day off, so that explains he's not in his official uniform. So, he's one of those great guys that really goes out and does his job, goes above and beyond what he's required to do, and just does a fantastic job of making this the great city that it really, truly is. So, congratulations, Steve.
I just want to say thank you. It's a pleasure to work for the city. It's an honor, actually, and I want to thank you all. Thank you very much.
How many years? 4 years with us. That's wonderful. So again, what a remarkable way you handled that child, because I know with our children, our 4 children, I said, don't let anybody touch you. Don't go near anybody at any park. No adult, no young man. And that you handled the situation so well and just guided this child. I mean, it's just wonderful thinking and wonderful work, and we're so proud of you. I mean, you really are an example of how excellent this city is. And congratulations for hiring such a smart man. Thank you. Congratulations again to you. For our next item, our wonderful Councilman Barlow will continue recognition of this fabulous month, which is Black History Month, February. So proud.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Today I have the honor of recognizing a wonderful group, the 100 Black Men of Las Vegas Incorporated. And at this time, I would like to ask for Mr. Pauling to please come forward, who serves as, I believe, the president of the 100 Black Men of Las Vegas Incorporated. Is that correct? That is correct. All right. Good morning to you. Thank you so very much.
Valentine's.
Oh, I like that. And also, if the brothers of the 100 Black Men, please come forward as well. Please come forward. And as they come forward, the 100 Black Men of Las Vegas has been serving Southern Nevada for over 11 years. This volunteer group of professional black men spends countless hours on mentoring youth in our city. The 100 Black Men of Las Vegas utilizes its national For the Future program to engage and empower the community it serves. Mentoring, education, health, and wellness, and economic empowerment are the pillars of the 100 Black Men. In 2006, the 100 Black Men formed a partnership with Imagine Schools to develop the 100 Academy of Excellence Charter School. Their students visited City Hall last year and sat on the dais with the mayor and council. Over 500 students receive a first-class education from the 100 Academy. In 2009, the 100 Black Men formed an alliance with the United Way of Southern Nevada and the Southern Nevada Health District to increase childhood immunization with the Shots for Tots program. Over 35,000 children were immunized in the past 2 years. The 100 Black Men continues to mentor in 3 Clark County schools every week and hosts a mentoring session every Saturday at the 100 Academy for the entire community. Let's give them a round of applause for their community outreach and philanthropic efforts. And at this time, Mr. Pauling, if you will say a few words on behalf of the organization, and congratulations to you, and thank you for all that you do for the city of Las Vegas, and in particular, our children in this community.
Thank you. It's a pleasure and an honor to be recognized today on behalf of the 100. The 100, as you can see, only a few of our members are here today because today is our mentoring day. And so we are at the 100 Academy of Excellence, Wendell P. Williams and Joe Mackey Magnet School today mentoring. We mentor over 100 students per week, and it's an honor to be able to do that and to serve the community. It's through these men's volunteer efforts and our collaborative partners throughout the community that allow us to do the work that we do, and we're honored to do it. Thank you.
No, we thank you. Let's give them a round of applause, and we would like to provide the certificate to you for all of the great work that you've done on behalf of the City of Las Vegas for African American History Month 2012. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Oh, thank you, too. You look like a brother. Good to see you. Thank you. Can I join? Absolutely. Can I join? Absolutely. Thank you so very much. Okay. Thank you, sir. Oh, yeah. All right. Sure. Come on. All right. Beautiful. Thank you all. And Councilman Stavros Anthony would like to be an honorary member, so make sure he gets an application.
I would be honored to.
All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you so very much. And at this time, I also have the honor of recognizing another organization which is near and dear to my heart, and really I want to thank them for stepping up to the charge, Mayor and Council, for representing a building, the incubator in the city of Las Vegas that the city of Las Vegas has owned and operated for quite some time, and the Urban Chamber of Commerce has stepped in to be our managing partner to run the incubator, and they've, as I understand, had a great meeting with our staff from Economic and Urban Development on last week, and things are moving forward. And so at this time, the Urban Chamber of Commerce has been serving the Las Vegas community for 32 years. The mission of the Urban Chamber of Commerce is to create and foster an environment that promotes development of its members and black-owned businesses. The Urban Chamber of Commerce Business Development Center is a partnership with the City of Las Vegas and Urban Chamber to educate, develop, and grow the small business community, which employs over 90% of the employees in the state. The Urban Chamber has established strategic partnerships with the small business organizations like SCORE to provide resources in the office incubator. Recently, members of the Urban Chamber Board of Directors met with White House staff to advocate for small businesses in the state of Nevada. The group also met with key personnel in the Economic Development Department for the Okay, let me repeat that. The group also met with key personnel in economic development for the state of Nevada to champion the cause for all small business operators. The VCAUS Valley Center Opportunity Zone Grant Program is a partnership with the Latin Chamber of Commerce that provides micro grants to small businesses within the city of Las Vegas. The Urban Chamber members and small businesses have benefited from the dollars that directly impact the bottom line with no payback or interest to business owner or to the business owner. The contributions of the Urban Chamber of Commerce in business education, advocacy, and growth have been instrumental in diversifying our state's economy and reducing our unemployment rate. So at this time, I would like to ask for Ms. Jerry Merritt to please come forward, and all of the members of the Urban Chamber to please come and stand with her to receive your certification for your partnerships and all that you do in the city of Las Vegas for our community and small businesses. Thank you so very much. Absolutely. And also, just as Mr. Pauling mentioned, there are a lot more members in the Urban Chamber of Commerce than this. They are out developing small businesses. So at this time, Ms. Merritt, if you'll please come forward and speak on behalf of the Urban Chamber. And I also understand that the president, Napoleon McCallum, isn't here. So Jerry Merritt will be speaking on behalf of the Urban Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so very much.
I'm Jerry Merritt, and I'm the Vice President of the Urban Chamber of Commerce. And on behalf of the Board of Directors, which there are many here with us this morning, we would like to thank the City of Las Vegas for such a recognition. But most of all, we would like to thank the City of Las Vegas for the partnership that we have with you with the incubator. The challenges over the years with the Chamber have turned out to be one of the greatest things that we could be doing in this city right now is running that incubator. There have never been a better time for small businesses to be in business, and we're providing a place for them to start the business. We have training. We have partnerships with organizations such as SCORE. We have formed our 501c3, which is the Hannah Brown Community Development Corp., where we are able to give away scholarships to young people all over the city. So today, thank you on behalf of the Board of Directors.
All right. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you for all that you do. And on behalf of the City of Las Vegas, we would like to also recognize you during the African American History Month 2012 for all that you do for the businesses and the small businesses in particular in the community. Thank you all so very much. Do you want to get a photo? All right, here we go. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Beautiful.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. For our final item, Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian will recognize the outstanding efforts of some local middle school students. Happen to be passionate about this school because it's where my boys attended. Does that give you a hint? You don't know where my boys went to school. It's yours.
You do, yes. See, I'm glad to see a smile on your face because I've been watching you throughout this whole meeting, and you're so serious. I said, no wonder they build robots so well. They must be concentrating all the time on them. As a former teacher and a school board trustee, it gives me great pleasure to present these next ceremonial items. Would Hyde Park Middle School VEX robotics team come up front and join me, please? Yay!
Congratulations.
They know already. Okay. Recently, this group of young students participated in a robotics competition at Centennial High School. The Hyde Park Team 918A, consisting of students Kevin Hellstrom, William Cox, James Rowley, and Scott Omo, took first place in that competition. And it's really a big achievement because, and especially noteworthy, because the majority of their competitors were high school students. And of course, surrounding me are middle school students. And what you should know about these students is that they built, they programmed, and they operated their robot themselves. These students are especially lucky to have such a teacher as Mr. Patrick's and a wonderful volunteer parent, Mr. Gregelstrom, who advise and transport the team as needed. I want to tell you, I am so impressed with Hyde Park Middle School. It's near my home. I go by it often. I've been to there and spoken at their honor society. It's wonderful to see a school that old. That's one of the very oldest schools in the whole valley, and to see it doing so well. And it's because of the parents and the staff and the students and their respect for education. Well, it's with great pleasure that I and the other council members wish to recognize each of you for your outstanding performance during this competition, and we're going to give you some certificates. Now, as it happened, they didn't come out right in the printing place, so I think you've already been told that we're going to give you the cover for the certificates, and we'll get you the important one later. It's just that, quite honestly, our good paper wasn't available, so and I was not going to give you what wasn't the best, so that's why we're doing it that way. The best way to learn is by actually doing, and that's how these youngsters are learning, by actually mathematically, scientifically figuring out how they're going to win in this robotics competition. And could I have perhaps one of these young men say a few words about what you did?
Okay, we would like to thank the City of Las Vegas for honoring our achievements and, yeah. Well, for our project, we created a robot for the Gateway Vex Challenge, where we created a robot that could pick up and place balls and cylinders throughout the field against another alliance of 2 people. The competition is an extremely hard competition for middle schools, as high schools also are in the competition, with Centennial being a high school with us.
How many months did you work on the project?
We've been working on the project since like August or summer last year, and it is very nice for us to come up here and receive it. Yes, thank you.
I'll just say a couple words. Hyde Park has a really great tradition of robotics and education. I mean, they've got great math and science students. And this is actually the 3rd year in a row we've won the Las Vegas competition against all the high schools here. And we've actually, we're going to the World Championships. And we've gone to the World Championships the past 2 years as well and done really well there. So, you know, with any luck, we'll repeat the performance and keep the tradition going. And thanks very much. This was a huge surprise to us to get recognized here. So it's a great honor.
Well, this is what we want to recognize here, are these important things that are happening within the community. Now, each of you should have a folder, and our parent volunteer and our teacher will have this folder, which will be filled when we get the right paper. And the extra ones, if you could give to the teacher, then they'll be for those who were not here. Okay, then everybody will have one. I say that there's nothing more important than learning. There's nothing more important than learning in the actual world, and that's what they're doing. And competitively, not saying, oh, I can't do it, or it'd be easier to go another way, spending all that time making great efforts. So let's give a big hand to these young men. Okay, thank you very much. I want Ian to join me up here. Where is he? Oh, sorry. I thought you might have come there too, because he also goes to Hyde Park. And look at this young man. You want to hear him spell? He floored the mayor with his spelling ability. I should say Mayor Oscar Goodman. Yeah. Ian is a 13-year-old 8th grade student at Hyde Park Middle School who, for the 2nd year in a row, achieved a perfect score when taking the International AMC 8 or American Mathematics Contest. The AMC 8 is a national mathematics competition done throughout the world that consists of 25 very challenging math problems. Ian is the only student in Nevada to earn this achievement and is one of only 284 students to earn this ranking out of 152,077 participants worldwide. And according to what they wrote here, that is 0.185%. Mathematically, I wouldn't have been able to figure that out, but it is a great, great percentage and something of which we're very proud. Ian's mother, Karen, remembers him at 18 months of age reading license plate numbers and writing his name. She says numbers are always on his mind and always have been on his mind. It's possible some of Ian's skills may be genetic from his father, who's a software specialist and computer programmer for IBM. Ian will be attending our magnet school at Clark High School next year, and there'll be lots of competition there. And they have lots of merit finalists there. They have great competition in their math and science program, but I know we're going to be hearing lots more outstanding accomplishments from him. So it is with great honor that I and all the other council members present this certificate of achievement to you, and Councilman Barlow is going to get it to you right here. Okay. I want to thank you very much. You make us proud, all of you. Have you all your pictures you want? Okay. I mean, if you don't, we'll stand here in the mirror. Maybe you should come up front. So you can have pictures in the mirror with all of these.
Mom and Dad, moms and Dad, would you all stand up if you own any of these fabulous, your mom and dad too, and yours. We congratulate you. I know this is what you live for, and how wonderful for you and your families to enjoy this honor. These kids are fabulous. They're our future, and we feel we're in pretty darn good hands. So congratulations to you. We have also some gifts. I think we're giving out, hopefully, working pencils, pads from the city. Okay, the delay in the interiors of these, make sure they come back to Councilwoman Tarkanian. And then we also have, don't we have some cups?
Yes, they have their cups.
They have their cups. Okay, wonderful. I think, we're all moving to the new building. I think Councilwoman's cleaning out her closet early.
Tell you, Councilwoman had a hard time finding anything in the building, so it's all been taken out.
Okay. Well, we congratulate you, and how lucky to live where you do, that you can go to Hyde Park and that you are zoned for Clark as well as qualifying for that tech program. Excellent. Thank you all. Have a wonderful week and a wonderful rest of the year. Oh, picture. Sorry. Thank you all, and congratulations. We are going to just go take our seats and move right on with the council meeting this morning. No break. Thank you. Hang tough. I did say we're moving right along, but I can't vote alone. Okay, on we go. We are on item 8, public comment. During this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We will set the time at 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Rasan Joshua Collins. I'm a public minister for the Lord Jesus Christ. And regarding item 101 and 113, one is a gaming establishment, the other one is packaged liquor off sale. I just encourage the council to vote no on these, as I let people know sexual sin and greed leads to hell. Be sober, don't personal, gamble or lie, and help the homeless. Jesus was homeless too. I encourage people to boycott those businesses that contribute to the delinquency of minors and others in this community, in this world. And, of course, Las Vegas is a major contributor to delinquency of many people all over the world, and that's not what America was supposed to be about. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard under this portion of the agenda? Yes, Councilwoman Tarkanian, 1 second, please.
I just wanted the gentleman who just spoke, who had spoken earlier about my speaking with Orlando. The meeting, he met with you yesterday, right? I just wanted to clarify that my understanding was that was a follow-up because he knew from the meeting. Orlando, is that accurate? And I couldn't have done anything more until after his meeting with you, which was yesterday.
I'm sorry, explain that again. I was running off my seat.
I'm sorry. You had asked about my saying that I would work with Orlando as far as trying to find a legal space for the homeless.
Yes.
And I didn't understand why I hadn't spoken with Orlando, and I couldn't remember, but I have since been reminded by our city manager and by Orlando that what happened was he moved ahead. He knew from the meeting of your request.
With
he had
me.
moved ahead, yes. And then he met with you yesterday.
Yeah.
And
We
so
had two meetings.
I would not be involved any more than that until after he met with you, which was yesterday.
Okay, but he just told me he hadn't even heard at all about the issue. Both times I met
Well,
with
I don't
him.
know about that. I just know what Betsy Fretwell said today. So
Yeah,
I
that's
just
what
know what
Orlando
you
told
told
me
me.
anyway. He's right here, I know, but he told me he hadn't heard from you at all about the issue. Both
okay,
times I met
that's
with him.
okay. I just wanted to clarify because I know lots of times council people get very involved and they have many things happening and they don't follow everything to the end. But if it's a mistake, it's an honest one. I just wanted you to know that.
Councilwoman, if I may interject for a second. Based on the council meeting where you had talking with Mr. Joshua, you did not meet directly with me to tell him, but I did follow up with him. And I do have my assistant's trying to set a meeting with you right now to what we can do a follow-up meeting based on our 2 meetings with Mr. Collins.
Right. Okay. Just wanted to let you know that. Thank you very much, Mayor. It made me feel bad.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Anthony Harden, 123 David. What I really want to say is that in 1991, when I came in with Jan Jones and Frank Hawkins, they came into office, and then your husband became the mayor, and then you became the mayor, so I've been through 3 mayors with the city over the 21 years. But what I was saying, that the young scientist that just left, it reminded me that I'm in Washington, D.C. as an inventor, And some of my inventions over the years was at these industrial companies in California, them aircraft companies. So a couple of things that I invented and created belong to them. If you own their property, even though I was a construction worker, they still say, hey, belong to them. So good luck. So I got one of my own in Washington. All I'm saying, that inventor and being creative, when I see those young scientists, that's what it's all about, being creative. And all these great things that we enjoy in this great nation, dating all the way back to, trains and planes and cars and so on. And we have to realize that's what's important. That I thank you for allowing me to be here, and I love our nation. Have a good day.
Thank you. I do want to acknowledge someone I see sitting in the audience, if my eyes don't give me away. Jonathan Ullman. Is that Jonathan Ullman? Would you stand up, please? This is the executive director who pulled together this wonderful mob museum that opened yesterday. We congratulate you. And thank you very much. It's going to bring a lot of jobs, a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of tourism, and so many people worked on this. I know Dennis Barry, who did the Spy Museum in Washington, D.C., the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland, and Ellen Knowlton is the board chair. So many people were involved in this. There's been such an effort, and it was an exciting day. I hope you all will take time. Everything's ticket-friendly, priced-friendly for everyone to come and visit the Mob Museum. It's, I should say, the National Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement. And it's a wonderful experience. It's an educational experience, and it does have a small piece of our history. And we congratulate you, Jonathan. Are you waiting for a particular item, or were you
54.
On 54? Would they come? So all of these? Okay, I have here on item 59 and 60, Lars Evanson. If you would come forward, please, and state your name for the record, if you would, please.
Lars Evenson on behalf of Construction Services Unlimited. Actually, I prefer to comment after Ms. Rainey has an opportunity to address, if that would be all right.
I see no problem with that. That would be fine. Thank you.
If that's necessary. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And Attorney Bruce Gale on item 11. Please come forward. Do we have any others? Not that one.
Good morning, Mayor.
Morning.
Council members. And
you have to say your name, and if you would step to the microphone on either side, you're closer.
Apologize, Your Honor. My name is Bruce Gale. Good morning, Mayor, council members. I'll be very brief. I'm here to speak on item number 11. I've run for political races before, and I know y'all have a decision to make on whether y'all are going to appoint someone to the Ward 2 council seat or have it be an election. I live in Ward 2. I have since August 2000. I'm exactly 3/10 of a mile from the Veterans Memorial Leisure Center pool, which I swim in about 3 times a week. I'll be very brief. I hope that y'all open it up for election instead of appointment. And I think y'all know quite well, the pros and cons of going either way. But that's all I had to say.
Thank you. And our last submission, that does not mean anybody else couldn't come up and address for a minute. Ron Futrell, please.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor and councilmen and women. A historic day today, first of all, and so what an honor it is to be here this day and the final day in this building and the great accomplishments that you've made. As a resident of Ward 2, I want to thank Steve Wolfson, certainly, for the great service that he did to those of us as residents of Ward 2. Also, as a resident of Ward 2, I've considered throwing my hat in the ring, if you will, and many of you I've talked to privately, but I wanted to public, and it's been mentioned publicly. But I'll tell you, I found, and if you look at somebody for a special appointment, certainly I wouldn't mind being considered in that if it were a caretaker position. But to quote my wife, if Ray Rawson were in there, I'd vote for him over you any day, which I couldn't disagree with her on. And I said, you know what, who would be a great so I'm here speaking. He knows nothing about me doing this, by the way, on Ray Rawson's behalf. If you were looking for a special appointment in this, and then let us all get together in 2013 and run a race and see what happens, you could not pick a finer man than former Senator Ray Rawson. I've worked with him on many projects. I've known him for 20 years in that ward. He's lived in that ward as I have. And just my opinion, you cannot find a finer man than Senator Rawson for that position. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard in this portion? We will move on to, excuse me, I do see someone. Since you're coming up, if you would just give your card to the city clerk right there, thank you, and then announce your name, please.
Good morning, Mayor. My name is Fayaz Raja, and I live in City Council Ward 2, last 30 years. And I remember when Westcliff and Rainbow used to end the freeway. My wife and we bought a home there, and what I heard that City Council Ward 2, there will be the option for either appointment or the election. I would like to ask that if there is election, I would like to put my name in. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak and giving me the time to talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes. I think you already spoke. Didn't you under this portion? We don't get two dips.
I have a card in that wasn't two things.
You had already spoken.
Yeah, I know, but I had two cards.
You have two cards?
No, one card, I mean two.
I don't think so.
One card with two special items had nothing to do with it.
Okay, very briefly, you get a minute,
really
please.
quick,
Thank you. And
start
restate your
run
name,
me out of
please.
here, whatever.
Okay.
22 and 24. 22 is about the fire and rescue. I just want to ask a question about fire and rescue. Can somebody answer that about what's happening with that item?
When we come to it, we can answer.
Well,
Why don't you step over,
no
please?
Problem.
Thank
Okay,
you
one
very
more and
much.
I'll be right out your way. Parks and Recreation, is that the same thing? Take care of it later. Well, that park over there on Maryland and Mr. Kaufman District, I just hope they don't ever let kids play in that park. It ain't no big in a minute, you know, and the little kids can always break away from their parents and get run over.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Your park on Maryland, that little park, that's a joke for children.
Anyone else wishing to be heard has a card or wishes to be heard under this portion? Thank you very much. We will move on to item number 9. Business item for possible action. Any items from this morning's session that the council staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 3 items. Item number 41, a restricted gaming license, Golden Route Operations LLC, DB at Letitia's, Conchina, 7585 Norman Rockwell Lane. Staff has asked this to be stricken. Item number 53, a report for possible action related to the City of Las Vegas strategic plan requested by staff. This be held in abeyance till March 7th, 2012. Item number 66, a Civil Service Board of Trustees, Priscilla Roca, term expiration 2/21 of 12, requested by Mayor Goodman to hold this in abeyance till March 7th, 2012, and that will be my motion.
Is a motion, please vote. Please post. Councilwoman? It went. Thank you very much. Motion carries. We will now move, move on to item number 10, possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the regular City Council meeting of February 1st, 2012. Is there a motion to approve these minutes, please?
So moved.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote on the motion. Please post. Motion carries. Nope. I announced that too fast. Yep. Motion carries. I must have been able to read without the screen. moving on to item 11 and pulling forward item 63 with it, discussion for possible action regarding an appointment or an application process to fill the vacant Ward 2 council seat. Number 63, R10-2012, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution calling a special election to fill the vacant Ward 2 council seat and other matters relating thereto. And at this point, we have some wonderful, wonderful people, obviously, in this city. Ward 2 has approximately 100,000 people living in it. And my motion is going to be to hold a special election. I think what is great about this country, it's the voice of the people that need to be heard. And while every single one of our city council and us as a block of voters that you have elected would, in the best interest, want to find the right person, I don't think that's the right way to go. I think the ward needs to elect their own person, meet with the candidates, and we have a number of very, very qualified, interested people, some who have served before in government, some who have never served in government, but caring, wonderful people. And so I am going to put a motion. I think yes, comment first.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank all the people that contacted my office, as well as other folks up here wanting to, asking to be appointed as a caretaker. I know Ron Futrell was here this morning and Ray Rawson, and I appreciate those folks, asking to step up to the plate and volunteer to hold that position when we have an election. And I considered that, but I also reminded myself that we are a Republican form of government in this country where the people select their representatives. We should not be selecting representatives for Ward 2. The people in Ward 2 should be selecting those folks. So I am going to support that motion because I want the people in Ward 2 to be heard. And I know one of the issues that has come up is the cost. It's listed in the agenda item, but I can't see any better way to spend taxpayer dollars than let people voice their opinion and select their representatives. That's what our money should be spent on. So I am going to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I would also, yes, if I might add one other thing. I know past history here, at least twice, in short durations of time in a vacated seat of 2 months, 3, 4 months, have gone ahead and made an appointment. This position is vacated for over a year, and so that also weighs very heavily. I certainly would always want to vote. I know the cost is a tremendous consideration, but it's less than $1 a person we're spending in that ward. So, Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to echo Mayor yours and Mayor Pro Tem's thoughts as well. And I've given this a great deal of thought, especially after going through a giant waste of taxpayer money recall election. This is not that. This is an appointment, or this is a vacant seat. And there's so many great people in the ward, as you indicated, that certainly have contacted my office, and I'm grateful to see so many people in the city of Las Vegas who want to serve in this capacity, because that's what it comes down to, is serving the constituents. And we are a republic form of government, and we need to be cognizant of that and let the voters in Ward 2 make that decision. We could certainly do it, but there's so many wonderful people out there that we could choose. It's difficult in that position. So, Mayor, I absolutely support your motion and the comments that Mayor Pro Tem made as well.
Thank you very much. So there is a motion.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, please, Councilman
Just so
Barlow.
that I have my comments on the record, if you will, please. I agree with my colleagues in the sense that the decision should be made by the constituents of Ward 2. Mayor, you hit the nail on the head that there's well over 100,000 people in Ward 2, and they deserve to have a representative to represent them on their items. I also agree with my colleague, Councilman Ross, in regards to the waste of taxpayer dollars, as he would mention. But I think it would be very difficult for us to do that again after spending quite a bit of money on this special election, which I'm pleased to see that my colleague, Councilman Ross, won and is back on the dais. But I would prefer there be a caretaker in the sense. So respectfully, Mayor, I would be opposing the motion just for the record. I believe that we should have an opportunity to provide for a caretaker in that sense, to give the constituents of Ward 2 an opportunity to look at someone over the long haul, over this year, and giving everyone a fair opportunity to run for that seat come 2013. That would be my position, so I would be voting against your item, respectfully, Mayor.
Thank you. That's the beauty of this council. Everybody has an independent opinion, and so I have made a motion, and
Mayor, that's for item 63, correct? The resolution?
Correct.
Thank you.
What item are we on now?
63.
We're on 63.
That my motion is that this should be a special election to the constituents, residents of Ward 2.
Yeah.
There's a motion. Please vote.
No, Mr. I want to say something.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you wanted to comment.
You're doing a good job. It's that I'm a little slow here. I have had a great amount of thought over this, and I felt originally that we should have a special election because I felt the amount of time that's involved, which is over a year, is it's quite a long period of time. However, I began getting calls from some of the people who wanted to run for the office, and they said to me, the problem is with only 30 days, no time to gear up or anything, it's the people who may have the advantage of money over them that they wouldn't have as good a chance, whereas over time, the person who doesn't have much money can walk the districts more, can do so forth and so on. So I began thinking about it a little more, and I was wavering back and forth. I was concerned about the cost because we can hire a full-time employee with the cost of this election, and every employee that we've had to let go has been a painful thing for each of us, I know. But in any case, as I began thinking about it, I wavered. I was wavering yesterday, and then I was told that Senator Rawson would be willing to be the interim caretaker of this seat for Ward 2. And it seemed to me, in my mind, things fell together because here we have Senator Rawson, who has been elected to many times by the people in Ward 2 to elective office. So you know he's respected, you know he's wanted, you know that he's done a good job, and he's in all of this that he's done. So I began thinking if we had a caretaker, then certainly that would give everybody, and there are lots of people who want to run, a chance to get out into the districts. You don't have to wait till election time to start talking to people, and that would be, I felt, would give a more fair playing field. And that's why I had leaned towards the special election at first. Then when I heard the concerns of those running, and I saw that it is true, 30 days is a very small time for an election of this caliber. So anyway, I would respectfully be saying that I would feel that same way too.
Has anybody heard directly from Senator Rawson? This is the first I've heard of his name before. Mr. Futrell, you have heard from him directly. Yes. And was that without, is he going to then would run as well?
Mayor, I can only share my conversation with Senator Rawson. He did contact me last week in regards to wanting to fill the vacant seat as a caretaker, and indicated to me that he would not seek the office in an election and had no desire to run an election, but felt that if so inclined he would have that opportunity to serve, he would.
Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's no surprise to you, I know, and there are other members that I favored an appointment from the beginning because I felt that gives the council a chance to pick people who might be fit, right in and come in and do this job. So I think since it's not appropriate for us to discuss a name under the agenda as it's posted, I think we probably ought not to talk about potential people, except that the aforementioned person is somebody who, frankly, I think, would fill the job. So I have to say that I support, I have to oppose your motion. I support the position of my good council colleague who has said, the first person, that they won't support it. So, I'm going to join in, not to be contrary to you, but rather to say that I still favor an appointment, and a caretaker appointment would be fine with me.
If I could, our legal counsel, when is it written and part of any law that a person who is an appointment that says they will not seek the seat after that time period, can they change their minds?
Yes, they can.
Yes, they can.
There's nothing binding in law. There's no such position as a caretaker appointment, but we have had several people for judicial positions and council positions that have made that promise and kept it, but that's not in law. That's just their character.
Mrs. Mayor,
Yes.
I did want to say, I did receive a call last night, if I can just get that on the record.
Okay.
And I also wanted to say that we have done well in the past with people keeping their word, you know. No, I don't know of any time anybody's broken it.
Yeah, and Mayor, if I may, I do know that Councilman Steinman, who was the caretaker, I want to say for Ward, was it 2? 4? Ward 4, as well as Brenda Williams, who was the caretaker for Ward 5. And although we can't hold the individual accountable for changing their mind, I do know that those individuals did come before the council and state to the mayor and council at that time that they had only interest in serving in the capacity of interim until the election. And I agree with Councilwoman Tarkanian that they have stood by that. Not to say that it can't be broken, but I do believe that when someone stands before this mayor and council and state that they would only be interested in being a caretaker, I would tend to take their word for it, because it would cause a very major controversy, in my opinion, amongst we as colleagues if in fact someone were to turn in that respect, because that's what we presented before the public and the community. And so that would be kind of a difficult scenario for that individual to play if in fact they were to do that.
Okay.
Politically.
I do know that with Mrs. Williams and Mr. Steinman, that those were short duration terms of service. We have a year and 4 months, I believe, on this term. And so respecting you all in your decision, I still believe in the vote of the public. And while all of us are here to do a job and represent our constituency, I overall elected by everyone, each of you in your different wards, serving them well, I am still of the mind this needs a plebiscite. This needs to go to the people in the next month of the duration. And if you would, I'd like some clarification from our city clerk. What is the time, if in fact someone were appointed, they would take office immediately?
We would have to have a swearing in, Mayor, so we'd either have to call a special council meeting or it would be on March 7th.
Okay. If, in fact, there were a special election, what is the scenario? What's the timeline, and what is the process, please?
I would publish the call for the election in Sunday's paper. The candidate filing would start on Tuesday, and we would have close of registration, early vote, absent mail ballots within the 30 days, and the election would be on March 20th. That's if it was the resolution was passed today.
And going back through, unfortunately, the recent special election that was held in Ward 6, what, in comparison to past special elections, was the percentage of turnout pretty strong in that special election, or was it just sort of nondescript?
We just had about a 12.5% turnout in Ward 6. We've had as low as 6% in a special election.
Okay.
It just ranges depending on, the situation.
Okay, and because I can count, now I go back to you, our dear counsel, down there at the end. If you would, Mr. Jervik. In the event of a 3-3 tie here, what happens?
Well, there's a couple of options. The easiest of options is this. I contacted Councilman Wilson a moment ago, who is still a councilman for another 5 days. He would participate with telephone and break the tie.
Okay.
That's the best thing. That's probably.
That is, okay.
We can do that right now.
Can
We
you
can do
make
that
that
right
phone
now.
call?
He is in Hawaii right now. If we can get him on the telephone, he's taking off to go whale watching in just a few moments. So. I have his phone number if we can get him on the phone.
All right, well, if you will do that, we would appreciate it. And so we will obey this till that phone, we can't.
You may just want to call a brief
Wait.
recess until we can get him on the phone.
Okay, we are going to take a brief recess. If it goes beyond 10 minutes,
Mayor, is the comment period still open or?
no, I'm sorry, not. Thank you. Isn't government wonderful? I mean, I just think this is really interesting and a good dialogue, and certainly a sense for us all to be thinking about issues and votes and government and how it operates. So anyway, we will wait. We're not going anywhere far. Go get something and hope. I don't know where he went.
Hey, Brad?
Councilman, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hello?
Stand by, Councilman.
Okay.
I don't have the number. They're calling him here right now. So are they. Do
Can you
have
hear us,
that
Councilman?
number?
Yes, I can.
He's on the phone now. Bye-bye.
Yes, 5 more days.
That's true.
Oh, no, he's not on that phone. I'm sorry, I was handing it to Judith. Sorry.
Good morning. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Are you out on the water and fishing for marlin and tuna?
Well, I'm having a good time on vacation. Thank you.
Well, we wish you well. We're proud of you. And so here we are today looking for the process and the way to fill the wonderful seat that you have held these years and done so beautifully in. And so at this point, without any commentary, because I want to make sure we are doing this with absolutely no flaw, we have a 3-3 tie on whether for the remainder of your service of a year and 4 months, a caretaker should be appointed or whether this should go to special election. We are at a 3-3 tie.
Mayor, if I may.
I understand.
Mayor,
We have not voted at this point.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, and Councilman Wolfson?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you can hear me. I'll speak loud into the microphone. Mayor, I think it would be better if, in fact, everyone were to put their comments on the record to at least put this into a framework for Councilman Wolfson to understand our position so that he's fully aware of everyone's comments and reasons as to why, in fact, they feel the way they do as it relates to whether this should be a special election or an appointment. And so, Councilman, I stated that I am for a caretaker for the simple fact of 2 reasons. We've just recently come off of a special election with our colleague, Councilman Ross, who favorably won his bid for the special election, which cost the city quite a bit. And with that, I don't foresee spending an additional $75,000 approximately less than a month later to go out for a special election, which I believe is a waste of taxpayers' dollars. We should have an opportunity to allow your 100+ thousand constituents an opportunity to get to know the next representative during the election cycle, which is to take place approximately 18 months from now. And having someone to sit in the seat as a caretaker, someone whom this council feel will do a good job for your constituents for approximately 18 months and give those who are interested in running for the seat an opportunity to get out and win the majority vote in speaking to as many people as possible over the next course of the year would be more palatable and more equitable for the constituents versus a 30-day sprint, specifically for those who lack the financial means to run a race, but have the acumen, if in fact given enough time, to basically be on a fair playing field. And so my position would be to move for a caretaker for the next 15 to 18 months, and giving all individuals who are interested an opportunity to run 2013. And those would be my comments.
And Councilman Wolfson, we're now going to hear from the side of special election. You'll hear from everyone. And so we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem, then back to Councilman Tarkanian, then to Councilman Ross, then to Councilman Coffin. So please, Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Anthony.
Can he hear us?
Yes, I can hear fine.
Okay, if you mute your phone at your end, we won't hear the ocean or whatever that beautiful sound is behind you.
Okay.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
But do come back on. Okay, here comes Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Wolfson, this is Stavros. Just to make my the comments that I made brief, I've been contacted by quite a few people who would like to be the caretaker for your ward. And they're all very, very qualified. So first of all, I think it would be very difficult to select somebody to represent that ward for over the next year. Given that this is a Republican form of government, as you know, the people are the ones who should be selecting their representatives. There's 100,000 folks who live in Ward 2, and this is their opportunity, this is their right under a Republican form of government to cast their vote on who should represent them. I don't believe we should be selecting the Ward 2 representative that is going to be there for over a year. I think the people should be allowed to voice their opinion. And as far as the tax dollars, as I mentioned earlier, there is no better way to spend money than allow people to voice their opinion, to be heard, and allow them to select their representative. And if that person does a good job, they will be reelected in the next election. If they're doing a lousy job, they'll get thrown out and they'll put somebody else in there. So I believe your constituents are the ones that should be selecting who replaces you. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Tarkanian, please.
When we spoke, you and I, before you left, and discussed this just in a minor way, you know that I was very much for a special election because I wanted a playing field that was even for everyone. And I felt that up until just recently when I began receiving some calls from constituents in Ward 2. One of them was Donna Troussant. And she said to me that she felt she would probably be dropping out because she wouldn't be able to raise enough money fast enough. And I'm just giving you these reasons. And then after she called and told me that, I had 2 or 3 others call with a great concern that in 30 days, what happens is you're not being as fair to the electorate as you maybe thought you were in having a special election, because it's those who have the initial monies and setup that can do it in 30 days where others can't. Now, that's what was voiced to me by people in your ward, too. Then I heard there was someone who had been elected several times. In fact, he called me last night, Ray Rawson, and said that for the interim, for a caretaker, he would be willing to do that. And I began to think, here's someone now that he's been elected by Ward 2 people, obviously several times, and he has been respected by them. And if he did it as an interim, he wouldn't be coming in totally blank. He has a lot of experience that would help, number one. And number two, it would leave it then to have a full length of an election that would be fair to people who don't have as much time to raise the money, so that they could go out and do that, hard work. It's either money or it's hard work going door to door, day after day. And so that's why I thought, even though I thought differently before, I think now that this appointive of someone perhaps who has experience, has been elected by the people in Ward 2 before, might be providing the most level playing field, the best way to do it for the voters, so that they have a chance to really get to know the candidates and really get to have time to explore the issues. So that's what I felt.
Thank you. And now, Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilman Wilson, I concur with what Mayor Pro Tem Anthony had suggested. We do have that republic form of government. I think it's incumbent upon us to allow the residents of Ward 2 to decide who is going to represent them or work for them on the City Council. Yes, it is going to cost money. This isn't the same kind of election that I just went through. This is what we're supposed to be doing as a government and what we're supposed to be spending this money on. It is very difficult for me as one vote on this council to choose amongst all the great people that live in Ward 2, because there's a ton of them. And Councilman Wilson, you recognize that and know that because it's your ward. You've served them very well for many years. But I think it's incumbent on this council to do the right thing and allow the voters to make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Councilman Coffin, please.
Hello, Mr. District Attorney, and best wishes to the judge over there. Have a Mai Tai for all of us. It's maybe the only time where drinking was allowed during a council meeting. Having just survived a appointment process yourself in your present position, I would assume that you're not generally biased against appointments. So I'm going to assume you've got a clear thought on that issue, because they picked the best, and I think that the council can be trusted to pick the best person to hold this spot of yours on an interim basis. It is true, actually, that Senator Rawson is interested. In fact, I sought him out several weeks ago because I thought he would fit the perfect model to succeed you, and so I'm sorry that his name got all bounced around in public today, because I certainly don't want this to be a referendum on Ray Rawson. I do want to say that I believe in the appointment process and have always felt that it was important. We were elected to make tough decisions. One of those is, occasionally, it's in the charter and other means. It was certainly foreseen by our forefathers here that occasionally an appointment would have to be made. Saves the Treasury money, and it immediately gets somebody in the job so that they don't have to, frankly, worry about getting out there raising a bunch of money, and then after a tough election, having to unwind from that election while they're trying to learn the job and then running again. So I'm inclined to very strongly support the position that was first voiced by a councilman from Ward 5 in favor of an appointment, of a caretaker. So thank you. That's respectively sent to you. I hope you take that in goodwill. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilman Coffin. And finally, my comments, because it was my motion. First of all, I do want to say that I respect the decisions and the freedom of conversation that's been taking place. I think all of us know that you have almost 100,000, if not more than 100,000 in your ward. Each person in that ward has the right to make the decision. We do have the money. It is less than 75 cents per vote, and that the people in this position that you are vacating, it's not a 2-month position or a 4-month vacancy. This is almost a year and a half vacancy. And to give someone, I have just asked council in the presence of the public, is there a bindingness to the willingness to serve without saying that they would not run for election? And I was assured by our counsel, Mr. Jerbick, that it is not binding upon them, and yes, they could change their minds. Until today, I had not even heard the name, as an interest in this position by Mr. Rawson, and certainly respect him. I have had several people call, email, and visit my office that they would be willing to serve in this position as well, interimly, half of whom would do so without any commitment not to go for the election at the end of that time, and some who have said absolutely they would serve our city in your position and not run. But again, at that time, I did go to Mr. Jerbick and ask him, is this binding? And he assured me it's not. We have many people from your ward that want the opportunity to speak to your ward residents, and this is the United States of America, and knowing what you went through and the county commission, and having heard the dialogue, I brought this up and moved the item up to have a special election because I believe it's the fairest way, because each council person is well-meaning, but they represent their council, ward members, and they certainly don't have the heartbeat of your ward, which you do, which you walk all the time. And I think it is only right that each person in each ward has the right to voice their opinion and make their statement known. If, in fact, the person that were elected were the wrong person, the intelligentsia of Ward 2 will vote that person out on the next election in 13, 14 months. So where we are, it's a conversation. I'm going to turn it over now to finalize this by our counsel, Brad Jerbick. And I'm sorry we've put you in this position as your last act. As we sit here in the City Hall, we're vacating now in our last meeting, and to put this on you. But we seem to be in our discourse here, which is wonderful, in a 3-3 conversational split. So, Mr. Jerbick, please.
I will be very brief. Councilman, I wanted to make a couple of representations. One, there was a representation that there's a tie. There technically has not been a vote, but it's clearly obvious to everybody who's attending this public meeting that 3 have voiced an opinion on one side and 3 on the other. So when you make your comments, I wanted you to know that there had not been a vote taken yet. Second, there are 2 agenda items on today. One is item 11. 11 is to make the decision to go through an appointment process, and item 63 is a resolution to call for a special election. I have advised the members of council who have asked me, but I want to put it on the record, that we are not agended today to make an appointment. We're merely agended to pick the process by which your seat will be filled. So if the vote is for an appointment, there will be a line item at a future meeting to do the appointment. If the decision is for an election, then the clerk will schedule the election. I'm looking at the clerk, and I know how the line item is written, but I can tell you by reading this myself, it's very difficult to determine whether item number 11 is a process item or an appointment item. And I think that before you vote, Councilman, or voice your opinion, you ought to know that. Those are my comments.
I understand.
Oops. Would you like me to read you both item 11 and 63?
Mayor Goodman, did you just ask me for my opinion?
Well, no, what I wanted to know, would you like me to read item number 11, which is directed toward the appointment process, and item 63, which we are discussing now, which is for the resolution calling for a special election? I can read you, they're very brief if you would like to hear them.
I understand. No, I do not need you to read them.
Thank you.
Are you waiting, Mayor Goodman, for me to voice my opinion?
We're ready for your comments, Councilman.
Well, let me say this. I fully respect the opinions and the wisdom of all of my colleagues. I'd like everybody to recognize that I am both the product of a special election, which occurred almost 8 years ago, which originally placed me into the position of a city councilman, and then more recently I'm the product of an appointment process. So I'm very familiar with both processes. But I strongly believe and comfortably believe that this should be the selection of our next councilman to succeed me should be the product of a special election. So I would cast my vote in that manner.
Thank you. Please, please hold on there. I'm calling for the question, please. Would you cast your votes, please? Yes, the motion is still, we're calling for the vote now. It was not withdrawn. I have left my motion for a special election. Okay, please cast your votes.
Before the mayor announces the vote, Councilman, we'll have to have you vote verbally on the phone.
Okay, well, my vote verbally is for a special election.
Okay, so it would be a yay vote for the motion made by the mayor, which is for a special election.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Please post. The motion carries, and we thank you very much. We will move forward with a special election. Councilman, go fish and enjoy. For us all here, we're so proud of you, and we look forward to our days ahead. Thank you very much.
And thank you for allowing me to participate in this very special process.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. We will now move back to 11, item 11, if I may have a motion on that.
Mayor, my motion is to strike item 11.
There's a motion to strike item 11. Will you please vote? Please post.
Excuse me, does that take care of everything then? Does
Yes.
strike it?
Yeah, but if we strike 11. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We will now, I have one more question for the city clerk. I think this is very important because, as you all know, first of all, I want to thank the council. This is such a healthy discussion, and I think it is the purpose of why you have elected each one of us. So I'm very grateful. But I would at this point, because you know we are moving to the new City Hall. And this should be posted on KCLV in the future. City Clerk, if you would be good enough to talk about the filing, the dates, the times, the cost, just so everybody knows, and if we could have for sure, maybe Mr. Adams tell us for sure when we're out of this building and people are moving so they know where to come file.
Certainly, Mayor, I'd be happy to. And I'll also give you each a copy of what will appear in the newspaper on Sunday, which is the official announcement of the special election. Once that is called, we have 30 days. So candidate filing begins on Tuesday morning in the new City Hall. My office moves over the weekend.
And the address, please. The filing begins on Tuesday the 21st in the new City Hall address.
495 South Main Street.
495 South Main Street.
There's free parking across the street in the new parking garage for 2 hours to the public. My office will be open by 8 a.m. for the candidate filing to begin. It runs through Wednesday at 5 p.m. The Office of Communications is putting out a press release probably this afternoon or first thing in the morning. All of the same pertinent information will be in that press release so that most everyone should know. We are posting it on the website. It will be on the city clerk's page. We have it noticed in our office, this afternoon. We've tried to be prepared for either choice that the council made so that we could go out with either announcement. The announcement carries all of the information.
Do we have more?
It contains all the information for the close of registration, request for an absent ballot, early voting times, and we are using vote centers, just like we did in just the special election for Ward 6. I believe that the citizens had more availability to vote by using those vote centers, so we're going to use it again. It does reduce our costs. I'm waiting on the final cost estimate from the county, but we should be well under that $65,000 that we had estimated. So with this cost, we will be well under $75,000.
That's excellent. Thank you. Anything else that any council person might think that the constituency needs to hear? Again, would you repeat the filing days and then the election day, if you would?
Candidate filing begins on Tuesday, February 21st at 8 a.m. It runs through Wednesday, February 22nd at 5 p.m. And the special election will be held on Tuesday, March 20th. The polls are open from 7 to 7.
Polls are open 7 to 7 on March 20th.
20th, correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one one comment, and that's for the residents of Ward 6. Now that this is the direction that the council's heading, take advantage of this opportunity and go vote. That is the biggest thing you can possibly do. When the city clerk mentioned the turnout, Mayor, in this last special election that I just went through, turnout was about over 12%, which is significant over 2005 and 2009 numbers in Ward 6. So it's incumbent that people let their voices be heard and get out there and get that vote turned out. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And Councilman Ross, I'd like to add that your particular situation with that special election was totally unnecessary. It was absolutely, it's the voice of the public, yes, but that cost was unnecessary that we have had to absorb by the city, and I'm hopeful in the future somehow a regulation law ordinance by the state legislature will take place so that the different government entities are not having to pay any type of fees to make a special election that is caused by a recall.
Yeah,
that fails, that the city government piece, there should be a payback.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
So, I mean, this should be the first payout of dollars, but it's in the best interest, in my opinion,
If I could
of our
say, we need to
constituency.
stop the discussion there because we are not agenda to discuss the recall
Thank
process.
you very much. Moving on to item number 12. Are we on 12? We are in the consent agenda. Okay. All right. Items 21 through 52 minus 41, correct?
Item 12.
12 through 51 without number 41 are on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward beyond this? 41 has been stricken, so it's items 12 through 51 that remain. Are there any items you would like withdrawn, move forward? Okay, may I have a motion?
With that, Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 12 through 51.
There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Councilman Coffin? Thank you very much. Motion carries. Moving on now to item number 52. This is in the administrative area. Report for possible action on workforce connections activities by the Executive Director, John Ball, and the State of Nevada Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation, DETR, by Director Frank Woodbeck. This is in relation to all wards. Yes. Yes, sir.
45 was supposed to be obeyed, but I don't recall hearing that mentioned in the total year for 10.
I looked down at you and I didn't hear you say anything, so I thought you changed your mind.
No, we got to consider on that.
Okay.
It's 45.
I don't have it here.
Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, let's.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Apparently, there's an issue with one of the items in the consent agenda that I don't have, or I don't know who else has it, but Councilman Coffin, we will have to bring back, re-vote on the consent agenda, and then there will be a motion to address item number 45. Ms.
We
Ratwell?
just need to reconsider item number 45.
Okay.
So
I move we reconsider item
Okay, go ahead.
45.
Okay, my motion will be to reconsider item number 45 in the consent agenda.
Okay, there's a motion to reconsider item 45 on the agenda, consent agenda. Please vote. Please post. Okay, item number 40. Excuse me, gentlemen, if you'd like to stand, we welcome you to stand if you'd like to sit. This may take a moment. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. Item 45, it was communicated to our office and to the clerk's office that it be obeyed, and for some reason it just slipped through the cracks. 45, at the request of the applicant, has been obeyed, or has requested us to obey it to the March 21st meeting, I believe it is. Okay, so that is, my motion then
Okay.
is to obey item 45.
Okay. There's a motion to obey item 45 on the agenda. Please vote. Please post.
And
This
the record
carries,
reflects
and City Clerk, you have that for the next. Thank you very much.
Right, the record should
March
reflect it's obeyed till the
21st.
21st.
Pardon?
The record should reflect it's obeyed till the 21st of March.
Thank you.
Is that correct?
Thank you very much. Okay, gentlemen, welcome. Mr. Harsons, you please.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Steve Harson, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. My department has had the privilege to work with Workforce Connections and DEETR over the past several years. So I'm here to introduce John Ball, who is the Executive Director of Workforce Connections, and Frank Woodbeck, who is the Director of the State Department of Education, Training, and Rehabilitation. They're going to give you an overview of their programs, services, and sort of what's going on the workforce job employment front. So with that, I'll turn it over to these fine gentlemen.
Welcome. Thank you, Mr. Harsons.
Morning, Mayor and councilors. John Ball with Workforce Connections. This is going to be the my last report in my 5-year tour of duty with the agency. So with some pleasure and some nostalgia, I just want to walk you through a few brief highlights and let you meet a couple of people that are the key leaders in our organization. But first, we have the opportunity this morning to have Mr. Frank Woodbeck with us, the somewhat recently appointed Director of Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation for the new governor. And we work closely with Frank on a regular basis. That State Department passes through our money to the local level that we use to operate, so we're always happy to see him in that regard. But we've been doing a lot of close work together. The governor, new administration, has a high priority for workforce development and economic development and how they work together. So, Frank, if you'd start from your end, and then we'll take it from there.
Okay. Is this mic on?
You're good. You're good.
We are?
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Ball. I want to thank you for your service all of these years. You're too young to retire.
Good morning. Thank you to our mayor, Carolyn Goodman, and distinguished members of the council, some of whom I know personally. I want to address the council this morning regarding the governor's Office of Workforce Development, Office of Workforce Development, and our collaboration with the Office of Economic Development. I'm Frank Woodbeck, Director of the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation. To provide some perspective, I spent 2 years as Director of Las Vegas operations for the Nevada Commission on Economic Development, and prior to the commission being elevated to the governor's office under AB 449 under 2011 legislature. I also consulted DEETR for a period of time in green and renewable energy initiatives with regards to the ERA funding a couple of years ago. My background is in the private sector in broadcast management, which is what brought me to Las Vegas 11 years ago. And that gives you a little bit of perspective on kind of the way I might think. But looking at where we are now in terms of economic development and workforce development, the Brookings SRI study conducted last fall, which you're familiar with, identified 7 industry sectors in which Nevada should focus and develop. And those are tourism, gaming, and entertainment, clean energy, health and medical services, aerospace and national defense, mining, minerals and manufacturing, business, IT ecosystems, and logistics and operations. Each of these umbrella sector titles have subsectors that we will concentrate on to create opportunities for employment and business growth. AB 449 called for coordination of economic development efforts between the Office of Economic Development and DEETR and higher education. And it also established a board of economic development on which the governor is the chair and the Secretary of State serves, the lieutenant governor, 6 private sector members, the chancellor of higher education, and myself. That board the goal of that board is to develop the new landscape for economic development for the state. In 2009, the legislature passed SB 239, and SB 239 called for industry sector councils to be developed by DEETR to comprise of members of the business community from the applicable industry sectors, labor representatives, members of the public sector with interest in expertise in a specific sector, And thus far, we've established a very successful healthcare sector council in which members of the staff of Workforce Connections works very closely with us in the success of that healthcare sector council. It's a model, I think, for a nationwide development sector councils. We have a green sector council, leisure and hospitality, and manufacturing that are now being developed. Others will be developed in alignment with those industry sectors I mentioned earlier. Now, each sector council will provide what I call industry intelligence regarding the current and future direction of that particular industry and where the sweet spot will be, if you will, in terms of economic growth and employment. And it's up to us to use that industry intelligence to develop the training necessary to form the underpinnings of economic development in those sectors. So to further establish the collaboration between DETR and the Office of Economic Development, under the leadership of Steve Hill, the Executive Director of the Economic Development Office, he is hiring industry specialists that will specialize in those industry sectors I mentioned earlier. Those industry sector specialists will serve on the sector councils under DETR, and they will provide interface with the business sector of those industries, and will provide industry intelligence, if you will, that will flow through the sector council, et cetera, and into what we hope will be the training mechanisms that Workforce Connections in the South and Nevada Works in the North will establish. They will also work with the regional development authorities that are under the Office of Economic Development, as will the sector councils and as will our folks at DETR. So basically, we have established a collaboration that will provide the information necessary for us to go forward to support the various industries we will need in the future. Finally, the Governor's Workforce Investment Board, which is the state oversight board for workforce development, will play a renewed and invigorated role as the Governor's coordinating council with workforce development. The board is comprised of 35 members, 50% of which must be from private industry. So that will be 18 of the 35. And the public sector members of this board will include representatives of the Governor's Office, the Office of Economic Development, DETR, Nevada System of Higher Education, Nevada Assembly, the Nevada Senate, K through 12, Health and Human Services, local elected officials, youth, and community-based organizations and labor. What we will, and if I went through those quickly, I'd be more than happy to provide an outline to any council member regarding that board structure. Each industry sector will be represented on the Governor's board by a private sector member from that industry. So therefore, each sector I noted earlier will be represented on that board. Again, another thread of information going to the Governor's board that will oversee workforce development for the state. So as you can see, the flow of information is now there. Finally, the emphasis for training will focus on the industry sectors identified within the Brookings SRI study. John and I have had discussions along with his staff, and I've had discussions with the Northern Board also regarding the placement of training dollars in those areas of emphasis and how we will efficiently and effectively deliver that training to the population. I'd be happy to take questions. I'd be happy to answer questions at any time, but I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Woodback. We appreciate the report. Any comments, questions from our council? Councilman?
I have some comments, but I want to reserve them, I think, until Mr. Ball's had a moment to say a few words, because, Mr. Frank, I want to ask you a question, too. Where were you when all the fireworks were going on?
I'm sorry?
Where were you when all the fireworks were going on? And I say that because I think John's going to address the history of where we come from and where we're at today. So
I see what you mean.
I think you know the history, but you and I haven't had a chance to talk about it. But
correct.
I'd like to reserve some comments when Mr.
Okay,
Ball's
thank you
done.
very much. Councilwoman, I saw you
I
indicate.
just want to say you certainly have done a good job of raising this program to the level it needs to be raised, and I know you'll raise it even further. You really have done some hard work, difficult situation, and you have our respect.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And just to follow up with on Frank's remarks, under Frank's leadership and his predecessor, Larry Mosley, at the state level, we have worked out a working relationship with the state office that we did not have in the old days, Councilman Ross, and it's made a huge difference in our ability to accomplish some of the things I'm going to talk about. So thanks for that, for the state agency. So before I get us into the highlight reel and introduce a couple of the key leaders in our system, let me just say thanks to a few people, particularly in this audience, Betsy Fretwell and Steve Harson and their staffs, who have been absolutely fabulous to work with, and for the support they've given us over the years in making this thing work. So thanks a lot to both of you. At the county, at Clark County, Doug Lyon has been indefatigable in helping us out. I think Tom Collins was a key part of the origination of this reform movement, but particularly Councilman Ross. There's no substitute for the role he played. If it had not been for him 5 years ago, we would not be standing here today having this discussion. Now, I've been in the public service, you can see by the color of my hair, a long time, over 30 years now, at the city, county, and state level. Rarely have I seen an elected official, let alone a brand new, wet behind the ears city councilman who probably got the assignment because none of the senior members wanted it, step into an extremely difficult situation and show both the vision and the political courage to do whatever it took to move this thing forward.
I have to tell you, I have to tell you, my husband did share with me when I first took office. I said, now tell me a little bit about these committees. He said, well, among other things, he said, when Councilman Ross was first elected, I looked for the first two toughest committees.
Right.
And I gave them to Councilman Ross, and he delivered.
Yes.
So congratulations.
He certainly did.
Thank you for
Yes.
acknowledging that, but I do recall
Absolutely,
that.
and we didn't know it at the time, but the economy here was about to go from the best in the country to the worst in the country, and had we not undertaken the reforms that Councilman Ross led, we would not have been in a position to serve this community at the time. It really needed this work to go well, so thanks a lot. So we've come in that time from an agency that essentially administered $5 million in federal funds to around $30 million. And it's been breathtaking and sleep-taking to try to keep up with that. We're still stumbling and fumbling to try to do that. But the program footprint, obviously, has grown enormously at exactly the moment the community needed it, so that was good timing. We've gone from an agency that could not meet its basic performance measures at the federal level to an agency that now exceeds all its performance measures. And significantly, one other point I want to make, that's allowed us to get in the game of going after competitive funds, discretionary funds at the local level that the feds give out that we cannot compete for unless we have a track record of success. So we've gone from about $200,000 annually in those discretionary competitive funds to about $8 million annually. And that line continues to go up. So that's the key to our future. And it's the performance that the folks behind me will talk about in a minute that has allowed us to do that. So there are a lot of aspects, a broad range of programs that we administer. You have some information in front of you that details some of that, so I won't go into it unless you have questions. Let me highlight two pieces that have to happen for us to be successful and a key to our progress. First is we have to be very closely communicating and connected with the business community. We're not in the business of just training folks so they can go out and look for a job. We want to know before they start the training what jobs they're going to be most likely to qualify for and what jobs the employers are needing to be competitive in a global economy. So that's an absolutely key piece. Cornelius Easton, our Regional Strategies Director, many of you know from his many community activities, has been absolutely crucial in connecting us with the business community so we can understand what they're doing out there, what they need us to train for, and what their competitive environment looks like. And then once we've got that, once we know what we need to train for, we're still dead in the water until we can develop the specific training programs and training connections that allow us to give workers, both existing workers and new workers, those skills. And Heather Dessart, who is our Deputy Director for Workforce Development Systems, is the person that has come in with the professional knowledge of program development and the system building, partnership building skills that have allowed us to reach out to the community. You see in your information the dozens of community agencies that we now work with, and it's those folks that are on the ground actually getting the training to our customers and getting them placed with employers. So I just wanted to highlight those roles. And if I could start with Cornelius, to just give the council an update on where you're going with business services.
Thank you. Briefly, Mayor, Council. I spend, as John mentioned...
Excuse me, I'm terribly sorry. Would you repeat your name for the record?
It's Cornelius Eason.
Thank you
And my
very
title
much.
is Director of Regional Strategies.
Thank you.
As John mentioned, I spend a great deal of time in the business community with chambers and trade associations, and that's all chambers. That's Las Vegas, Henderson, North Las Vegas, Boulder City, Mesquite, Lincoln County, Urban, Asian, Latin.
You're
Ate a lot of chicken. I go to a lot of
man.
luncheons. And but what we're doing is gathering that intelligence that Frank talked about, understanding really what businesses need, what occupations are going to evolve over time and have current demand, what skill sets that we need to feed to our training providers so that they can train workers to be placed in jobs right now. There's two pieces of collateral that you have in front of you right now, programs that we have recently rolled out. One is pretty exciting. It was developed by the Department of Labor Federal about 3 years ago, and it's referred to as Business Services Layoff Aversion. And the idea here is that we have business consultants on staff that work with small and medium-sized businesses to detect when there is a negative event that's happening in their business that will cause them ultimately to lay people off. So these consultants get in, actually analyze the financials of a business and try to marshal resources so that we can avoid that layoff. And if you think about the business cycle, you're either growing or you're on the decline. When a business is growing, they hire. So we really refer to this as a job creation program. And so we're really excited about that. The two consultants were hired in November. They're out working in the community right now, and we think we're going to have a big impact shortly. And the second piece of collateral here is what I refer to as our austerity program. We recently participated in the Las Vegas Chamber preview event that you were the MC for, Mayor. And instead of giving away giveaways, we gave away pictures of giveaways. And so you'll see a picture on the front of it, but on the back is a description of all the services that we provide. Thank you.
Thank you. That's so interesting and so fabulous. I mean, this state is on a roll. It's just great.
And this is what makes it happen, this kind of support for businesses at the critical moments in their evolutionary cycle. It's really great to watch the programs that Cornelius has set up. And as you said, always on the run, somewhere in southern Nevada making this stuff happen. So the real meat and potatoes behind this, the backbone, are the programs themselves. That is how we get people, both existing and new or displaced or unemployed workers, into the job training programs that are going to upgrade their skills enough to make them competitive in the job market. And 4 or 5 years ago, Councilman Ross, we looked around and said, how do we start building that program expertise on our staff so that we're not just putting out grants, but when we put them out, we're actually working with folks in the community on the business side and on the nonprofit side to make that connection and those skills. So we looked around the community and said, who's the best person we can go get to do this? And it turned out to be Heather Dessart. We brought her on, and she's been enormously successful in growing that program footprint and getting those performance measures up so we could be competitive for federal money. And I think Heather wants to give you just a brief update on some of the programs she's got going now.
Wonderful. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council members. I will be brief. I just wanted to...
Again, I'm sorry to ask you.
I'm sorry.
Restate your name and
Heather
your
Dessart,
position,
Workforce
please.
Connections, Deputy Director of Workforce Development Systems. Excuse me. I just want to take you through a couple of our exciting programs that we're running right now. As Frank mentioned, the sector councils are getting ready to gear up and be up and running. We have the Healthcare Sector Council that we've been working closely with Dieter to develop, and we have some key staff members. Deborah Collins on our staff, who has been a key player in the implementation and development of that sector, and we have Jaime Cruz, who's working closely with Frank on the State Energy Sector Partnership Grant to get that up and running too. So we've got 2 successful sector councils right now and hope to develop that further as we work with economic development to go in that direction. We're very fortunate to be able to have the funding to put towards, to direct and focus our energies on these sector councils. So what that means is when we procure our funds every year, because we get the funds flows through Dieter from the Department of Labor to us, we don't get to just spend it however we want. We have to procure those funds, in a transparent process, which means we put out what we call a request for proposal. Probably most of you are familiar with that. And we get the most qualified bidders to come into that. So I'm happy to announce that we are providing an RFP 101 workshop that will be the first of its kind, but hopefully one of many to come, where we're educating the community on what it means to bid in a competitive process for these funds and what it means to be a successful bidder and to prevent folks from not understanding the process and not successfully bidding. We're trying to open up opportunities for everyone. We're getting ready.
Excuse me, where will that be held? Are you doing several? And are they being held up in north and as well down south?
Right now it's being held down south. It's a product of the efforts of Workforce Connection staff just to be able to get the word out to how to do that successfully. Right now I believe it's scheduled for the 29th of February at the Texas station, but that information is going to go out to the community. It's going to be on our website, nbworkforceconnections.org. So we encourage everyone to come, anyone and everyone who might have an interest in trying to run a successful program. Among the successful programs that we've got going right now, we've got a reentry program that we've been running in-house as both a safe harbor and an incubator project. We've stabilized that project, and we're very proud of the fact that we're working closely with prisoner reentry population to get them employed. It's a difficult population to employ for a variety of reasons, as you can imagine. We've strengthened the program internally, and we're getting ready to put the RFP out into the community to see if we can get a community provider to take over those services. So we're very excited about that. We're providing services in the rural areas. When I first came on board, the rural services were being delivered by urban providers. So they didn't have a sense of the culture and community out there. So we've changed that. We now have rural providers delivering services to their own community. Nye Communities Coalition is one of our heroes out there. They are widespread, and we're very grateful for their presence. Probably one of the most exciting things that we've got going on, and this will be my last point, is we're running what we call a Graduate Advocate Initiative. We're in partnership with the Clark County School District. We have graduate advocate coordinators out in 10 identified schools with the school district. Along with United Way, we're providing mentors and mentor opportunities for students, along with access to assistance with boot camps for tutoring and trying to get their credits up where they should be so that we can get folks, our young people, to graduate. So we're very excited about that. It's an unprecedented effort, and we're hoping to see it grow over the next year or so that we can go from being the first in the nation as not graduating our kids to the opposite of that, flipping that coin. So thank you very much for your time.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for the report.
So thanks, Heather. And so Councilman Coffin has recently joined our board and our local elected officials consortium. So we're looking forward to the councilman continuing the strong leadership we've had from the City of Las Vegas at both our consortium level and our board level. So it's been an honor and a privilege for me to serve with all of you and all the people that have helped us turn the corner on this program, and I look forward to working with you down the road in whatever capacity that might be, and look forward to the new opportunities that Frank and the others in the system are going to see. Happy to answer any questions, Mayor.
Any questions here from council, please? Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, John, look where we were and where we're at today. $5 million to $30 million. And I have to apologize to you. I've done it before, and to Betsy as well. When we were going through this nightmare, this Workforce Investment Board years ago, and Frank, you were around, but you weren't there. Right. It was ugly. I mean, it was really ugly. And I actually had some pushback when Betsy suggested that we bring Mr. Ball on. I'm thinking, gosh, just one more player in this mess. And it was the absolute right decision to make, because, John, I know what you said about me doing what I did, we wouldn't be here. And I was wet behind the ears. I had no idea what I was getting into. But it's your leadership that really paid off. It's your dedication to moving to Las Vegas, taking charge of this organization. And, you know, you didn't do it by yourself. I know that. I mean, we literally, and you were being way modest, we literally restructured that entire board. We looked at sectors. We looked at the players in the community. We reached out and asked them individually, come on, do this. And remember the comments? Well, I've done that before. I don't want to go back. And it changed. It changed over time. What's more significant and more important is, and Cornelius kind of hit it on the head about business. Cornelius, it is so important that we continue to be tied into the business community. It's not just about retraining workers. It's about what does our economy need. Frank, that's you. What does our economy need? Coming from economic development, you see that. I mean, it's a perfect match. And it's really going to make the difference in the state. It's going to certainly make the difference. It already has in Southern Nevada. And I don't want the businesses or the sectors out there to not know about you. And every time I turn around, there you are. And it's something totally unrelated that I happen to be at a function or something, Mayor and council members. They are phenomenal. They're everywhere. I see Cornelius literally everywhere. And I think that's great because I don't want it to be a secret. Workforce Connections is working. John, you're going to be leaving us soon. I understand. Have you been plumbing somebody up to take your position?
You know, that's as you know, that's up to the elected officials.
Oh, John, don't do this to me. Don't do this to Councilman Coffin.
We've got, as you've seen today, we've got a lot of great
I know you got a great
on the current staff.
You got some great talent, and that's something else I recognize, Mayor and council members. John really went the extra mile and extra 10 miles. He reached out to the business sector too and just handpicked people to work for the investment world. When you started, how many employees do we have in the workforce?
We had 8, Councilman. We got about 68 now.
8 to 68. $5 million to $30 million. That is huge. The economic impact in this community alone is huge. Okay, that's good. Frank, you kind of answered all my questions. Now, because employment and job opportunities are so critical to the success and vitality of the city of Las Vegas, I would request of your successor and staff, you've got Cornelius is here, and she's here, and Frank, you too, that perhaps you come back to this council on a regular basis, once every 6 months, to kind of give us an update. Not just for the benefit of the council members, but for the benefit of the people of the city, so they understand what Workforce Connections does. It is phenomenal. It's a great program. These are federal dollars we're reinvesting back into programs, helping businesses succeed, helping keep people employed. We've gone through all the challenges, John. You've been there with me every step of the way. Councilman Coffin didn't know what he was getting into, and I explained to him, tried to anyway, where we were, where we're at today. He's got it easy. He's got it easy. But it's because of your leadership. I do want to tell you this. You have protected all the local jurisdictions. And just so everybody understands, all of the local jurisdictions participate. Nye County, Clark County, Henderson, Boulder City, North Las Vegas. That's the local elected officials consortium, which I was the chief local elected official at the time. But you helped protect millions of dollars that we could have been nicked for. You helped us do that. I still have, and I think Betsy, you do too, you still have the framed, signed agreement. All the local jurisdictions. It took me to twist some arms to get everybody on the same page on how we needed to run this organization, and it's happened. I'm not going to let that go anytime soon. And John, you mentioned a few folks on the city staff. Thank you for working so closely with Director Harson, Stephen Harson, and Deputy Director Lisa Morris Hibbler. I couldn't have done it without them. So, Betsy, certainly your staff. I want to thank Jim Lewis, Terry Ponticello, Mark Vincent for going over the numbers, and every other finance director in all the other jurisdictions when the time came. It was a big ship to turn around, and we did. Candace Falder, Vanette Appleyard, and Phil Stockinger. So, Director Harsons, thank you for having my back to help this organization get to where it is today. John, we're going to miss you. You've done a phenomenal job. I thank you personally, and I thank you on behalf of the citizens of Las Vegas. Thank you for your help.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other comments?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, please, Councilman.
Thank you. As far as the businesses, you mentioned working with a number of businesses. How many businesses do you have partnerships with through the organization?
That's Cornelius. Give a good number.
Oh, it's several hundred.
Several hundred. That
Okay,
we've worked with. Just
and
in the last few months, we've been working with several hundred. Go ahead.
And with the job training that you provide, how many jobs have residents received from coming through your program, and how many of those jobs have lasted more than 100 days?
So Heather, Councilman Heather can give you some details on those performance measures, but it's several thousand a year, and we have to meet, as I mentioned, federal performance levels in several categories. One is what percentage of those folks that come through our trainings get placed, what percentage have above a certain wage, relatively high wage, and what percentage are retained after a certain length of time on the job. And at this point, as I said, we exceed all our federal performance levels. Heather, you might have some details on that? Or? what those measures are.
I can just give you what John said is true. Those are our three primary measures that we are accountable to the Department of Labor for, and we are meeting all of those
So
numbers.
how many come through the program? Or have come through the program?
I think this year we'll probably serve about 5,000.
Yeah,
5,000.
in total. And we also have youth dollars as well, so we serve adult, dislocated worker, and youth
So
populations.
of that 5,000 that have come through the program, how many of those are still employed today? At least for those after that 100-day point.
Yeah, and I can tell you that the measure for that is, I believe, 73% is required by the Department of Labor, and we are exceeding all of the measures. So we are exceeding our placement, our average wage, and our retention measures.
Do you have any idea what percentage is coming from reentry from being incarcerated?
I don't have the exact percentage. In fact, we're in the process of beefing up with some additional funding in that area. I don't have the numbers, but I do know that it was reported to me the other day, the recidivism rate, I don't have to say that 10 times fast, is phenomenally low. I mean, the normal rate is in the 60 percentile range, and after coming through this program, it's in the 30 percentile range. So it's really
Congratulations. I mean, that's a great
So we're gonna pump
accomplishment.
some additional
Great
money into it.
accomplishment.
Wonderful. And I do have some percentage numbers if you'd like me to read them off for you.
Yes.
Thank you, for Cornelius, for bringing those up for us. We're required by Department of Labor to place 63% of our adult population. We've placed 69.5.
And we're speaking of the 5,000, being that we're speaking in percentages. Are you speaking of the 5,000 that have come through the program?
Of the total enrolled participants.
Okay.
Excuse me, dislocated workers were required to place 70%. We've placed 74.3. Retention rate for adults, 70% are required to retain employment for 2 quarters or 6 months or longer. And we are at 79.6%. Dislocated workers are required to, 80% are required to maintain that retention, and we are at 84.2. And average earnings, adults are required to meet the benchmark of $11,500 in 2 quarters. We are at 12,227, and dislocated workers are required to average 14,500 in 2 quarters, so for 6 months, and we are at 15,545. So we are exceeding all of our measures required by Department of Labor.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any comments? How about we have a motion to accept the report, please?
So moved.
Mayor, just one more question. I know I forgot one of my points here. What was the average wage for your employees? I mean, not for your employees, but for the
individuals we place?
Yes.
The average wage, I believe it comes out to about $10.50 an hour for adults and about $12 or $14 an hour for dislocated workers. And the concept behind that is that a dislocated worker is someone who's been in the workforce, has skilled, has maintained employment, and is unemployed, but they're not entering the workforce for the first time as a recently released incarcerated person, or an average adult could be a young person or something like that.
And the average training time that you spend on the worker to get them to work?
That's a good question. I think right now we have what's called an eligible training provider list, which are training providers that have been approved through DETR based on what's in demand in the environment, because we want return on investment for our dollars for trainings. I believe we have a max at this point of 6 months. We're thinking of changing that because as we enter into the healthcare sector, we're finding that more relevant healthcare trainings take longer and are a little more expensive. So we're looking at adjusting what we have in place structurally to accommodate the new sectors that are emerging right now through the state.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. There's been a motion to accept the report. Please vote. Please post. Thank you all very, very much. This is a very exciting time. And good luck, Mr. Ball, as you go forward. Item 53 has been obeyed to March 7th. Move on to item 54, report on the status of the Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement, the Mob Museum, located at 300 Stewart Avenue by Executive Director Jonathan Ullman. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Councilman Barlow, and how nice to see you again. You have no circles under your eyes.
Jonathan Ullman, Executive Director of the Mob Museum. The Thank you. And first, I just want to thank all the members of the council, in particular Councilman Barlow and Mayor Goodman. Simply put, there would not have been any opening yesterday if not for the support of the council, which has been absolutely tremendous. So it's deeply appreciated. I believe we're off to an excellent start, and I have good news that I'd like to share. I also just want to preface those comments by saying that by no means are things completely perfect at this stage of the game. I mean, we aspire to get to that place. I think that we see the museum environment as being one that will continuously grow and improve over time. Anytime you take 17,000 square feet of densely packed exhibits and you put them in a old historic structure and then you operationalize that museum, there are some challenges that go with that. That being said, it has been a tremendous launch, tremendous. I just want to give you a few of the highlights about that. We went through an amazing transformation over the course of the last week, just getting the finishing touches on the installation of the exhibits, and then we transitioned on Monday into our media day in the morning, in which 60 media outlets came, and those media outlets represented local TV and radio, but also represented major national outlets, including Associated Press, Reuters, the Chicago Tribune, Bloomberg News, the Washington Post, Travel and Leisure, major outlets. We had tremendous coverage. I hope you all saw for yourselves of the opening itself, including all of the local television stations, a 4-hour live remote from Heidi Harris's radio show, pickup of in many national outlets. One of the news items that we're most proud of, if you did not see on the Tuesday edition of the New York Times, above the fold in the arts section, there was a significantly positive review by the New York Times art critic. If you're in the museum industry, you know that this is you're big time when this happens. I mean, if you need validation about the quality of our museum and that we are truly on a national stage, that was it. We continue to have other coverage coming up. USA Today is running a piece on Saturday. We will be featured on the Today Show, and we have other coverage scheduled with CBS News, Fox News, and these are the national outlets for next week. So that's all been extremely positive. Over the last 24 hours, I should also just note, 450 television stories. Actually more than 450 television stories in the last 24 hours. The Vegas.com promotion that was done with the Ma Museum and the LVCVA for the 7 lucky couples that got to be married at the Ma Museum yesterday morning by former Mayor Oscar Goodman. That had had nearly 11,000 entries. So again, the coverage and the buzz has been terrific. Now, where the rubber meets the road is, people actually coming, and we finally have some early indicators about that. So yesterday, we had approximately 270 VIPs that were in attendance for the opening, but our total attendance on the day, and mind you, we did not publicize that we were open to the public until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but our total attendance for the day was close to 1,400 people. So we had over 1,100 paid attendees on a day that was truncated by 4 hours in the morning. So if you were to, and it's early yet to be doing any kind of trending or projecting, but if you were to project that out over the course of the year, that annualizes at about 100,000 more people than what we are budgeting and projecting our attendance for. So that's all extremely positive. And just anecdotally, and if you were working down here and being on Stewart Avenue for just, if you take the past year, I have never seen it as alive with pedestrian traffic up and down 3rd Street and going east-west on Stewart. So, the outlook for other businesses that will be operating adjacent to the museum, I also believe is extremely positive. And we all know that that was a huge impetus for this project, was the economic development and the revitalization of the downtown. So it's all looking very, very good.
We congratulate you. Any comments, questions from council?
I'd just like to say it was magnificent, absolutely magnificent, and the whole planning of everything. Very impressive. I had some calls from people back east who had seen it on television, and they were impressed also.
Thank you.
And I did get some text messages. One person said, blown away. As a matter of fact, Jeff Victor of the Fremont Street Experience said it was unbelievably sensational. So congratulations to you and to everyone who's made this happen. We're very excited. I know our businesses downtown are going to do nothing but benefit from this, and I hope we will get to the London Times, because our people across the pond love the idea of this museum.
It will happen, no doubt.
Thank you. Congratulations, and there is no motion required. Thank you. It's true.
Mayor,
Yes,
may I
please.
make a request that we move item 70 up?
Yes, certainly. Council, we are going to move up item 70. Okay. That's under recommending committee, a bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 2012-4. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Please.
Bill number 2012-4, an ordinance to adopt the 2009 edition of the International Residential Code together with amendments thereto, amend the city's administrative code regarding repetitive plans, and provide for other related matters.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety. As a part of our adoption of the 2009 suite of codes, one of the issues that came up was an issue of residential sprinklers in the 2009 International Residential Code. This council asked us and asked the home builders, because there has been considerable controversy related to residential sprinklers, which was required in that code, to see if we could work it out. And we have spent a lot of time and effort, and we have an agreement worked out. That agreement includes an economic trigger in which residential sprinklers are proposed in this ordinance to be adopted, but with an economic trigger that would say that if 10,000 or more single-family home permits are issued in southern Nevada, and the way we defined southern Nevada was Clark County, the cities of Henderson, North Las Vegas, and Las Vegas, a cumulative total of 10,000 in any calendar year, the following July 1, residential sprinklers would become effective in our ordinance. However, if we do not reach that, we also have a letter of understanding that we will be signing that says that if we do not reach that economic threshold, by the year 2015, we will reopen discussions. It does not automatically institute residential sprinklers, but we reopen discussions with the home builders about requiring residential sprinklers. With that, staff is recommending adoption of this ordinance. Ms. Irene Porter is here from the home builders to give their side of the equation.
Thank you. Ms. Porter, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor. Irene Porter, CEO, Southern Nevada Home Builders Association. I'm really pleased to be here because it was more than a year ago that we began all of this. We visited with members of the council at that time, and they asked us to sit down with the staff of both the fire department and the building department and see if we could come to a resolution on the residential fire sprinklers. We had a study done by applied analysis and a cost-benefit economic analysis, and if the city, anybody in the city would like a copy of that, we'd be more than happy to supply it to you. But through our discussions, it became really clear that we have an economic problem related to home building in this community. We're certainly not building homes like we used to. As an example, this last year, we will have done 4,000 permits valley-wide, as opposed to 38,000 just a few years ago. We had, one of the factors that we did, we looked from 1990 to the present time, and the average was at least 20,000 permits per year. And that's how we took half of that and came up with the 10,000 permits valley-wide as a, and then the builders looked at it from an economic standpoint. When we reached that point, they could again afford to do the sprinkler systems because they are a costly item in the homes. So that's how we came to the agreement we did, and we put in the triggers so that this is not a never-ending thing. One, if it reached the 10,000, then we will go to putting the sprinklers in. But if we don't, we will reopen the negotiations. Let's all hope we reach 10,000 by the year 2015 valley-wide and be able to put this economy back together from the housing standpoint. I'm pleased to answer any questions that you might have on this. Working with your staff was a dream. I really have to tell you that my little committee, which was Frank Wyatt from Pinnacle Homes, who was last year's president, Rocky Cochran from Pardee Homes, and we had others that worked within the home builders to work on this, like Rob McGibney from KBE Homes and Tom Warden from Howard Hughes Properties. This morning, Mr. Frank Wyatt wanted to be here because he chaired it. Unfortunately, Mr. Wyatt's mother became seriously ill Friday night, and I'm afraid to report that she is in her waning hours now. So Frank is with his mother, and you got me this morning instead. I thank the city. The fire chief was wonderful to work with. Chris always has been. The staff, we were able to come up with an agreement that also is almost identical to the agreement we reached with the Clark County. We have the same agreement. The city of North Las Vegas, they decided to take residential fire sprinklers out entirely out of the code. So the only one we're still going back and working with again will be the city of Henderson. But we've come a long ways in putting something together on a region-wide basis, not only for the residential fire sprinklers, but in the adoption of the 2009 codes. We had members of our industry serving on all of the ICC and SNOBO committees to come up with a uniform adoption of codes throughout this valley. This is the second time now that we've been able to have uniformity in all of the building codes in all of the entities. And I think that is a significant achievement in the building code area. Sometimes things work out, you know. I thought this morning when I was sitting in this room, maybe I was supposed to be down here today. I remember when this room opened. I remember the City Hall, and I was here. And so today, in your last meeting, I get to be back again. Thank you for everything, and thank you for working with us on this. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mrs. Porter, and please send our prayers to Mr. Wyatt and his family. We hope things turn around and are better. Mr. Harsons, yes, Mr. Coffin, Councilman.
Thank you very much. I am supporting the resolution. I think there's not a question on that. I think that, Irene, I wish I could have a lot of fun and roast you up here because you're the victim in the hot seat. But, of course, I can't because we've had so many years of working together. And the kind of solution that's been worked out in here is a typical Irene Porter solution where you got everybody together and everybody seems to be happy with the outcome. And, of course, I can assure you that the new City Hall is just as accessible as this one, maybe even much more so, much more comfortable. So you're certainly welcome to come over as soon as you can to the new building. If you can't invent an excuse, we'll invite you.
Well, I thank you for that, and I did say this morning when I was coming in, I hope they made the new council chambers a little more accessible. It's a little tight fit getting through the door out here. They had to bring me through these doors because they can't get me through them, the ones over here. My wheelchair won't fit.
Believe it. You make sure you come over. It's something else.
I will be thrilled to come see the new City Hall.
Thank you. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. Irene, thank you very much. I made a commitment to you and the Home Builders Association a long time ago when it came to these residential fire sprinklers and this new code, this version of the code. So I want to express my appreciation to you for working so closely with our fire department and Chris Knight as well. Excuse me. This is, Mayor and council members, a great example of how we do business in the city of Las Vegas. If it's going to affect an industry or a sector, we sit down with those people involved. The foreclosure ordinance, another great example. We sat down with the banks, we sat down with the realtors. I mean, and Irene, you and I have done this before in the past anyway. You know, if it's going to affect building and construction in the city and we're going to make some changes, how is that going to affect that sector, that industry financially? And we have to be cognizant of that on a regular basis in local government so that we can help the home builders grow, help them get back out there. And I'm seeing sticks in the air, Irene. That's a good sign of the economy that's changing. People are buying new homes again, and that's significant. So, Mr. Knight, thank you, as well as Fire Chief Myers and our Fire Marshal and everybody that's involved to get us to this point. And yes, Irene, I hope we exceed the 10,000 mark this year.
How about tomorrow morning? That would be a good. Incidentally, we do have some good news. I can tell you that a couple of weeks ago, out at Mountain's Edge, I know that's in the county, it is in the city, but out at Mountain's Edge, there was both a KB and a Party product opening over that weekend. They were energy efficient and so on, and they had 700 people tour those two projects over that weekend. And I know that is a lot of people considering what we've been getting coming into our subdivisions from a traffic standpoint. So I think we're optimistic that it's coming back together, that it's starting to come back for new housing.
Well, it's going to come back because our tourism's been up solidly every month for the past 22, and it's really exciting. We're alive and energized, and it will come back. But we thank you for your fine report. Any other questions or comments? I would entertain a motion. Councilman Barlow's not here. Councilman Coffin? Or Coffin?
I would move, Your Honor, to adopt Bill number 2012-4.
There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very, very much. Our best. And Mr. Harsons, thank you too. This is wonderful news.
Thank you. And I have to tell you that Frank Wyatt put a tremendous amount of time, personal time, volunteer time in all of the entities to try to make this come about. I think we all need to thank Frank for what he tried to do.
Please extend our gratitude to him and our prayers and best wishes. Thank you. We will now move on to item, I believe we're at 55, is that correct? Okay, discussion for possible action regarding the consolidated tax formula issues, all wards, and this is Mr. Vincent's time.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Mark Vincent, the Chief Financial Officer. And I thought I could start this morning by giving you a little background as to why we have this item on the agenda. And unless I'm having trouble, my clicker's not working. Oh, never mind.
We have something.
I might be able to do it. There we go. Here we go. We're in business. Let me just, again, start with a little background as to why we're having this item on the agenda. In the 2011 session, there was a bill introduced by the City of North Las Vegas to make some adjustments to the consolidated tax formula. We refer to it as the C-tax formula. And that bill morphed into an interim study bill requiring an interim committee, a legislative interim committee. And the actual title of the bill of the committee, in case you're looking for it, you probably wouldn't want to look for it, only people like me would, but the title of the committee is Subcommittee to Study the Allocation of Money Distributed from the Local Government Tax Distribution Account. Well, the Local Government Tax Distribution Account is what we refer to as C-tax, so just to clear that up. And you can see the committee members on here, and one of the things that happened is we knew this interim study was coming, and we have, as you know, engaged Applied Analysis to help us with some modeling. We even reached out to some of the other local governments. The City of Henderson was using Applied Analysis. We've been working with them. We've reached out to the county, North Las Vegas, and we've been trying to do our own study and to help move this along. And when we went to the first meeting in February 1st, the chairman asked that we actually submitted issues through NACO, Nevada Association of Counties, and through Nevada League of Cities. The chair of the committee decided that that wasn't what she exactly wanted. What she really wanted was individual submissions from the individual entities of issues that were approved by our board. And so that's where we are today. So we are doing that, and we'll be submitting a formal list of issues as soon as we get done with this item. So that gives you a little bit of background. Oops. Who's clicking for me? Okay, so I'll tell you when to click. Okay. So you click back, please. There we go. The CTAX, a little bit on the CTAX issue. Most of you are pretty familiar with this because we brief you every month and you know what some of the elements are, but it might be helpful to go back a little bit and understand that this was created in 1997 by SB 254. The purpose of it was to simplify 6 different taxes that were distributed to local governments in various ways. So it was the idea was simplification. The idea was that it would be revenue neutral. The intention wasn't that we were shifting revenue around. We were just trying to make the distribution of it a little simpler. And so whatever you got in your distribution in the prior year, you were supposed to get at least that in the new distribution starting with the new consolidated tax. That was the concept. Also, there was some consideration to the tax shift of 1981, and I'll explain that here in a second. That was another issue. It was also supposed to be discourage interjurisdictional competition. In other words, it was the idea was to reward natural growth that may happen naturally, but sort of discourage the competitive growth where you may have competitive annexation processes, and some of that apparently went on in the 80s and the 90s before I was here. So that was the original idea. In this chart here, you can see that there's 6 taxes, and I'd like to go over them again briefly. The first 2 actually are sales and use taxes. So the first thing that jumps off the page is 84% of the tax revenue in Clark County is generated from sales and use tax. The supplemental city-county relief tax, that is a statewide sales tax. It's 1.75 cents of the statewide sales tax that goes to local county. It's important to understand a little bit about that. That came about with the property tax shift of 1981, and I mentioned that when this was created, why that was important. The issue was that we had a 5% constitutional limit on our mill rate for property taxes. We had just seen Prop 13 in California with the property tax revolt, and our legislature decided to shift these tax revenues, if you will, from property taxes onto a sales tax base. And the idea was that as they legislatively imposed a new cap for the property tax rates, they would determine what sales tax would needed to replace that, and then the distribution of that new sales tax revenue would theoretically mirror what you were getting on your property tax bill. Because remember, the idea here was that we were just changing the form of a revenue. So when it comes to the CTAX situation here, we have that issue. 175 is the old SSCRT, the Supplemental City County Relief that was a replacement for property tax. We have the Basic City County Relief, which is the original half a cent that goes to all the local governments. The Governmental Services Tax, that is the old, we used to call that motor vehicle privilege tax, is in fact, its origins are property tax on the value of vehicles. It was a 4 cents per, it was a 4% tax on the value of the vehicle as it was depreciated, and it remains that way today. So it is, in fact, resembles a property tax. The real property transfer tax was 55 cents for every $500 of value of property that was real estate that was transferring. Cigarette tax was 10 cents on a pack of 20. Liquor tax was a sliding rate depending on the content of alcohol. So the big ones, of course, are the first 3. Now, it was implemented. The bill, the original bill was passed in '97. It was implemented in fiscal year '99. So you had sort of a lagging period of time there. And the original bill 254 did allow for a period of protest, if you will, if the cities or the local governments felt that their distribution wasn't fair based upon what happened in the intervening year. One could argue that period of protest or a period of ask for relief may not have been long enough. perhaps. So anyway, it was implemented. So let me, oops, there we go. The issue here, if you look at the red A's and the blue V's, the issue is when you look at the composition of the C-tax, more than quarters of it is actually based on property tax. And the reason why I bring that up and why it's important is some of the arguments that other jurisdictions are making is that maybe the assessed value piece of the formula shouldn't be considered, and maybe we should be comparing these revenues on a per capita basis and so on and so forth. And the fact is these original revenue sources, and they actually maintain their complexion today, they're just pooled in a general account, are rooted in property tax. And the reason why that's somewhat important and certainly interesting is that when the tax shift happened in 1981, you had a situation where local governments, for all the obvious reasons, didn't all want to levy the maximum operating property tax rate. Many of them didn't levy the maximum operating tax rate. And so when the legislature stepped in and said, we're going to artificially drop and cap your property tax rate, and we're going to replace it with a statewide sales tax, there was a tendency to say, well, hey, great, me too. We would have levied, if we would have known you were going to do that, we would have levied the full operating rate that we had authority to do, and we should get credit for that on the other side. And that wasn't the intent. And so some of the arguments that we're having today about it's not fair on a per capita basis are rooted in this shift in 1981, and it's perpetuated as we go along. So it's just important to understand a little bit of that history. I'm not going to bore you with the whole formula. If you really want to know, here is the book that talks about all the aspects of the formula. It took 5 hours in the first meeting to go through that, and we didn't even cover the whole book. I'm going to take a minute here. Basically, the way that the original formula worked was what you got in the prior year was your base for the next year. And if the actual revenue exceeded that base, then that excess was distributed to the local governments within the county on the basis of these factors. And the factors were your population growth, your assessed value growth, and a factor that we call 1+. So conceptually, if your population grew by 2%, that would be 0.02. If assessed value grew by 10%, that would be 0.10. If you'd add 1 to that, you'd come up with 1.12. You do that for every entity in the county. You do the math, come up with a new product. You take the percentages, relative percentages of that sum of those products, and that's what the percent you got for your excess. And I really oversimplified that, but that's generally what it did. And these are the three primary factors. The reason why it's important to know what the original formula was is over the course of the last 13 years, we've actually had 10 bills since the original creation of this consolidated tax, 10 bills adjusting it. Probably the most important one was AB 10, which was passed in the 2001 special session. And it did three things that dramatically changed how the formula worked. The first thing it did is it said, we're going to change how we calculate your base. The base is no longer going to be equal to whatever you got last year. It's going to be equal to the prior year's base growing by a consumer price index adjustment. So that retarded how quickly the base could grow. And you'll see in a second, as I get through this slide, some interesting charts and graphs that will show this a little more graphically. The other thing it did is it phased out the 1+ language. It said, you know, the 1+ language tends to retard the responsiveness of the formula to faster growing communities, and they didn't think that was fair. And so they phased out the 1+ language over a period of 4 years. And again, if you talk to the founding fathers of this consolidated tax, and they testified at the first interim committee meeting, you know, that 1+ factor had a purpose. It may have overstated itself, but it actually had a moderating purpose, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. The other thing it did is it made a specific $4 million base adjustments. All the other entities in Clark County gave up their prorated share of tax revenues to give to one entity that was making the argument that this wasn't fair. So those are the three things that it did. So what has happened? This chart here is just a chart of the excess pool. So when you think of consolidated tax, you have your base pool and you have the excess pool. AB 10 changed. It used to be your base. You knew your base is whatever the last year's distribution was, and you can see that in from 99 to 2001, those bars are equal. The light bar and the dark bar are equal. When 2001 hit and the AB 10 came about, it uncoupled that, and you can see how during the growth years, click forward, please. There we go. You can see during the growth years that we, those of you that were here, experienced where the faster-growing cities, their C-tax distribution was growing almost twice as fast as ours. Now, we were all pleased with that because we were still growing in the low to middle double digits, and we had some cities that were growing well over 20%, almost 30% in some years. So that was a good thing. No one was complaining. But then the recession hit, and in 4 years, all that was in excess went away because it just, the growing of the base and the dropping of the revenue pool caught up with it. And so whatever the faster growing communities gained in the growth years, they lost. I mean, they're no better off now than they were back before that formula was changed by AB 10. Now, had they kept the original formula, had base just been what you got the prior year and the excess was only growth over the prior year total, that's what these dark bars represent. And the reason why this is important to me is that when you have so much of the total account in play based upon changing growth patterns, you get some anomalies, and you'll see one here in a minute. But you put a lot of revenue at play, and actually, somewhere out in the future, you would eventually see, I believe, that the C-tax excess pool probably would equal or exceed what the base is, and that would be pretty traumatic. You can see here at the height, it was almost 45% of the total distribution. So that's a graphic representation of that. This one, I apologize, maybe a little bit harder to read, a lot of numbers on it. There's two pieces of this. This is the other formula where you look at the factors. It's the assessed value growth, population growth in particular. And there's a red dashed box. I want to move your eyes to the left of that. For example, you look at Clark County. For fiscal year 12, the 5-year average population growth for Clark County would have been 1.9%. Their assessed value growth was a negative 6.5%. You would combine those two together, you'd get a negative 4.6% growth rate. Well, the formula would take all those negative numbers you see there and make them zero, drop them to zero, because you couldn't go negative. We're not adding 1 plus anymore under the new formula, so you can't have a negative distribution. It just goes to zero. The anomaly is you see City Mesquite. City Mesquite was the only city in Clark County that had positive growth, 8.4% growth combined for fiscal year 12. And of course, this is one of the things that caused us to begin to negotiate a memorandum of understanding agreement with all the other local entities, which we did to remedy that. If you look at the red box, this is an alternative process that says, well, maybe instead of looking at the two together and the combined together can't be less than zero, maybe you should look at them independently. And the reason for this is we just experienced 30-40% drop in assessed values, and the drop in the property values has diddly to do with the services we provide. And so maybe the assessed value shouldn't outweigh the population growth. Maybe we shouldn't have excess distribution go to zero for a city that has positive population growth, but they had no control over the dropping real estate values because nothing else has really changed. So the idea here would be that if you separated the two and said one would be not less than zero and the other one would be not less than zero and added them together, you can see in this particular example, everyone would have participated in the excess, everyone would have got a share, and Mesquite wouldn't have got the lion's share. Now, what does that look like? It would look like this. If we had not entered into the MOU and had the formula as it is today been applied, Mesquite would have almost tripled the revenue that they got for 1 year in fiscal year 12. Now, next year in 13, because of the dynamics of the formula, they would have gone back down close to 8. So this is a 1-year blip for them. And this is the real reason why we entered into the interlocal agreement. We convinced Mesquite that this was not a reasonable situation. This was an aberration of the formula. The formula wasn't functioning like it should be, and that they agreed, and all the entities in Clark County agreed, and that's how we got in the interlocal we're in today. So having gone through that pretty quickly, what are our recommendations, our former recommendations? And again, depending what discussion we have here and what our final vote is, whatever those recommendations are, we'll put those in writing to the chair so she'll know. So the first thing is we think that the base does need to grow faster than the consumer price index. We actually think the original formula is right and that the base should be whatever the prior distribution was. Now, we'll tell you that that tends to hurt slower growing communities. So that's not necessarily in our favor, but in my mind it's a fair, reasonable thing to do. And I get very nervous when you see a large percentage of the distribution account at risk for certain growth anomalies. And so I think that's the right thing to do. The second issue really benefits all of us, and that is let's not let the AV. I think when the founding fathers created this, they probably never thought that we'd have a real estate boom and then a bust. But that event is causing some strange situations in the formula, hence the MOU. And so we think that really you should look at those things separately. If you have positive population growth with a negative AV growth, you still get to play in the excess pool. That makes sense to us. The third item here, the fail-safe mechanism, that probably benefits the slower growing communities like us. And we're thinking of a couple things. One, either a trigger of some sort. The formula is so complicated, it really is not possible to think of every anomaly or every situation that might occur, and somewhere down the road something might happen. Should the formula have a trigger, for example, that reverts back to the base distribution from the prior year, which would have helped us with the Mesquite situation this year? That might be. We've also been doing some modeling with the plus factor, and we've actually gone down as low as you see in the slide to add, instead of 1 to the growth rates, a 0.03, which is a 3% number, to the growth rates. And that has had a very stabilizing effect, but it still appears to be, has more of a retardant effect on the faster growing community. So we are still working through that. But we do believe that some form of a factor should be added to the population assessed value growth. We think that served a purpose. And again, we're still working through that with our partners. The fourth bullet is an interesting one, and this popped up when we did the MOU. The problem we had during the session in 2011 was that the current law said if you wanted to enter into an MOU, you would have had to have done it by December of the prior year. Well, the taxation estimates don't come out until February. And so how do you know you got a problem until you get the estimates? And Marilyn Kirkpatrick was kind enough, the chair was kind enough to extend that, pass the bill that allowed us to make those changes by the end of May, which we did. And so we think that date probably is a reasonable thing and should be carried forward in the future. And then finally, the fourth item just simply is we don't believe that base adjustments should be made. We think this is a lot of history to how the tax, consolidated tax got created, and even the tax shift going back to 1981. There are going to be some requests, I'm sure, that for some adjustments. There will be some arguments made on a per capita basis. We just believe that those should not be considered. And obviously, we think any changes we do should be prospective. We shouldn't do anything with the formula that retroactively goes back and adjusts distributions that have happened in the past. This should be a forward-looking change. So that's my presentation. Unless you have any questions or think I missed anything here or like to add something or change something or discuss anything, I'm happy to field any questions.
I think we're okay.
Great. I will need a motion and a vote to accept these recommendations, obviously.
Could we have a motion, please? Councilman Coffin?
One comment, and I'd be happy to make the motion after that. I'm glad you put a frame of reference out there about the 81 session, which was a disaster for local governments. And local government's still suffering, not having the ability to service the needs of the people because it doesn't control its destiny. Right. And the legislature, which always considers itself to be the primary mover of all great thought in Nevada, still thinks that local governments cannot change their diapers. And it's a darn shame that you have stuff like this, that you have to show to the public and make them believe that that is how we run government. And it's not the local government's fault that that's in there. That's a product of compromise. But 81 created so many imbalances. It took us 10 years just to get Clark County back on a footing where it wasn't being such a heavy donor county to Washoe County. And that made for a lot of harsh feelings amongst the legislators and the local governments versus the North. Now we have this formula, which I don't understand, because I don't do this full-time, and there are a lot of people that work full-time that don't understand it. And I know that we've got to watch because everybody's trying to get an edge. Anytime something's complicated, it becomes a game. It's the easiest thing to game is when something is hard to understand. It's sort of like trying to fund the schools here in Nevada. And what I hope after we discuss this is that we begin to discuss what we can take to the next legislative session. That would be something to simplify this. And I mean, we need to start the ball rolling to go back to where it was before. You know, really, you can't always turn the clock back, but you can say we need to have the authority to handle the problems that you legislators want us to handle. I spent 22 years in the minority up there, hammering on issues like this and not getting to first base. So I'm glad to have a voice here where I can talk about my own experience and how hard it was to get change, especially when you're dominated by northern legislators. And now we have the ability, if we can demonstrate good spending, good stewardship of public money and how we govern, you know, I think we should earn a place at the table to turn the clock back some and get some authority back. The subject of local control, in essence, home rule has come up now a couple of times. I think we ought to be in favor of it. I just feel like that's a part and parcel of your presentation today. And may not technically be on the agenda, but I sure think it ought to be a subject of discussion in the council from here on out till the next legislative session starts.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Coffin, I am proud of you. You used the H word, home rule. I will say this, and Mr. Vincent, thank you very much. It's interesting that those three little items that you had mentioned earlier are all in that big fat book right there. But I want to express my appreciation to you, Ted Oliva, certainly as well. For those of you that don't know it, I work very closely with the Nevada League of Cities in regards to my capacity as the current president of the Nevada League of Cities in regards to this. I also want to express my appreciation on behalf of the council and the city of Las Vegas to Marilyn Kirkpatrick and her leadership and the others who serve on that committee as well, because as Councilman Coffin indicated, this is serious, this is significant, and it has to be fair and equitable. And as the largest city in the state, we certainly don't want the smaller cities suffering because of inequity in the way this formula works out. So I just want to express my appreciation to everybody and tell Councilman Coffin that he's almost there.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes,
just two other points. I didn't mention earlier, the public may be wondering why this is such a big deal. Generally, this is half of our revenues, half of our general. I mean, the public needs to understand these are half of our revenues in play here, and that's consistent with most of the local cities here in Clark County. The other thing I wanted to mention again is that we are continuing to work. We're trying to take a leadership role to work with the other local communities, and I'm confident that the bigger issues can be. I think reasonable people can reach some conclusion about the bigger issues. There are going to be some outlier things the committee is going to have to deal with, and we may not be able to help them with that. But I think some of the bigger issues we can reach some agreement on, and we hopefully will be in a better situation.
Well, and hopefully we can make this effective at the legislature and be on the top side of it also. Thank you, Mr. Vincent, very much. Is there a motion, please?
Mayor, may I just really quickly, my understanding is that we would pursue all 5 of Mark's recommendations, and we would add to that additional fiscal home rule to cities. Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, and I meant to make a comment about that, too. We need all of his recommendations, including the plus factor for certain in regards to moving forward with this. So.
Okay. And is there a motion?
Thank you, Mayor.
With the addition.
Mark, thank you for that riveting presentation.
I tried to do it quick.
My motion will be to pursue the recommendations and move forward and work with the state legislature and the other local governments to make this a lot more equitable and a lot simpler.
With the addition as added by Councilman Coffin?
Yes, with the additions.
Thank you so much. There's a motion. Please vote, and thank you, Mr. Vincent. Please post. Riveting. I love that. Motion passes. Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you. I've been asked by Councilman Barlow to move up item number 65 at this point because we have persons that have been sitting for quite some time and need to get back to their respective employments. So item number 65 for all of you, this is R12-2012. It is a public hearing for possible action regarding a resolution authorizing a medium-term loan in the amount not to exceed $8,500,000, directing the officer of the city to forward material to the Department of Taxation of the state of Nevada, authorize the sale of general obligation, medium-term obligations, and executing documents related thereto for the cost to acquire, improve, equip, operate, and maintain street projects related to the reopening of F Street. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. It is a public hearing, and I declare it open, and so if there is public comment, and on 65 we have Ms. Falder from the city. If you would care to come forward and address this first before the public comment, it would be helpful.
Candace Falder, Director of Finance. We're seeking your approval to move forward to execute for net bond proceeds of $8.1 million to be coupled together with additional funding sources, federal funds, state funds, totaling $16 million to complete our projects needed for the reopening of F Street.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. It is now declared open. Please come forward, state your name and your comments.
Mayor
Yes.
Goodman, Candace, if you will, please. Mayor, if you don't mind. Candace, if you would just please provide some background and some of the historical facts as it relates to this item for those in the public who are not familiar with this item.
Councilman?
In relation to, or yourself, Betsy, whomever is most appropriate, as far as how we got this item to this point.
I think it might be better if Jorge came up and gave you a project overview and gave you a little bit of the history. I'm happy to add in some commentary as needed, but I think probably Jorge's the appropriate person to answer that question.
Okay,
He's
beautiful.
much more
Jorge?
intimately involved. Yes.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. Just some
Yes.
Just as some background, as part of the I-15 widening project by NDOT several years ago, F Street was closed as part of the project. Part of the reason behind it was cost savings, so not have to build additional structures to do that. There was a legislative action that passed a couple of sessions ago requiring the city and NDOT to work together to reopen that crossing under the freeway. And so for the past 2 years, we've been working with the community out there, with the councilman's office, Senator Horsford's office, and other folks, trying to figure out how we're going to open the structure again. We're at the process now where we're finishing up the design work. Part of the bill required the city to provide $2.5 million of RDA money for the design. That has been provided for. We're at about 90% design, looking at finishing design around July of this year and starting construction probably around November this year when we'll start construction. This item before you today is to provide some of the funding that will be provided to do this construction, about $8.1 million. The remainder of the funding is coming from some federal money, some state and Nevada Department of Transportation money, for a total of $16 million required to open this facility.
So, Jorge, if I'm hearing you correctly, June or July of this year, we will be done with the complete 100% design?
That is correct, Councilman.
And we have the opportunity of moving forward with construction by the end of this year?
We're looking at doing going out to bid around August, going through the bidding process, looking to issue a notice to proceed around November.
And would I be accurate in my comment that well over 20 meetings, if not more, have been conducted with the community as a whole, whether it be the City of Las Vegas working in relation with Nevada Department of Transportation, as well as those special interest groups and community groups that have hosted a number of meetings with us to get us to this point, according to the guidelines that were set by the Nevada State Legislature in 2009 legislative session?
That is correct, Councilman.
Okay, thank you.
Public comment, please.
Well, my name is Anthony Hart, 123
I have a
David.
question of Jorge. Are we going to have him back up periodically?
Yes, we
Is that
can.
right?
We
Okay.
can bring him back up.
Can I go now?
Yes,
Oh, I
please.
didn't want to
Sorry.
interfere with Mr. Kaufman there. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. This F Street and the opening of it and closing it and the opening it and closing it and going on. I still say that when you open it, what do you got? 2 blocks and you bump into Bonanza and or maybe run across the track. This is a joke. I don't believe this. I mean, that money could be spent getting some jobs somewhere, doing something. This is a joke. We don't open it and give me a break. I disagree with that, period. Sorry.
Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name. You can give that to the city clerk, please.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, everybody, Mayor and the council. I'm Assemblywoman Dina Neal, representing District 7. So I just wanted to make a couple of comments because I heard that this measure might be opposed, and so I wanted to put some factual statements on the record in terms of what happened in 2009 and when this legislation came about, even though I was elected a year ago, 2 years ago. So basically, the opposition that I heard was that it was going to, that somehow Senator Horsford wasn't, or he lied about how notice was given to the community in committee, and that there was opposition in terms of that this was going to be a waste of $8.5 million or $8.1 million. So what I did was I went back and I read the legislative minutes, and then from the 2009 hearing, the Senate minutes, and also the Assembly minutes, to try to get an understanding of, number one, was there proper discussion on notice? What were the comments in response to notice? And so, and this is anything that anybody can look up. And I also went through the Senate Journal, because what was interesting was that the bill was vetoed, and that the bill was brought back alive because the Senate overturned the veto by the governor. So the bill passed and now it's law. So what I wanted to bring up, so that if this is a discussion, that the legislative minutes be a part of how we look at this issue. In 2009, Senator Lee asked NDOT, which is Susan Martinovich. She said, he said, I wanted to know, was there any notice given to the community? And she stated that she could have done a better job of notifying the community. This was in the minutes. Senator Kerr then asked the question, if notice to the residents for approval of the plan was either to oppose the plan, or was it notice to state that there were going to be hearings on the closure of F Street? And NDOT, Susan Martinovich again, responded, notices were not specifically given about the closure of F Street. She said it was notice of the description of the project, but it was not specific. So nowhere in the record did it state that Senator Horsford lied or said that notice wasn't given, but Martinovich actually stated that it wasn't specific, and that the community knew about the project design, but not that there was a specific hearing on dealing with the closure of F Street. So that completely, I guess, it diffuses or dilutes the argument that a reason to not move forward is because there is a debatable issue on the question of notice. Because the legislative minutes are pretty clear that the notice, not that it was improper, but it was not specific or did not clearly identify what notice was for, that there was going to be a closure. And the residents were not aware and couldn't move forward with having those community meetings to have that say, which brought forth this whole, you know, from 2009 to 2010 and this debate where we're at now, where we're trying to figure out this interlocking agreement on how this money will be divided. So that's basically what I wanted to state, and because I gotta go, but I wanted to bring that up just so that you can know or recognize that if that comes up as an issue, look at the legislative minutes from the 2009 Senate committee meeting or the Assembly meeting, and you'll see the questions that Senator Lee and Senator Kerr had to ask.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this
Mayor,
item?
could I just ask a question of Ms. Neal before she has to leave? Assemblyman, sorry, I forgot Assemblywoman. Should have remembered that, too. When you got the information from the head of the NDOT and she said that they could have notified better. Did that information come up later when they were talking about how they were going to distribute the cost of reopening this? I mean, doesn't that sort of place the heaviest responsibility on the state? Whereas the way it's divided, it seems to me half of the responsibility is going on the city and the other half, or 1/4, is going on the
what
state.
was clear from the legislation, and I think it's in Section 32 of the bill, was that there would be some allocation to the city and to NDOT. Initially in the bill, it said that the city of Las Vegas would pay like $2.5 million, and then there was an amendment. And you can look at the minutes. Senator Raggio asked a few questions to Senator Horsford on the amendment before they passed it out of the committee about getting something in writing on specifically how that payment would be done and what would be the priority of F Street, and to make sure that this project did not move other projects of priority out of queue. And so to that degree, that's all I can speak to, because my understanding was that there was something in writing, and that was either between the City of Las Vegas and NDOT and Horsford to that issue. Now, where that document is, that would have to be with someone else, because what I did basically, looking at all of the stuff that's been in the Review Journal and the statements that were being made, I said, well, okay, let's just go back to the facts, because what's true is that you can only deal with what's in the minutes. So if it's not on record, I don't know if it's valid or not, but what was on record is what I just stated to you, and that's in legislative minutes, and you can find it. Senator Raggio's conversation was in the Senate Committee Government Affairs meeting in 2009, and he specifically took Horsford to task on what that priority would look like and where that funding would come from.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward and state your name.
Mayor and members of the council, State Assemblyman Harvey Munford. I don't want to hurt my back. Let me see if I can get it up here. I actually wasn't going to follow Assemblywoman Ms. Neal, but when she was speaking on the actual minutes of the meeting and what occurred in terms of the language and the verbiage and what they discussed and talked about, I was a witness there. I was sitting at the table with Senator Horsford when that entire bill was presented, and I concur with what she said. What she said is absolutely correct. I had many meetings with Director Susan Meninovich in my office, discussing this entire project many times. And she said that when it was first, you could say, the decision was to close F Street, and some of the meetings that they had, you could say community meetings, town hall meetings, she said it was sort of done in sort of a clumsy way. It wasn't done in a sort of a appropriate policy or handled by the law and the way it's supposed to be done. And she said that it could have been more outreach. It could have been extended even more to the core population of the community. And she said that's why she felt that the way it was done was something that she felt was an injustice. It wasn't fair. It wasn't just. And we discussed that many times. And that's why we felt that the closing of F Street, and that's what the steps were first, was to close it. Because I can remember driving by it, and I saw the signs that were stating that it was going to be closed. And Katie Duncan was one of the first people to take some steps to contact the media and contact the community. And she contacted me because I'm a state representative, and she felt this was a state problem in terms of Interstate 15 and so forth. And when she contacted me, that's when I began to make immediate contact with NDOT and Susan Maninovich. Since I've been with the project, I've been with it since its inception, since it first started. And I've been a strong, you could say it become almost a passion with me to work with it and try to make sure that it would fulfill what our goals and what our expectations were, to make sure that the street, first, as I said, it was first to not close it, then they closed it, and then now our position is to reopen it. And I must say that I must commend the city of Las Vegas that they did make a commitment, and they did talk to me, even the legislature, and many times in the community, that they felt that the project was worthy of that they would be willing to give appropriate commitment and dedication to making sure that the street would be reopened. And I myself, like earlier was talked about, some of the meetings, I've attended practically every one of those meetings. And I have to commend the city of Las Vegas, Councilman Barlow, for their continued effort and work to try to make sure that this project will be fulfilled. And there's many people that's worked very hard to make this happen. And when I saw it in the paper this morning, I was just shocked and appalled. I didn't know there would be any opposition. I know you're concerned about your funding. I know about the revenue. And I can understand, I almost called him senator, but Councilman Coffin. And I've worked with him many times. I was sitting back there when they were talking about revenue sharing and the seat tax. He knows all about it. I know about it. But anyway, I myself is just here to let you know that I'm totally opposed to any type of move that you would make to not let this project happen. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to come forward, please do so and state your name.
Harvey so tall. Jeez. My name is Trish Duran. I am the chairwoman of the S Street Coalition. Mayor Goodman, congratulations. Finally, Mr. Kaufman, we meet face to face here. First and foremost, thank you, Councilman Barlow, for your outreach so that we will know about this project coming forth in front of the council. Quickly, I know that it's past many of your lunch times. For the record, I'd like to submit this letter that was given to me by Stephen, I want to call him Congressman, Senator Stephen Horsford. And it reads, Dear Council members, I believe today, as I did in 2009, that by taking action to reopen F Street now, the state avoids greater costs in the future. In 2009, NDOT's preliminary estimate indicated that the F Street reopening would take approximately $45 million and 18 months beyond current schedule of March 2010. Today, we know that the actual cost assessment indicates the project will take approximately $17 million. I still believe the cost of inaction is far greater. First, the F Street closure isolates West Las Vegas, an historic neighborhood in southern Nevada, from the downtown areas in the Las Vegas Strip. This deprives residents of easy access to the places where many are employed and literally walls off any future development that might rely on attracting tourists to an area that they can no longer easily reach. Furthermore, the new wall that has already been constructed falls along old boundaries that recall the unfortunate history of segregation in Las Vegas, adding emotional outrage to the considerable community opposition to this project. Furthermore, in 2009, a lawsuit was filed on behalf of residents of West Las Vegas under Title VI with the passage of AB 304. The lawsuit was withdrawn. However, the residents of West Las Vegas still have the right to refile this suit. And I believe that were it filed again, this is a case that the state of Nevada would likely lose, as Title VI clearly states that the Title VI aims to prevent discrimination relating to a program's impact on access, among other items. We need to reopen F Street, and by failing to act now, we will deal a heavy blow to a community that may never recover from it. I would urge you to support the resolution presented today. Sincerely, Stephen Horsford, Senate Majority Leader. I also would just like to quickly add just 2 points, really. Councilman Tarkanian, you asked about the burden being on the state of Nevada. There was an environmental assessment done. That assessment was done and study was done with the opening of the street. It was the city of Las Vegas that quickly changed in the middle of the stream to close the street. They did not even have time enough to have an environmental study. That is basically a no-no, as we know. It's a very serious matter. So that is why a lawsuit would be very much not in the favor of the state also. That is why we feel the city does heavily have a burden to do something about this, as well as the state of Nevada. And I think I can't say any more than what he has already said and what Mr. Arby. By the way, Mr. Arby, who has served in, where's Mr. Arby? Has served in our 3 wars, and we loved the fact that you did support us when you were running for office. And he has definitely made sure we all were for you, Mayor Goodman. I just wanted to say that even with his sickness, he went out to campaign for you. And he's still in the midst of his sickness, but he's almost there. So anyway, I just hope that all of you can see the point of this project. It is a project. First of all, Mr. Coffin, since you don't think it is a historical 12 panels underneath that will show many of our pioneers that have endured a lot of the struggles and that have overcame to help develop not only that community, but this entire city of Las Vegas. So we're very proud to not only with this issue, this obstacle became a blessing. It is not only an opening that connects us and makes us feel part of the plans, future plans of the city of Las Vegas, it also shows a lot of our history. And so it's somewhat of a museum, a start for us. And it also allowed me and attorney Matthew Callister to get an investor to stop the auction of the Town Tavern. Because when he saw the plans of the F Street opening, he saw the connection, he saw the possible future. So it does matter. And it's not just an opening, it says many things about the community, and it will definitely apply to much growth in that community. Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you to the City Council. I'm RBL Hambrick, a veteran of 3 wars, and I'm also a flag bearer, which this flag was presented to me when I was in the Pentagon under the administration of John F. Kennedy. I carry it with me all the time. I have one that sits on the car, on my dashboard on the car at all the time. But what I want to ask you today, I have been a part of F Street ever since it started. And my work started with F Street when I entered the military. And that is one thing you can always say. The veteran is the first one to go and fight for you. Is the first one that will lose their life. But they are the first one, the last one, to get their benefit. Councilman Anthony was with me on Saturday when they honored me for the Korean War. And this is when they gave me that from the Korean government. So I will ask you today to expedite anything for F Street and go ahead and open F Street. The money has been moved around too many times. I know this country has that money, and I know they owe it to us. I have picked up veterans down there during the summer, the hot weather, on wheelchairs, crutches, and take water and take them all the way to the building over there to get their veteran benefit. And when they closed F Street, they had to go 5 miles 2 different ways, east or west, to get over there. So it is time for us now to honor that and open F Street. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Please come forward, state your name.
Sure. I'm too tall for this. Great. I'm Ivana Kinsella. I'm the political director at the Culinary Workers Union, Local 226. And I won't re-articulate what those before me have said very eloquently about why we supported the measure strongly at the legislature, but we hope that the council will honor the spirit of compromise that this was passed and continue to move forward to reopen F Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Please come forward, state your name.
Good afternoon. When I got here it was morning. I won't complain. My name is Frank Hawkins. I am current president of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the NAACP, also a local business person and a lifelong Nevadan. I guess I'd start my comments by stating that I know that this is public comment period prior to the discussion, but hopefully, depending on how the discussion goes, that there is an additional comment period so that we may comment on the discussion. I guess my question centers around what was obviously has been in the newspaper and comments by one of the council people. I know most of those that are here were witness or bear witness to the closure of F Street and the efforts to get F Street open. All of the conscious commitments by the community, the numerous engagement, some civil, some not, here at the City Council about reopening F Street, and a lot of discussion with most of you as council people. The new mayor and the new councilman may not have the historical perspective, but yet we read that one of the council persons want to make allegations according to the newspaper, so I'll reserve my comments to only what I've read about F Street being opened and not a need to be open, and negative comments towards the community, which I don't think are appropriate. But my question goes, and I'll just sort of ask that you guys in your own discussion maybe address these so we can have clarity and those who are watching. I think it says that this former senator says that he was fooled by assertions from Senator Horsford. I'd like for that to go on the record so we're very clear about what is meant by that. Then there's another comment about if we spend that money, all we're going to do is open a bummed out street one more time. Of course, you've already heard some folks say they take issue with that. Hopefully that is not the comments of the sitting council person here. Question number 3, I think, stated that Senate Majority Leader Stephen Horsford, Democrat of Las Vegas, and other city, state, and federal officials didn't give nearby residents proper notification. Well, simply stated, again, I'll just reiterate for the new folks, that we know to get a liquor license, it's a 1,500-foot rule. But in West Las Vegas and in challenged communities, historically, as a policy of the city of Las Vegas, they have always notified folks throughout the community, and the city council people have had meetings, the city manager has had meetings, the mayor has had meetings to inform the community on critical issues that they may face. If this is saying that we sent out 400-foot notice is representative of meeting the requirement, we all know that that is not in fact the case, because not only did the state testify, but it's been stated that the state and the city basically acquiesced to a third party to do the notice and hearing process for the community, of which we know 400 feet, depending on from where they measured, was not significant enough to inform the community of the issue. The next question, I would say, it states here that, and Councilman Coffin has researched the project and found plenty of documentation that he says shows the residents were notified. Again, if you can show other than the 400 feet, which I think based on the council people here and previous council persons, of which I am one, we all go outside of the 400-foot on important issues. Then the next question, and I have 10, so I'm halfway through. I went to Horsford. This is a quote from Councilman Coffin. And when he was a leader, he needed this badly. He says, it is important to do the right thing, Kaufman said of the bill. Only it turned out not to be the right thing. So again, per your discussion, I'd like to know what is not right about opening the street that should have never been closed, or at least not closed without the entire input of the community. Kaufman pointed to records showing hundreds of notices sent.
Excuse me, just out of kindness, Councilman Coffin, could
I'm
you?
sorry. Yes,
sorry,
you're
that's
right.
okay.
Councilman Coffin, and this is just a newspaper article, so I stand corrected. Councilman Coffin pointed to records showing hundreds of notices sent to residents within 400 feet of the project, which is required by law as evidenced by the community received fair warning of the plan. Well, as I already stated, for a liquor license, the 1,500-foot rule, we do not think, and obviously depending on from which they measure, you may have only sent 400 notices, but it may have been to very few people. Number 7 stated in the RJ article, but Councilman Coffin said F Street has already had the cost the public too much money, and he wants the city to slow down and give the legislature a chance to reconsider its idea in the 2013 session. Of course, we stand against that and opposed to that, those efforts. And then I would like to read something from some minutes from, as Dina Neal stated, Assemblywoman Dina Neal, but the National Environmental Impact Assessment, and there was comments from and testimony from Susan Martinovich, who is the director of NDOT. She says, and I quote, she says, NDOT did not make any decisions about the routes of streets and highways within the city. She said in approximately 2005, NDOT was approached by the city of Las Vegas to consider closing F Street. She said NDOT said it did not reduce the cost of the project to close the street. The process for NEIA required NDOT to hold public hearings as part of the city process. So I just state for the record, if all of this happened, and I know most of the experienced council people, because you've been through this, and staff that have been through this, those documents to the satisfaction of you as council people, and I know to the community, clearly stated that the intent of notification was not sufficient in anybody's estimation. With that, I would ask that I be able to make some comments if prior to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Might I recall Ms. Strand, who had the letter from Senator Horsford? Could you give that to our city clerk so it's a matter, or you've already done it? Thank you. Please state your name. Good morning.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Catherine Duncan, and as Assemblyman Mumford indicated, I started all this mess. I am president of the Ward 5 Chamber of Commerce and the Historic West Side School Neighborhood Association. F Street was closed without proper notice to us. Even though Councilman Coffin, the notices went out, they never mentioned closure of F Street. They mentioned a D Street, F Street connector. The word F Street closing was never, ever indicated in the notices that we received. Now, it seems like we have two issues, whether or not we got proper notice. And since we feel we did not receive proper notice, is opening the street the remedy for breach of the law? We still don't know why the street was closed. It has never been explained to us. We don't know what the plan was to why the street was closed in the first place. Before the street was closed, it was ugly. Walking underneath F Street was one of the most atrocious things you could do. It was ugly. There were homeless people sleeping under it. It is a distressed neighborhood. It has been historically segregated for more than 80 years. There's a lot of police action in that neighborhood, and we understand that we have the highest incarceration rate in our neighborhood than any place in the valley. Now, as president of the Ward 5 Chamber of Commerce, our job was to get into the neighborhood and see what we could do to eradicate these difficult situations. We held neighborhood meetings. We bought the house that even Sammy Davis Jr. lived in when he was not allowed to live anyplace else in the city, even though he performed on the strip hotels. Our goal was to refurbish that home and make it a tourist attraction. We were working with the Town Tavern, which is the only non-restricted gaming license in the state that's owned by African Americans. We're working with Gwen Walker to build an African American museum and cultural center and hotel complex. We had finally convinced the redevelopment agency that the Town Tavern did lie within the RDA boundaries. We had to go to a state committee to get the RDA to even admit that the Town Tavern was eligible for funds. Finally, we also wanted to build an event center in the neighborhood because of the enormous amount of religious tourism that we have, and we wanted to enhance the Pioneer Trail. So finally, at a Senate hearing at the state, chaired by Senator Horsford, the RDA agreed to spend $2.5 million on the Town Tavern, and then F Street closed. So with the $2.5 million that was supposed to go to help the Town Tavern, we used it to draw pictures for the last 2 years. When you closed the street, you didn't even go into those homes that were impacted by the closure to even vacuum the floors. Not one car was washed. And you didn't plant any plants, even though you built a 20-foot wall around the whole perimeter of Jimmy Gay Park. You had a lot of town hall meetings, which brought in people from all over Southern Nevada. But you neglected to have a meeting in the neighborhood where F Street lies. I've come in front of this council on several occasions and asked you to bring those plans into our neighborhood and discuss them with the people that are impacted. That still has not happened. Now, you have plans to reopen F Street. You have plans to widen the I-515 from Henderson, and you're planning to spend $1.8 billion, let me repeat, $1.8 billion on Project Neon, which is also impacts F Street. And until this moment, there still has not been a plan for this neighborhood. Project Neon will empty 10,000 vehicles a day onto F Street. What happens to that traffic when it goes north? If we do not stop today and complete a neighborhood plan for this neighborhood, we will be committing the same atrocity that we did when we closed it without comment from the public. So what I would like to propose for you today is that we engage the Public Works Department of the City of Las Vegas, the engineers from NDOT, the Regional Transportation Commission, the Historic Preservation Commission, the Cultural Affairs Division, and the Arts Commission. We need to get them in a room with the stakeholders. And when I say the stakeholders, I mean the businesses, the residents, and the landowners in this neighborhood. We need to bring in a professional team, as you've already voted to do so on July 1st, 2009, to bring in a professional planning team to plan for this neighborhood so that we can design, organize, promote, and finally do the economic restructuring that this neighborhood deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone else? Hearing none, I will now close the public hearing. And so, Mr. Cervantes, could I ask you one question, please? With NDOT and everything else in this area, the plans for the Neon project, have there been meetings with the residents of the area where that portion of Project Neon affects that area? Have there been meetings yet? Will there be?
Mayor, there's been extensive meetings on Project Neon. That project's probably started the environmental clearance process back around 2001, 2002. The project's been evolving, changing design as it goes through public meetings, getting input from the community and modifying it. Project Neon itself is not doing any work on or near F Street. I think she may be confusing it with another project that's widening US 95 from Henderson into downtown Las Vegas, which will build a new interchange off of US 95 on F Street. That's not Project Neon. That's another project that's still probably 10, 15 years out before they have funding to do that. But Project Neon just recently received the record of decision from the Federal Highway Administration to move forward, and so they're finalizing design for Phase 1. But it did have extensive meetings just last week. They had another public hearing on Project Neon.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that as everything moves forward with planning that the residents of whichever ward it's in be included in if it's affecting them in the future. So you're looking 10 to 15 years out, you're still in the planning?
For the project, US 95 widening, which will include an interchange on F Street, that's probably 10, that's what NDOT's telling us, 10 to 15 years out on that project.
Okay, thank you. Let me get down to okay, and Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. I know that a motion will be made soon to approve the item, so I thought maybe it'd be a good idea before we get a motion on the floor to maybe get some discussion going and possibly ask people to testify on it, those who might be here. Of course, I'm intimately familiar with this, having been around since the beginning of the legislative process that involves F Street. But let's go back in time. Your Honor, we have to do this because people have talked about the historical perspective, and I can only talk about the historical perspective that I lived, having been part of it from, say, 2008, and that being that in 2008, Assemblyman Segerblum contacted me and asked me if I would be a primary sponsor with him on a bill, which later became Assembly Bill 304 after introduction, but it was to help the neighborhoods, and he knew that I was intimately involved in that kind of an enterprise. He knew I cared, as does he. So I said, yes, sure, I'd love to join in with you. When you get some language, let me know. Well, anyway, then the 2009 session started, and that bill sat in limbo for quite a while, I believe, on the Assembly side, and finally passed in the appropriate time, probably sometime in March, out of the Assembly to get to the Senate. Now, deadlines become important because deadlines govern everything in the legislative process. Once 120-day session became the rule, then all kinds of internal deadlines had to be set in order to finish the job. You had deadlines to get bills out of committee, deadlines to get bills from one house to the other, Assembly to Senate, and vice versa. So what became Assembly Bill 304, which was a good bill, and I was very proud to be a co-sponsor, passed out of the Assembly, and then disappeared into the Senate Government Affairs Committee. And it sat there until the very end of May, or virtually the end of May, when rumors began to run through the legislative building. I'm telling stuff here that hasn't been in print, and reporters who were there didn't write about, and people who were part of the process have never talked about. And I think it's important to take that perspective and put it on the record, because that way people who will try to attempt to go back and look at the written record will realize that the written record doesn't tell the story. That it's one thing to go back and look at minutes. It's one thing to look at intent as expressed in a public hearing. It's a whole other thing to know what was going on in the back rooms and in the hallways and on the telephone. So around May 15th or 16th, serious discussion happened in the back rooms of the committee I did not serve on, the Government Affairs Committee, about a travesty had taken place inside Las Vegas, that the West Side community had been grievously offended because a road was being closed and no one had been told about it. And so that, and it wasn't clear then who was at fault, except that the city of Las Vegas seemed to be primarily to blame, as did NDOT, but first priority seemed to be focused on the city of Las Vegas for some reason. So around the 15th or 16th of May in 2009, discussions started, and a hearing was held on a proposable amendment to remedy this situation, whereby this completed road, this nice-looking connector that they built, which still left open D and H, but closed F Street, which was primarily a residential street, had been a big mistake, and that it was going to cost 40, 50, we even heard estimates of $70 million to fix. I was told, as were other members of the legislature, that laws were broken, ordinances were not followed, that the city had broken the law, such as it is, which can be a body of many things. But the point is, it had broken faith with people who lived in that community. We were all upset about it, but we thought, my God, look at the cost of the solution. You want to punch a hole in a road that's already been built. What the backstory had been, apparently, is that this had been going on for several years, and it had been approved by the city council. Not very many people here now served on the council at that time. Certainly staff knew about it, and it was approved. Notices apparently had gone out, I was told back then, but there was a big argument. In any event, at some time or another, the city lobbyists came to me in the hallways and said, "Can't you help us some? We are getting beat up. We are being held responsible for something we really don't feel that we should be held responsible for." I said, "What do you mean?" Well, they said, "Well, all our bills right now are being held hostage by the majority leader of the Senate. And we can't get anything through unless we agree to take punishment for this F Street closure. Our redevelopment funds, all of them, upon which the West Side, as well as all of old downtown Las Vegas, depend, were held hostage. The whole agenda. And so that's what I was being told, and I'm not the only one. I mean, dozens of people knew this. This just wasn't written about. It isn't in a printed record. But I can tell you from firsthand, colleagues, your representatives in Carson City were being abused verbally, and the threats were not easy to take. And not one member of the city council called me and asked me for help. Not one member of the council said, "We're in trouble up here. What can you do?" Not one member of the council came to me and said this. They weren't on the scene. And I'm not sure what they knew, but I have a feeling they were being briefed about the difficulties. And so I really, really tried to figure out what to do. So many of us came to our delegation and legislators, and we said, what can be done if this is right, if what you're saying is right, and an offense has been committed, and the city has broken the rule or the laws or whatever was asserted, then what can we do to make it right? So we started talking about spending money on the west side. What can we do? What can we build? What roads can we improve? We can spend millions in there. It certainly would be a hell of a lot less than the punishment that the taxpayers are going to endure by trying to make it right, at least according to the people who want to make it right. And the word was always no. No, you can't make it right, because we've been disrespected over and over again. If I heard it once, I heard it a dozen times. So everybody developed such a dug-in position they couldn't change. So what happened is the bill, the innocent little bill that I was on, was Mr. Segerblum, was hijacked, and an amendment, we call it up there in the legislative process, we have some old hands around here who know about, called jacking up the title and putting in a new bill. And that's what happened. So that bill came out of that committee, I think, on the 23rd on an emergency basis. Now understand that a deadline happened on the 23rd of May. That was the last day you could pass an assembly bill out of the legislative session. On the other side, the assemblyman had the same responsibility, either kill or pass a Senate bill on that day, no matter how late into the evening it went. So the bill pops out about 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening on Friday, May 23rd. And we were still hoping for compromise even to the last second. And I said, I guess I have to vote for this. Law has been broken, and we have no other remedy because no compromise can be achieved. So I voted for the bill. And I also voted for it again after the governor vetoed it. And I felt very bad about it because I, along with the other members of the legislature, are locked up in there in a cocoon, and you can't drive, you can't get in your car and immediately go out and see what F Street looks like. You can't grab all the documents, which I now have, that show all of the notices given to all of the residents and property owners from downtown out to the Speedway. Didn't have all of that. I didn't have the benefit of the real long conversations I needed with our city staff like you. And I felt just sick about it. So I came home that weekend a little early and then brooded about it, came back and we just finished the session. but it was never the same after that. So I came to this body last year, and I think I was very busy even in July or August, and suddenly somebody reminded me, this project is not done. And so I said, what do you mean? Well, we've got to vote some money out of our redevelopment funds. We've been ordered by that legislation, which you voted for, sir. And I said, oh boy. So we had a redevelopment committee meeting in September, I believe it was. And at that time, for those of you who weren't here, I publicly apologized for my vote, because at that time in September of this year, last year, now I knew the truth. I had asked to see stuff. I had talked to everybody who was there, all our city players, our lobbyists and our public employees. And I got the whole backstory again, as I'd heard it, confirmed 3 years later. And I decided I can't support this anymore. So I voted I said, I'm going to support the rest of this $2.5 million, as I recall, that was mandated by the bill. I'm going to support it because people's jobs are depending on this right now. This thing is in design, we might as well finish it. But I will not vote for another dollar on this project. I was ashamed then of that vote, as I am ashamed today for that vote. But you need to know what the legislative process is like. It's pretty darn ugly, and I hope if Ms. Neal gets some more terms up there, she too will learn how to work it in the back room and not just read the record. I'm sorry she isn't here today because she's a wonderful offspring of a dear friend, the great, and fortunately not late, Senator Joe Neal. So now, after that meeting in September, I sent a letter to the city manager requesting all records, all documents from going back to year one. And I got them in 2.5, 3 weeks. And I interviewed everybody. And I found that we had complied. There was no state statute to be broken on the issue of notice. There was a 400-foot requirement, and NDOT was responsible, not the city of Las Vegas. NDOT was responsible for doing this notification. I found copies of documents talking about the public hearings and when and where the F Street discussion entered into it, which was a long time before 2008. I've got copies of it all.
Thank you, Councilman.
Well, I'm almost finished, Your
Okay.
Honor. Unless you don't want to hear it, but I do. I want to make
Just,
sure the record's
I
clear.
think what's happened is, we have an issue here,
Well,
and
you're almost finished.
certainly understanding the background's important, but the issue is what the issue is.
Well, the issue
really.
is that you're about to hear the end of what I'm speaking.
Okay, if you will, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry you're not feeling well, Your Honor, and I'll try to get it done as soon as possible. After confirming what I'd heard and talking to the players, I'm still embarrassed because I'm particularly upset that our staff took such a beating in Carson City without anybody to stick up for them. And I will not let that happen on my watch. I'll go up if someone threatens our staff. And I will put myself in their place. And I'll say, if you want to beat up on them, you beat up on me first, Buster. And I won't let them make a deal with a gun to their head. And I'll bring it back to you, colleagues, and at least not let the taxpayers know that we're getting blackmailed. That has to be the way government should operate. That's why I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad to be serving with all of you. And that's why I'm going to vote any resolution to spend another dime. And I have to tell you, a lot of projects can be built with that $8.5 million. First of all, you're going to borrow $8.5 million, of which you're going to net $8.1 million, so you're going to pay $400,000 in fees to people to sell these bonds that would sell themselves. And then you're going to pay interest. I don't know how much, $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, who knows. The state, in order to make this happen, and I met with Director Martinovich of NDOT, this has to be on the record. I met with her in November, I believe, in my office. I could provide you all the exact date later. She said the money you're getting from the property tax that's been mandated by that bill is not enough to pay for the completion of the F Street. So you'll be able to come back to the 2013 session and be able to fix this before you spend any money. Our staff was of that opinion. And yet just a few weeks ago, I found out that under pressure, the Department of Transportation has been told to find $8 million. So they found it. $4 million from our leaking underground storage tank fund, known as the RTC SB5 Petroleum Recovery Funds. $2.5 million of Federal Service Transportation funds. They'll have fun with this in Congress. And another $1.5 million out of the State Highway Fund. So adding that to our 8 becomes about 16 million, and maybe, just maybe we'll have a hole in the freeway which will take us right back to where we were before, to the vacant lots on the other side of the road. It is not right, and it's not fair to everybody. It's certainly not fair to the people who live there. How well this money could be spent on something else. It's just incredible. I know there are people who've lost patience, but by God, I wanted it all to get on the record. There's a lot more to say. Anybody who wants all these files, they can have them. That's got a lot of stuff. I took the time to read it. So thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you for extending your time.
Thank you. And I know the concern here is the amount of money that has been already wasted and started a project. When I was campaigning, I said, so far in my memory, while my husband served as the honorable mayor of this great city, there were 2 times I disagreed with him because I was trying to figure out when that was. And the first time was when the issue of closing F Street came up in its first vote. And I said, you cannot do this to this community. It is psychological as well as a physical closure. You can't do it. And the second time, of course, was greeting our President of our United States at the airport. And so, given that, I think all of us who vote for our representatives, for us. And I find this huge waste and expense an embarrassment that it took place, and what I'm hearing from the councilman, whatever issues went on in our legislature, I was not there, but being a caring resident of this community and a caring resident who spent many, many hours, days, years with friends and peer workers in Ward 5 in counseling and in the Economic Development, Economic Opportunity Board there and the Concentrated Employment Program, I had heard during the time of this pending legislative action from people who had what has been already shared, that they were not being included and they didn't know where to go. And so my sense is where we are right now, it has been a huge expenditure. It is a huge expenditure with so many people out of work and so much that we have to do in our city. But I think the fact that our government operated not openly, honestly, and transparently, from what I have heard, to close F Street in the first place, not complying with just even proper courtesies to let and make sure that the residents of the area were notified. And from what I've heard, again, I was not there. I have not read the documentation, so I'm just going on the comments of what I have been told. I absolutely agree with Councilman Coffin. This money, we should not be in this position. But I am absolutely 100% for reopening F Street. It's a horrible waste of money. I found it offensive that the community was closed off, even if it was a practical move that people living there could get in and out. Psychologically, you cannot close off members of our community from one another, and that's the way I took the offense of it. And I want to make sure that the most important thing that's heard from all of us, we vote, we're the people, and that's the only reason I'm running right here. I was just one of the people, a resident. And I know from how I've lived my life that you will always have transparency. If there were a problem, you can count on my word that if I don't have the information, I'm going to get it. I'm a grassroots level person, and I am embarrassed and I am sorry that this occurred in the first place. And my vote is to reopen it, and I think I agree 100% with Councilman Coffin that the expenditure is a total embarrassment in this economy, that we have to spend it to do something that shouldn't have been done in the first place. So I am very passionate about this. I'm very passionate about the residents in every single one of our wards. They have a right to the same quality of life as every other ward, and you are going to hear it on my dying breath, which I don't hope is today. I have a cold. That's all I have. So I just want you to know I feel very badly about this entire issue from its onset and the initiation of it to what seems to be what has rolled out from it. And on the other hand, agreeing with my colleague over here, I mean, we have so much that we could be using that money for. So with that, I am not going to have any more public comment. I will take comment from our council and anything else that's wished to be said, because we are moving. We are going to be here till midnight. So Councilwoman Tarkanian, please, and then I'm going to turn to you, Councilman Barlow, to make a motion.
I first wanted to thank all of the people who came here representing so well the community's situation with closing off F Street. I think you were eloquent. I think you told the story, and I think you added dimensions to it that we hadn't quite heard before. I want to thank Councilman Coffin for his excellent research. I hadn't heard all of that business either. Of course, we don't always hear what's happening in the back rooms, but I feel the same way the mayor has spoken about, and the others, and that is, this is a tremendous waste of money, but we have a moral obligation to those members because of what was not done for them. My only feeling is I didn't think it was the city. I thought it was more the state. That was why I was questioning. I think we're going to be paying 50% of it, and I believe that 50% of the problem was not the city, because I think your representative, Lawrence Weekly, at the time would have caught that and would have brought that to our attention. So however we feel and how sick, I keep thinking of how much money you could do for education with what you're going to be doing for that. But the moral obligation is there, and that's what I would be voting for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And let me just say first and foremost, for the record, that I respect my colleague, Councilman Coffin, for your position, and also providing this council with the background conversations in the legislature. It's similar to some of the conversations that we have here. Not everything that we do before the cameras is identical to the conversations that we are allowed to have behind the curtain of government. Moving forward, and I'll be brief, Mayor, because I know that the residents here have come out and they've spoken, and I've listened to them on many occasions, and I have to admit that we've had so many meetings on this item, Mayor, that many nights I didn't want to go out and have more meetings. And I'm pretty sure they felt the same way, but I went out and sat with the residents and sat with the business owners and sat with the faith-based community. I sat with city staff in the wee hours of the evening when we could have been at home with our family. I've sat with NDOT, Susan and her entire team, meeting after meeting after meeting, going over all of the specific details as it relates to this item. And here we are today, after so many meetings with the community, at the brink of moving this project forward without going back into the historical nuances and conversations that have already been discussed today and previously. What a blow it would be to the community and everyone involved over the last, this started in 2008, I believe, or roughly 2008, when I received the first phone call from Ms. Catherine Duncan. And I would just say that it would behoove this council to continue to move the ball forward as it relates to this project because it's much more meaningful and more impactful to the overall scope of the community and the city as a whole. I look at what's taking place on the 61 acres. We have all of the wonderful developments from the Las Vegas Premium Outlet to World Market Center. We have the Lou Ruvo Brain Institute now connected in alliance with the Cleveland Clinic. We have the Performing Arts Center, which I saw Myron Martin in the audience, who's going to provide us an update as far as the wonderful grand opening that the Smith Performing Arts Center is bringing forward to this community, and the connectivity of every side of Symphony Park. And interesting enough, the side street next to Mulaski, we renamed it to, help me out, City Parkway? City Parkway. And City Parkway is an outlet from the 61, well, Symphony Park. I'm going to stop calling it 61 acres, Symphony Park. And the side street adjacent to, that cuts right down the middle of World Market Center going out to Martin Luther King, we renamed that street to Discovery Drive. Now, if you look at Discovery Drive, why is Discovery Drive an outlet? To basically push people in and to push people out. And all of the couplets, the ingress and egress of this entire park is open with the exception of City Parkway connecting it into the West Las Vegas community. So it's bigger than just a number. Mayor, you are absolutely correct. It's more psychological. Because if, in fact, we want the entire community to be connected, specifically as Flynn Fag came before this council a couple meetings ago to talk about the walkable communities and how all of the communities should be tied in from a trail system, walkable communities, as well as transit, I mean, it only makes sense to make sure that we have all of the outlets that are connected to Symphony Park to be flowing so that the residents can come in and out and have an opportunity to walk over, should they choose to, Mr. Martin, to share in the wonderful shows that are becoming to the Smith Performing Arts Center. I have a laundry list of mayor of things that I wanted to discuss, but due to time restraints, I just wanted to just basically at least put that tidbit of information out on the record and say to you, Councilman Coffin, I respect your position, and I really understand your position, but my motion today would be to continue to move this item forward on behalf of the entire community, not just the West Las Vegas community, because this is bigger than us. This is about the greater good of the entire community, and it just so happened to be in our community in West Las Vegas. And so for that, I would move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item in the amount of $8.5 million going towards the reopening of F Street. And Jorge, at some future date, I would like for you to come and do a presentation before the council, because I'm not sure if my colleagues have had an opportunity to actually see the beautiful renderings of what is actually taking place. It's more than just opening up a street. I mean, this is going to be an actual destination point now. And so there's a lot of beautiful attractions to this opening that will tie into what we're doing on D Street as far as the D Street improvements, the West Side School revitalization project, and of course, all of the discussions that are tied into the West Las Vegas coordination team, which is led by Mr. Scott Adams. And so there's a lot of master planning taking place, and this is going to be a very integral part of it as far as the reopening of S Street. So my motion at this time would be to move for approval of this item in the amount of $8.5 million, item number 65.
Thank you, Councilman. Other comments?
Thank you, Your
Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I'll be brief. Councilman Barlow talked about the conversations we have here and similarities between, but there's nothing like, we obey the open meeting law here. I am so astonished at how little discussion goes on about issues outside the public eye. It's just amazing from the environment that I left. Discussions of obligations have surfaced in the words like moral obligation and maybe even legal obligation. I suppose I would address the legal obligation words first. Just because a bill has passed the legislature, somehow people think that no matter how bad it is, no matter how silly it is, you have to obey it. You know, I cannot tell you, it's countless, the number of times the legislature makes mistakes in bills because it's the nature of the beast. You meet in a short period of time under compression away from home, and you get it done, and you make a lot of mistakes. And when people appeal these mistakes, what frequently happens is that there is a meeting of the minds. It is agreed the legislature made a mistake, technical or sometimes even fundamental, because of a lack of testimony or lack of just maybe sometimes good judgment. And a hold is put on a law, either through a failure to enact the regulations to make a law effective, and it's more than a wink and a nod. It's a discussion in public, too. If this can't work, we'll bring it to the next session and fix it. This happened with a lot of local government bills, too, over the years. So it wouldn't be the first time, if we were to not approve this, that a law has been said to be a mistake, said to be a true travesty, and frankly, that's what happens if you vote for this. I don't consider there to be a legal obligation, and we wouldn't have had it until this other money from the state had come in, which I doubt that members of the legislature even know about. So I don't feel we have a legal obligation at this time to fill it. I know that I've talked to a number of legislators who are coming back who said, let's change it. It was a mistake. These are new people, not the old guard, the new guard. And some of the old guard who had the same problem I did with being told one thing when the facts were another. The other word that's come up is moral obligation. I understand that sometimes when roads are built, streets are closed. It's happened all over this community and communities across the country. It just happens. Bridges are expensive. Colorblind engineers in Carson City designed this thing, and they took into account the fact that streets would close here and there, and so they improved on streets that were open and left open to enhance access. So access has not been denied to the west side at all. And I don't think the public will agree because they can go right over there and find out themselves. I so feel like if we use these reasons to vote for this bill, then we are a lot like Pontius Pilate, who had his own reasons knowing the truth, but went ahead and sentenced a great man because he felt it's out of my hands, and he washed his hands. Well, if we vote for this, we'll just be washing our hands like Pontius Pilate and blaming the other guy. And I don't go for that. We have the responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We will move on now to item 56. And I will update you about the timing because we are well past. It's 5 after 1. Those of you who are in the afternoon agenda items that were scheduled for 1 o'clock, so you do not, you're welcome to stay, but I would think 2:30? What time? Definitely no earlier than 2, so if you want to run off and have a run around the block or a biking or lunch, or visit the Mob Museum, please feel free to go up. You can be assured we will not start until at least 2 for the afternoon session, and it might be even 2:30. So moving right along with the abeyance item on 56, report for possible action regarding development projects currently under contract or negotiation, other projects, and to provide an overview of programs and initiatives. Mr. Arndt, please, if you will.
Thank you, Mayor. Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. Your Honor.
If I may, could the exiting groups please keep your voices down? It's hard to hear in here. Thank you.
Your Honor, due to the late hour, I respectfully request that we obey item 56 and also the next item, item 57, to the March 7 City Council meeting.
We need to have a motion. Excuse me, we need a motion.
So moved on both those items.
Okay, there's a motion to obey both items 56 and 57 till the March 7th City Council. Please vote. There's a motion. Please vote.
I'm sorry. What were the items?
56 and 57 obeyed because of time considerations to the March 7th City Council. So if you will please vote on that, council people, and please post. Thank you very much. Those have been obeyed. Now, on to item 58, which is, excuse me, I'm looking at you, Mr. Arndt, to read it. So here we are. Discussion for possible action regarding a lease and operating agreement between the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, a political subdivision of the State of Nevada landlord, and the Smith Center for Performing Arts, and Nevada Nonprofit Corporation, the tenant for parcel H. Is that an I or a 1?
Roman numeral I.
I. Located 360 Promenade Place in Symphony Park. This is in Ward 5. Councilman Barlow. And Mr. Arndt, please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. I do need to read one item into the record, and I have a copy of what I'm reading into the record for the City Clerk. Some additional text needs to be located at the end of Section 9.1G, as in Gary, of the lease, and is as follows. Tenant acknowledges that landlord is providing the surface lot parking under the terms of a parking license agreement dated February 15, 2012, among landlord and landlord's affiliates, City Parkway 5, Inc., and Office District Parking 1, Inc. As such, tenant shall name City Parkway 5, Inc. and Office District Parking 1, Inc. as additional insured on the commercial general liability policy required under Section 13.1B. Notwithstanding the foregoing, the landlord agrees and acknowledges that landlord's obligations to provide the tenant and the tenant parties the use of the parking facilities in accordance with this Section 9 shall remain and continue even if such parking license agreement is terminated or the licensed property thereunder is reduced, and any termination of such parking license agreement or reduction of the property licensed thereunder shall not in any manner whatsoever release the landlord from its obligations hereunder. Mayor, this item is the final item for our exciting project, the Smith Center for the Performing Arts. As you know, they're excited to open up here shortly. This item accomplishes the following. It encompasses the lease and operating agreement between the City of Las Vegas, which is serving as landlord, and we actually own the building due to the sale of general obligation bonds for the rental car tax revenue for the project. And then the tenant is the Smith Center for the Performing Arts. The scope of the lease that applies to the large theater, as well as the education building and the land beneath the Children's Museum and the garage, which are under construction. The terms, essentially, it's a 99-year lease, $1 a year rent, triple net lease, so that the Smith Center is effectively responsible for all the costs of operation. With one exception, the city has agreed, and this was already in our prior agreements, that we're going to be providing parking for a 5-year period for the Performing Arts Center. We're going to be doing that on surface parking in Symphony Park. Finally, the Smith Center has to submit a budget each February, and the Smith Center and Mr. Martin have been very gracious in affording the city, given its investment in the building, some use of both the theater as well as the education building. With that, I'd like to invite Myron Martin to the podium just to make a few remarks.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I'm Myron Martin with the Smith Center for the Performing Arts at our new address, 361 Symphony Park Avenue. We've moved our offices into the Smith Center, and here in the coming weeks we'll be opening our doors to the public for wonderful concerts. I have to tell you, I had to feed the meter 4 times since I arrived this morning, and I know you're all tired, so I might ask that at some point you invite me back to give you an update of all the great things that are happening at the Smith Center. But for today, ask that you approve this, our final lease and operating agreement, so that we can get down the road, and once the bonds are paid, the Smith Center will then take ownership of this wonderful project that the city has been an amazing partner for us. When people talk about public-private partnerships, I think the ones that they will write about will be the Smith Center as the model for public-private partnerships. So thanks very much.
We're so grateful for all that you have done. I saw that the monument is up despite the weather and everything, nothing tipped over on the site of Symphony Park there. And I want you to know you need to reprint your business cards because my check went out to the old address, which is what you gave me. So with that, could I have a motion, please? How many are we? We're 4.
Ricky Barlow asked me to say that he moves for approval.
Thank you very, but we need a motion.
Well, that's the motion.
Okay.
I'm
There is a
giving-
motion to approve.
To
but-
approve.
Okay. So we have a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Congratulations. We will have you back, and thank you for being so considerate of today. We appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Arndt. We are now moving on to item number 59. Is that correct? Nope. 59. Discussion of possible action to approve settlement agreement and mutual release between City of Las Vegas and Construction Services Unlimited, Inc., related to the protest of bid number 11.53541.03-EV digester gas cleaning improvements and prevailing wage claim on bid number 09.53541.03-LED located at the Water Pollution Control Facility, 6005 East Vegas Valley Drive, for the city to accept a settlement of $10,000. This is County. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Kathy Rainey, Manager of Purchasing and Contracts. This is a settlement agreement before you this morning, and let me give you a little bit of background. Construction Services Unlimited was the low bidder for the digester gas bid, and the Purchasing and Contracts organization deemed them as a non-responsible bidder. The reason that they were deemed as a non-responsible bidder was because of disciplinary action that was taken against them by the State Contractors Board, and also for 3 prevailing wage claims that were investigated by the City of Las Vegas on a prior city project, which is a dewatering project. The Labor Commissioner had affirmed 2 of those prevailing wage claims, and there was a third that is still pending. CSU had actually paid about almost $27,000 in back wages on 2 of those claims. And on the pending claim, the reason it's pending is that they had requested a hearing because of administrative fines requested by the city for paying cash to their workers. And it required a hearing because administrative fines would require loss of their license for 3 years. They protested the city's determination that they were not a responsible bidder, and then subsequent have submitted a settlement agreement. That settlement agreement that is before you today has been considered by city staff, and we are making a recommendation to agree to that settlement agreement. And let me just give you a summary of what that includes. Basically, they would withdraw their bid for this project and their protest. They would withdraw from the Labor Commissioner the hearing request, and they would pay the forfeiture amount to the city, which is by statute, which is $5,700, plus an additional $4,300 to compensate the city for their investigative costs. Then the city would accept their withdrawal of the bid and return the bid bond and the protest bond. CSU would agree not to bid any projects with the city for 3 years. That would take them out to January of 2015. And the city would return the $24,000 that is held in retention for the dewatering project as soon as we receive the order from the Labor Commissioner. So this is a mutual release between the parties on the prevailing wage claim, and we're recommending that you agree to the settlement agreement.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments from our council? Yes?
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to, for the record, in my professional capacity, I will disclose that I work on a regular basis with the Labor Commissioner's Office and the Contractors Board. So in an abundance of caution, I will be disclosing that and abstaining from agenda items 59 and 60.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? How about a motion?
I think it's important that the attorney for CSU accepts the terms of the agreement, so you have that in the record.
Excellent. Please state your name.
Good morning, or
Good
good
morning.
afternoon, I should say, Mayor and Council people. Lars Stevenson on behalf of Construction Services Unlimited Council. I just want to address Ms. Rainey's comments. We did have many disputed items. This is a settlement that we've reached through good work through city staff and very complimentary of their professionalism. To that end, the version that you have with you has not been executed yet just because of the timing of things, and CSU is accepting of this settlement if you guys will vote in favor of that matter.
Thank you very much. Motion.
Thank you, Mayor. My motion will be to approve item number 59.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. And then one abstention. Was that, did Councilman Barlow?
I voted yes for him. He told me to vote yes.
He voted. Councilman Barlow instructed Councilwoman Tarkanian to vote in the affirmative on this matter.
Right,
So,
he did.
thank you. Please post them. You did, I think. And motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 60.
That's probably not the best method to do. So what if we could just show him as a a no vote or no vote on that? Oh, not a no vote. I'm sorry. Well, I think we need to re-vote on that. I mean,
And then possibly you need to re-vote the prior one as well.
Oh,
the prior
I'm sorry,
matter.
on there too.
He
Oh,
was
I'm
not
sorry, I
here,
didn't see that one
President.
on that one either. I will need to re-vote both.
He
of those.
was here up until the very end. He had to go out for the media. So I think the prior vote would be okay, except I pressed the button 2 minutes after he left the room.
Yeah, I think there's going to be sufficient number of votes to pass the item without his vote. So if we could, I think it's.
So I have to tell him I failed him?
No. If he comes back in and wants to have the clerk, if he's listened to the item and wants the clerk to actually do the affirmative on the record, that'd be appropriate.
He's on his way back in. But,
Okay.
you know, if you want to.
Okay, could you sing a little song? He's coming back in. Could you entertain us for 2 minutes? Tell us. All right, here we go.
I am saved.
You mean that's not
Mayor?
your forte, too? Okay.
Mayor, if I may just interject real quick.
Your head's in the news, Councilman.
I know. I apologize. Bev, if you will put me in the affirmative for the last two votes, that would be most appropriate.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, we're copacetic now, but I've lost my place. Are we on to 60 or where are we? Okay, we're on to item number 60. Thank you very much. Discussion for possible action regarding award of bid number 11.53541.03-EV digester gas cleaning improvements located water pollution control facility 6005 East Vegas Valley Drive in the construction conflicts and contingency reserve set by Finance, Department of Public Works. Award recommended to Boulder Construction, Inc., and then parentheses 793973-Sanitation Enterprise Fund of the county.
Kathy Rainey, again, Purchasing and Contracts Manager. Because of the vote on the prior item, we now have accepted the withdrawal of the low bidder. This is the second low bidder for the digester gas cleaning project. And so there's no need for further discussion. This is now the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, so I'm recommending award.
Thank you. Do we have a motion on this, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Motion is to approve item number 60.
Thank you. Please vote. Please post.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 61. Discussion and possible action regarding a beer wine cooler off-sale license, Mulligeta Board DBA CJ Market, 1000 South Torrey Pines Drive, Suite A. This is in Ward 1. Councilwoman Tarkanian, Ms. Duddleston, and is the applicant present? If you are, please come forward.
Your
Ms.
Honor, the
Duddleston.
applicant was present earlier. They asked me to respectfully request on their behalf that this item be abated for 30 days, that they might prepare before you take any action.
Okay. Is there a motion? Do we need to?
So I would need to move
To
to
obey.
30 days.
Which gives us what date? I mean, what would be the council? Councilwoman Tarkanian has moved to obey per the request stated by Ms. Duddleston. So 30 days. What's that council meeting date, please? March 21st? Okay, there's a motion to obey this item, number 61, to March 21st. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Item number 62, discussion of possible action regarding an appeal of a work card denial for Adnan Haris Saab, DB at Fabulous Freddy Car Wash, 1101 South Fort Apache. This is in Ward 2, which in Councilman Wolfson's absence, Mayor Pro Tem. So is the appellant present here? Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you. For the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. The applicant is not here. I was only able to speak to them by phone, and they would respectively also request some time before they appear before you. So we would request at least 45 days, as this does affect the constituents in the business in Ward 2.
Fine, thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Okay, motion is to obey this till April 4th.
There's a motion, please vote. Please post. Thank you very much. Item number 64, R11-2012, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution designating an area for evaluation as the first step in creating a new redevelopment area in the city of Las Vegas. Redevelopment plan is provided in Nevada Revised Statutes, NRS 279.518, and finding that the area for evaluation requires study to determine if a redevelopment project within that area is feasible and a description of the boundaries of the area designated as provided in NRS 279.520. Mr. Art.
Thank you. Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. This item is really restarting a process that's been ongoing for quite some time. The City Attorney's Office recommended that we hold this resolution to basically repeat an action that took place in February of 2010. We've done a lot of work studying this area, and it's being considered for a new redevelopment project area. And the area itself consists of commercial corridors on Sahara Avenue, Charleston Boulevard, and South Decatur Boulevard. Following this item, if you move to approve this item, we would proceed to Planning Commission scheduled for March 13th. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Any questions or discussion on this? May I have a motion, please?
I'll move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Arndt. We have already done item 65. We're moving on. Item 66 has been obeyed till March 7th. And we are moving on to item 67 for possible action. Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, William McCurdy, term expiration 2/20/2012. The option is to reappoint Mr. McCurdy or appoint a new member to fill that seat. Do we have anybody who has been? Okay. Has there been an indication as to, did Mr. McCurdy want to?
Yes, Mayor, he does wish to be reappointed.
Okay. We have no. Okay.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to obey this for 2 weeks, just so we get some clarification.
Okay. There's a motion, please, on item number 67 to obey it for 2 weeks. The item on Mr. McCurdy, either reappointment or someone else. Please vote. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Thank you. Motion carries. This is item number 68 for possible action. Traffic and Parking Commission, Martin Esbin, term expiration 2/21/2012, and Ed Garcia, term expiration March 3rd, 2012. Options are to appoint a new Ward 2 resident and a new Ward 6 resident to these seats.
Mayor, with your permission.
Okay,
I would
please.
like to replace Ed Garcia from Ward 6 on the Traffic and Parking Commission with Michael Anthony Aguilar, who has a very impressive resume in many capacities of parking, traffic, and control on the whole 9 yards. I couldn't have asked for a better representative to serve in that capacity representing Ward 6. That's who I'd like to appoint.
Okay, I'd like to separate this. I don't know how we do this, but since we will be having a special election for Ward 2, I think you would want to have the new council person for Ward 2 make a decision on this. So how do we split this up? Two motions. So we will take the motion that's on the floor right now from Councilman Ross about...
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor. Actually, the motion comes from you.
Okay.
For both items.
All righty. Well, then I will make a motion to have the new name, and could you repeat it for me?
Michael Anthony Aguilar.
Michael Anthony Aguilar pick up after the term expires for Ed Garcia in Ward 6. And you say I can add the other to it, or vote on that first. Yes. Please, there's a motion. I am making the motion to approve that recommendation. Please vote. Please post. And then I am going to make a motion on the Traffic and Parking Commission for the expiration to fill the position that Martin S. Bin is finishing up on the 21st, to wait for the new city council person for Ward 2 to make that selection. And that would be on April 18th. So I am making that motion. There's a motion, please vote. Please post. Motion's carried.
Mayor?
Thank you. Which way?
Mayor, Ricky.
Yes, Councilman.
I was trying to get some food back there, so I apologize for not being here on item number 67. I have spoken to Mr. McCurdy, and he had mentioned that he's looking forward to to fulfill his term and be reappointed to that. So I wasn't sure what took place on that item.
What we had done, Mayor Pro Tem had abated since no one was commenting about a replacement, and
So-
we weren't sure that he had indicated.
Yes, he did. So if you don't mind, if we can reopen that and
just a motion to reconsider.
Yeah,
A motion to reconsider agenda item number 67.
So moved.
All right, we're getting there with our city clerk. Okay, there's a motion to bring that one back. Please vote. Please post. Okay, Councilman Barlow, please.
Yes, I would like to move to reappoint William McCurdy, who term would have expired 2/20 of 2/12 to the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. We will certainly notify him. Thank you very
Thank you, Mayor.
much. And now we will move on to item number 69. Discussion and possible action regarding a third amendment to the City of Las Vegas Citizens Advisory Committee to the Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency and adopting the amended bylaws thereof concerning meeting schedules, Wards 1, 3, and 5, council people, Tarkanian, Coffin, and Barlow. Mr. Arnn.
Thank you. This item establishes the fourth Monday of each month at 4 p.m. as the official meeting date and time. It allows for the cancellation of meetings in any month for which there is insufficient committee business, and it allows for rescheduling of meetings in the event of a conflict. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion, please?
Move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion made by Councilwoman Tarkanian to approve. Please vote. Please post. Thank you very much. Pardon?
taking these with us, are we?
No, they have very beautiful ones there that might work a little better. I think it was my finger, actually. Okay, we move on to item number 71, since we have already attended item number 70. This is bill number 2012-5. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read, please? Please.
Bill number 2012-5, an ordinance to update the nuisance abatement provisions of the municipal code to reflect recent changes in state law regarding notice periods and civil penalties and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion, Councilman?
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. We are now moving on to item number 72. Item 72 through 78, Bill 2012-2 and Bills 2012-6 through 2012-11 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We will move on to new bills. And that takes us to 79. Item 79, Bill 2012-12 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, March 20th, 2012. I would like to have this bill read, please.
Bill number 2012-12, an ordinance to update various provisions of the municipal code relating to the stopping, standing, parking, and loading of vehicles and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. The new bill 2012-12 is assigned to council members Barlow, Coffin, and Anthony. I'm adding a third party just to make sure that there's not an opportunity where different council people believe and only they're one-on-one. So if you will accept that, Mayor Pro Tem. Of course. Thank you very much. We will move on to item 80. And my goodness, did we move. So, given that, we are moving into closed session, which means it is 1:35.
I think we could be back, if you're ready, we can work through lunch in the closed door and be back out here probably about 2:15, Mayor, if you'd like.
Okay, hopefully that's all right with all of you if you haven't passed on from not having food and nourishment. We will adjourn this session to our closed session and we'll reconvene at 2:15.
You're just recessing.
Recessing, excuse me.
Right, recessing
Thank
until
you.
2:15.
We are in closed session. Lunch.
Mr. Ross, how are you?
Okay, I'll grab it. Thank you, Greg. Thank you so much. This one needed.
appreciate it, because that's the only way I can get to it. You know the outside, you know, well, we just need to get right. Hopefully, that's right. If you're a stumble with it, that's why. Thank you. May I interrupt you? You're going to read the new condition on I think I caught almost everything. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Go ahead and get the afternoon session in order. Thank you for waiting for us. The morning session. Let me try that again with the microphone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for waiting around for us. The morning session was definitely very long, so we will go ahead and get started with item 81 for possible action. Any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Agenda item 86, extension of time 43985, applicant owner NV Energy. Staff has requested to strike that agenda item. Agenda item 111, variance 43723, applicant owner Oakbrook Realty and Investments. The applicant has requested abeyance until March 21st, 2012. Agenda item 114, a special use permit 43987, applicant Seema Mizrachi, owner of King George LLC. Applicant has requested abeyance till March 21st, 2012, in that item too, Your Honor. That's
your motion?
That's my motion, is to do that.
Okay, we have a motion to do that. Please vote. Please post. Okay, motion carries unanimously. Also, Mayor Goodman will be here shortly. She's in a quick meeting. Okay, item number 82 is a public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 121 Pico Way for fees in the amount of $2,534 and assess a maximum of $67,500 in daily and failed inspection civil penalties, for a total of $70,034 of property owner Edward and Defina's Wood. This is in Councilman Coffin's Ward, Ward 3. I'll go ahead and declare the public hearing open. Is the property owner present? Okay, I do not see the property owner present. Mr. Baus.
Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, Mike Baus, Code Enforcement Manager. The major cross streets to this property are Bruce and Stewart. This case was opened on August 15th of 2011. The notice and order was issued on August 18th, 2011, and the case was closed on January 19, 2012. This property is not in foreclosure. The code enforcement officers conducted 7 inspections on the site. There was no compliance with our notice and orders, so we commenced abatement work on January 16th of this year and completed it on January 17th. The abatement work consisted of removal of high vegetation, refuge, waste from all areas, application of herbicide, removal of graffiti from walls and fences, and a boarding of all windows and doors. The city's out-of-pocket hard expenses for that work was $2,534. And I need to adjust the civil penalties, Mayor Pro Tem. While this case was in progress, we were also working on our foreclosure registration ordinance. The case was put on hold temporarily, but our system continued to toll the daily civil penalties. So instead of daily civil penalties of $67,500, the correct amount is $41,000. So when you add the hard costs plus the amended daily civil penalties, the total amount in fines and penalties is $43,534, and the property was valued at $33,600 by Zillow on February 1st of 2011.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I think we have to assess the hard costs in the amount of $2,534, and we have to assess the civil penalties too in the corrected amount, as testified to by our folks here. So I think that the total amount then would be $43,534.
Is that your motion?
That is my motion, yes.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item number 83, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement and nuisance located at 395 North 14th Street for fees in the amount of $2,718 and assess a maximum of $52,000 in daily and failed inspection civil penalties for a total of $54,718. Property owner Walter and Clara Castillo. This is in Ward 5. Councilman Barlow. This is a public hearing. I'll declare it open. Mr. Baus. And I will now turn this over to Mayor.
Until I get settled.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Baus.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Mike Baus, Code Enforcement Manager. The major cross streets to this property are Maryland Parkway and Bonanza, and this is a 3-unit apartment building. The case was opened on August 30th, 2011. The notice and order was issued on September 19, 2011, and the case was closed on January 18, 2012. The property is not in foreclosure. Code enforcement completed 7 inspections on site. As a result of noncompliance, we initiated abatement work on January 10, 2012, and completed that work on January 13, 2012. The abatement work consisted of removal of graffiti, high vegetation, refuge waste, securing of all opening doors and windows, and application of herbicide. The city's out-of-pocket expenses are $2,718. And again, this is one of those cases that were put on hold temporarily, but our system continued to toll the daily civil penalties. So rather than $52,000 in daily civil penalties, the corrected amount is $25,000 in daily civil penalties. So the total amount of hard costs and daily civil penalties is $27,718. $718. And as of February 1st of this year, the property was valued on Zillow at $56,500.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Baus, thank you so very much for the presentation here today as well. Is there anyone here to speak on this item, or have you been in contact with anyone as it relates to this building?
We have not, to the chair, Councilman Barlow, we have had no contact with the property owner relative to our notice and orders.
And is it in foreclosure, or is it owned by a specific individual or trust?
Our records indicate that the property is not in foreclosure, and it is owned by Clara and Walter Castillo.
Okay. And having gone out and done your due diligence?
Yes, sir, we did. In fact, I drove by the property this morning, and I can tell you that it's in a code-compliant situation today.
Okay. So with that, and Mayor and Council, I will move to follow staff's recommendation of this item.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries unanimously, and I will now turn this over to Mayor Goodman.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Appreciate that. Item number 84, public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $2,562 recorded against the property and civil penalties in the amount of $24,500 for a total of $27,062 pending recording against the property located at 2100 Cedar Avenue. Property owner Pontus Investment Portfolio 1 LLC. This is in Ward 3 in Councilman Coffin's ward. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the property owner present or her representative? Mr. Baus.
Mayor, members of the City Council, the major cross streets to this property are Eastern and Bonanza. Our records indicate that the property is currently owned by Pontus Capital. The ownership at the time of the abatement was Jose and Alma Martinez. So this is a foreclosure, and the current owner was not in possession at the time that the city did the abatement work. The case was opened on August 28th of 2011. We issued our notice and order on June 29, 2011, and we closed the case on September 17th. The abatement work consisted of removal of high vegetation, refuge, and waste from all areas, application of herbicide, removal of a non-permitted structure, and boarding of all windows and doors. We completed 10 inspections on site. The city's out-of-pocket hard expenses for that work was $2,562. The assessed daily civil penalties are $24,500 for a total daily civil penalties and hard costs of $27,062. And the City Council approved the report and assessed that against the property on October 18th of 2011. As of February 1st of this year, the Zillow value of the property is $31,900.
Thank you, Mr. Baus. Owner, representative?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. David Goodkey from Hutchison and Steffen on behalf of Pontus Investment Portfolio, the owner of the property. As stated, Pontus took ownership on September 19th, 2011, after the abatement issues were taken care of. Pontus took the property pursuant to a foreclosure. Pontus, they're a private equity company that services loans and on occasion takes control of properties through foreclosure. Certainly, we understand that there's out-of-pocket expenses by the city. Be willing to pay those hard costs of the figure is $2,562. However, given that that is about roughly 10% of the property value, and the property is currently under contract to be purchased, we request a complete waiver of the daily civil penalties of $24,500 in order to enable this property to close and be purchased. The current owner, the current intended purchaser plans to own and reside on the property, Mr. Coronado.
I don't know if we're permitted to ask, but I'm going to ask anyway. What is the asking price that this buyer is looking to pay?
Currently, it's under contract for $31,500, so right at approximately the appraised value that Mr. Baus cited. Obviously, anything above the hard costs of $2,562 is going to be it's going to affect the potential purchase of that property and be either a further loss to my client or potentially a amendment to the purchase price of the property. And for that reason, we'd ask for a full waiver of the.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard, please step forward, state your name for the record.
Anthony Hodges, and it sounds like somebody's going to purchase it, so hey, that's a good thing, as long as you get your abatement money.
Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Coffin, since there is a purchaser, I hope we can get this closed up. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none, I'll close the public portion. Councilman Coffin, this is yours.
Oh, yes. Your Honor, we've got to assess the hard costs. I think David asks too much to expect that all of the civil penalties could be waived. However, I think the city customarily reduces these 90% when we've gotten this far. And I think this is anticipated anytime you take over something. Risk involved in private equity, of course. Risk, there's reward. Let's hope that you do make money in the end, but at least you've got the property. So I think I would move then that we would assess the entire civil penalty, the entire out-of-pocket cost of $25.62 and 10% of the civil penalties at $24.50 for a total of $5,012. That is my motion.
Thank you, Councilman. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries with the assessment of 5012. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 85, abeyance item, public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and or reduction of fees for two separate code enforcement abatement cases totaling $5,173.49 in out-of-pocket expenses, interest and tax roll fee, and $1,950 in failed inspection civil penalties, and $56,050 in daily civil penalties recorded against the property located at 1457 North Gateway. Property owner Fiorella Estialdo. This is also in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the property owner present? Mr. Baus.
Mayor and members of the council, this request for waiver involves two separate cases. So the way I propose to proceed, Your Honor, is to give you a summary of each case, and then I'll give you the total amount of out-of-pocket expenses and the total amount of civil fines for both cases. So with that, the crossroads, the major crossroads to this property are Sand Hill and Owens, and for the record, this is a vacant lot. The first case was initiated on May 11th of 2009. A notice and order was issued on June 3rd of that year, and the case was closed on August 10th, 2009. The abatement work consisted of removal of refuge waste, high weeds, and grass from all areas of the property and the application of herbicide, and the removal of illegally placed and abandoned structures. For this case, I'll refer to this as case one, the out-of-pocket expenses were $3,115.30, and the daily civil penalties were $17,500 for a total of $20,615.30. The City Council assessed total costs and civil penalties against the property at its August 10th, 2009 City Council meeting, and to date, there's been no payment received on those amounts. The second most recent case was opened on May 24th, 2011. The notice and order was issued on June 1st, and the case was closed on August 10th of 2011. The abatement work similarly consisted of removal of refuge, waste, high grass, and weeds from all areas of the property, application of herbicide, and removal of a fallen fence. The out-of-pocket expenses on this case are $2,058.19, and the total daily civil penalties are $40,500, for a total out-of-pocket expenses and civil penalties of $42,558.19. The City Council assessed those costs on October 5 of 2011, and again, to date, nothing has been paid on those amounts. So to summarize, Your Honor and Council, for both cases, the total out-of-pocket expenses are $5,173.49, and the total out-of-pocket daily, the total daily civil penalties is $58,000, for a total outstanding costs and penalties of $63,173.49. The property was valued at $35,600 by Zillow effective January 12th of this year.
For both properties?
There's two cases, Your Honor,
Right.
one vacant lot.
property.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you very much. Would you care to state your name? Are you the owner?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you state your name for our record, please?
Sophia Tialdo.
Thank you.
I did comps on the property and it's worth
Excuse
about...
me 1 second. It's okay. Please start again.
Oh, I did comps on the property. They're worth around $20,000 because the property doesn't have sewer or it doesn't have water also. And I have a potential buyer for the $20,000, so I'm asking for a reduction of $5,000, if I
Are
may.
you, is that an independent between you and the potential owner, or are you using a realtor? Just
I mean,
you and another person?
Yeah, I do have a contract, and but I just wanted to see if we could reduce it to $5,000.
Okay, Councilman,
The amount of 5,000.
your voice, your thing, thank you.
The amount of 5,000, reduce it to, or
pay.
reduce it 5,000?
Oh, pay it off for $5,000, because the property is worth like 15 to 20. It's 35 with the services, but it doesn't have water or sewer.
I see.
It's just an empty lot.
I couldn't understand.
Yes, ma'am.
That is fact, because there is no sewer? Or,
I know it's a vacant lot, Your Honor. We did not do the research in terms of the availability of water and sewer. I do know that this is a private, unpaved road, partially paved road.
okay. And has anything submitted to you showing that there is a legitimate offer?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Anyone from public wishing to be heard on this, please?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. If it had structures on it that were torn down, how could it not have a water and sewer connection? That's the question I'd have. The other thing is, there's trees on there. Are they being maintained? It looks like they must have been watered at some time.
Thank you.
It doesn't have water.
Well, with what I've been hearing about it.
Name?
Oh, my name's Anthony Hodges.
Thank you.
Where it sounds right now, this is next to being something about ready to go be tore down, probably be worth more as a vacant lot. I'm not being funny, lady, but whatever. You said it didn't have no sewer, right?
It
Water.
used to have a septic tank.
Or whatever. Okay,
But
that
it
sounds like
doesn't-
that was in the county at one time.
It doesn't have it.
Good luck.
Please.
Are you Fiorella?
Yes,
And are you the owner?
yes.
And how long have you owned the property?
I bought it in 2005, I think.
So, but Fiorella, we've had to have 2 enforcement actions, and I'm not talking about all the many, many visits, which cost a lot of money, but we've had to clean your property 2 times. This is work that actually you and some sort of husky helper could have done on your own. And we had to pay people hard money to do this for you. And many, many notices have been sent to you, and I think now our staff is convinced they were ignored. Why would you then come and ask us to reduce the cost that we've spent?
Because, I mean, I didn't probably get all the notices. When I first called, I was out of town. I was not aware that a transient was living there. Supposedly there was a transient living there.
Aren't there there are homes nearby? what you've done is created what they call an attractive nuisance. It makes a mess out of everybody else's property values around you. And so it's neglectful, and it's really rude to your neighbors. So I think I just want to find out from staff what they really feel about the attempts to contact Fiorella. It sounds to me like, I don't know what finally got her attention. What was it, Mike?
First of all, through the chair, Councilman, we do serve all our notices in order, certified mail, return receipt requested. The first notice in order was signed by an agent of the property owner. So there's documentation on the first case. The notice in order was received and signed by someone on her behalf. Also, the second case was sent, notice in order, certified mail, return receipt requested. Again, that receipt was received. Between the two cases, we received a phone call from the property owner on May 3rd, 2010. On the first case, requesting for a waiver, we faxed that form to her, did not receive anything back. We, by law, are required to mail this to the assessor's records. The owner is on assessor's records, which is a Charleston Avenue address that we mailed it to. We didn't get any responses to that. We sent a code enforcement to that business, visited that business, and it's a post office business. So we continued to search records, and we found through DMV records that she has an address that's in another location than this vacant property, and the address that was listed on the assessor's records. We sent a code enforcement officer out there, left a note on the door, asked her to contact us. Didn't hear anything. A couple of days later, the official announcement, public notice of this meeting came out, sent the code enforcement officer back out there, taped it to her door, and then she contacted us.
Yeah, I couldn't make the first meeting. My car broke down. So I couldn't make the first
I'm
meeting.
going to yield to Councilman Ross for a minute here.
And I did change the mailbox. I had 122, and the mail got lost also from, I have 335 now. So I was not getting a lot of the mail.
With your permission,
But
Mayor?
the main thing, I want to settle this
I'm gonna
to pay you. I mean, I want to pay you.
Ma'am, Ms. Tialdo, with the mayor's permission,
Please.
and Councilman Coffin. Ms. Tialdo, I'm having a hard time believing you did not get notification from the city of Las Vegas.
Okay,
You seem like a nice lady,
get some.
but this is a major problem in our city.
I did get some.
And right now, I'm
notification.
looking at you as guilty of helping create this major problem in the city of Las Vegas. And I don't mean to be mean to you, but I'm not buying that. I mean, and now I need to ask you this
that's why
question.
I wanted
Ma'am,
to get a
ma'am, please.
buyer.
Ma'am, please.
Because it went
Ma'am.
from
Okay,
300
please,
to
if you'd like-
40,000. You know, I
Okay.
mean, going from 300 to 40,000,
Mayor.
that's a lot.
Please let Councilman finish.
Do you have a
lot.
contract to sell your property right now?
I didn't bring it with me, but I can bring it.
Councilman, this is certainly your item, but this is what my belief, is that you've ignored the city of Las Vegas 2 times. Councilman Coffin is exactly correct. We've come out and cleaned up your property for you, and we're going to get paid back for it. You have neglected your responsibility as a property owner in the city of Las Vegas and have found yourself in this position. I am not going to accept any reduction in any of these dollars until I'm comfortable knowing you actually have a buyer for this property. As far as I know, you're up here telling a fib.
No, I can bring a contract if you like.
That's going to be up to Councilman Coffin.
I can
But
bring.
ma'am,
I
I'm
do
having a
have
hard
buyer.
time buying this because we deal with
No, I
this
do have
every
a
city
buyer.
council meeting
Why would I
on
like to-
property owners who do not take care of their properties, and you happen to be one of them today.
I do have a.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilman Coffin, would you like to proceed, please?
Your Honor, I'm taking a lesson here from Councilman Ross, and he's absolutely right. No one's worked harder than Councilman Ross to try to keep these neighborhoods up. I therefore move that, recognizing that the civil penalties are obviously a lot more than the value of the property, but still, I'm going to move that we assess the full out-of-pocket costs of $5,173.49 and only 10% of the civil penalties, to make that $5,800 on top of that, so that the total levied against this property would be $10,000, $973.49.
Do you want to see the contract or no, Councilman?
No, ma'am.
No need to see the contract then. No, the total amount again, Councilman, please.
$10,973.49.
Mayor?
There's yes?
If I may, I would respectfully ask the council to consider putting some time limitation on this reduction, that if the reduction isn't paid within a specified period of time, that it reverts back to the full lien amount, given the history of this property.
Let's ask, when do you think you can come up with that amount?
All
The
together?
10,000, or at least half of it. What is the
Half of it?
timeline? How fast can you pay?
2 weeks.
2 weeks? Okay, for half the amount or the full amount?
Half.
Half, and then the other half?
Another 2 weeks.
Another, so in the month? That's agreed, at the
Yes.
end of a month from today, you will have paid that entire assessment as mentioned by Councilman
Yes, that's
Coffey.
fine. Mhm.
Mayor Goodman,
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
through Councilman Coffin, just for a point of clarification, what is the total we're referring to or voting on today, Councilman? Is the total? No,
That's the total he's asking.
okay, so I guess my question is what is the complete total price moving forward being recommended to the council today?
Councilman, it's the $10,973.49.
To include the hard cost.
The hard costs and 10% of the daily civil penalties.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. So, there is a motion. Will you vote, please? Please post. Motion carries, so you have 30 days
Okay.
in which to make sure that this is satisfied in full, and 2 weeks for the first half, and 2 weeks for the second half.
And I paid him.
Get you some information.
Okay.
Okay?
Mayor, I have a question for
Yes,
Mike.
Councilman Ross.
I have a question, Mike. This is for you, ma'am. This has nothing to do with you, so you could certainly. And this may have to go through Chris or Scott, Brian Scott. Can we not get to the point where these actions and these abatements, especially on the civil penalties, can we not get to the point where you don't have to bring this to City Council? This can be done administratively, and then once it's done administratively, then if the property owner wants to come back and appeal the decision based on the administration to the City Council, I mean, you see where I'm going with this. So I'll let all three of you fill in the blanks for me.
Councilman Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety. That is a subject matter that you and I discussed quite some time back. Mike has been doing considerable, and other staff have been doing considerable research on the city's charter, state statutes, and the requirements in our current ordinances to put together a proposal that would address exactly what you're talking about. We have yet to share that with the city attorney's office or to share it with the city manager's office, because we're still fine-tuning some of the final language of it, but that will be forthcoming in the next couple of months.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for letting me ask that question. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. We are now moving on to our planning, and item number 86 has been stricken. So it reads, items 87 through 91 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 87 through 91.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to approve the consent agenda items 87 through 91.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now we're on to item number 92 through 96. Yes, that's okay. may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Item number 92, ZON 43792, rezoning applicant Wait Montecito Real Estate LLC, owner Centennial and Durango LLC, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from U, undeveloped, to TC Town Center General Plan, TC Town Center General Plan designation to TC Town Center, MS-TC Main Street Mixed Use Town Center, special land use designation on .91 acres in the northwest corner of Grand Montecito Parkway and Clark County 215. This is in Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Number 93, SDR 43790, Site Development Plan Review, applicant Wait Montecito Real Estate LLC, owner Wait Montecito Real Estate et al., for possible action on a request for a site development plan for a proposed parking lot with waivers of the town center landscape buffer and parking lot landscaping standards and waivers of Title 19.08 landscape buffer standards to allow a 0-foot buffer along the north and south sides of a shared property line and a 6-foot buffer along portions of the south and west property lines where 8 feet is required on 8.87 acres at the northwest corner of Grand Montecito Parkway on Clark County 215. This is also in Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Number 94, SUP 43992, special use permit, applicant Golden Trade, owner Seabreeze, Village, LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a 1,300 square foot jewelry store, Class 3 at 1750 North Buffalo, Suite 110, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. SUP 43998, special use permit, applicant Tiffany Bogan, owner Becker Equities LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed astrologer, hypnotist, or psychic art and science use, 106 South Jones Boulevard. This is also in Councilwoman Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Number 96, SDR 43960, Site Development Plan Review, applicant Las Cal Corporation, DBA Taco Bell, owner ADSC LLC, for possible action for a request site development plan for a proposed 1,921 square foot restaurant with drive-through with waivers of perimeter landscaping buffer width standards to allow 10 feet where 15 feet is required along the north and west property lines on .43 acres at the southeast corner of Mayflower Lane, Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of all items. All these items are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on any of these items? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing. And Councilman Anthony, do you have a motion to approve items 92 through 96?
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to approve items 92 through 96.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. We'll now go on to item number 97. Council items 97 and 98. Number 97, ARC 43672, possible action on appeal filed from the approval by the Downtown Development Review Committee on a request for a signage design review for an existing motel. Number 98, VAR 43719, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a proposed 25-foot tall freestanding sign to have a 0-foot setback where 5 feet is required. The applicant is Continental Suites and the owner is 1213 South Las Vegas Boulevard, LLC. The project's located at 1213 South Las Vegas Boulevard. Staff recommends denial of both items, and the Planning Commission recommends approval of item number 98. These items are in Ward 3 and Councilman Coffin, and are public hearings which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Okay. Yes, Councilman.
I wonder, could we ask planning if it might be more useful to take 97 and 98, to take 98 first as opposed to 97? Would that help make things move better? Or do we want to stay? Am I hearing, I'm seeing nodding heads the other way.
Madam Mayor, through you, this is a little bit complicated, and perhaps it might help to talk about the variance that is being requested for the sign first, and then we can also talk about the appeal and the decision of the Design Review Committee.
Okay.
So, Councilman, I think that might be appropriate if the city attorney has no objection to that.
That's fine.
Okay. Who would like to start? Please make sure you give us your name.
I can start. Go ahead. Again, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ilan Gorodetsky. I'm the owner of the hotel. We're located at 1213 South Las Vegas Boulevard. It used to be a condemned property, and we fixed it. We secured a flag under Super 8. Right now, the property is paying property tax, room tax, bringing revenue to the city, and I think we did a lot for the city of Las Vegas at this property. I spent millions of dollars in this property. The issue we have in this property is that the property is located inside, and nobody can see the property. All we're asking is to have a sign that will be able to be seen by walk-ins and by drivers. There's 40,000 cars driving on this street every day. This is Viva Las Vegas over here. This is our sign. Aruba has encroachment towards the road, and you can't see us. People are passing by. We rank, I think, number 47 from all the hotels in Las Vegas because we're clean, we're cheap, and we keep our word in what we're saying. And customers love us. The only complaint we have, they don't see us. Nobody can see us. Some of the people, some councilmen came there, they said the same thing. We can see you, we pass you as well. So all I'm asking here, and again, this is, I don't know if you guys can see it like this. This is how the place was before. This was the property before. And this is the property now.
Beautiful. You can see you spent your money well. No wonder you are a popular place to stay. Beautiful.
Thank you very much. And I have more plans for the future for the property. We're working on another parcel over there. And I really believe if we push right, this area can be changed. This is the area that's going to be connected between downtown to the Strip. It shouldn't be a ghost town like it is right now. And the city is very helpful in everything that's going on there. So the only issue we have over here is, if you guys can see over here, this is the sign that we are trying to get over here. We're trying to get encroachment here, 3 feet, so people can see us. If it's ever going to bother the city, I'll be the first one. If the city is ever going to expand or something, the road, I'll be the first one who's going to move the sign. The people who are contesting us is Viva Las Vegas, this giant sign over here, who has encroachment himself. And he's contesting it. I am at 25 feet, he's over 50 feet sign over here. I'm a penny, and this is like $1. I think this is, for everybody's benefit, is for me to have, for people to see us. Nobody's getting anything by not seeing me. I'm not blocking him. I cannot block him. Even if I want to block him, I can't. And we keep going back and forth over it.
Does your sign with the pole that's coming down into the sidewalk, does that permit pedestrian traffic, or do they have to sort of skirt?
No, they have the skirt, and this was approved by the city. The Planning Commission approved the variance for us. We only need the 3 feet encroachment so people can see us when they drive. Which still, you see, it's tough to see. It's hard to see it, especially at night when you drive. And people have to go all the way to Charleston, make a U-turn, and come back to us, and go all the way back. And we have multiple complaints about it from customers. And I think it's for the city benefit, for everybody's benefit. This is not about an individual business over here. It's a city. It's about everybody's benefit to make this place nicer.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
I think it is of everyone's benefit to make the place nicer, and I thought that a compromise was made, and that's why I wonder if staff or whoever was involved would clarify for me. My understanding was that the width of this sign would have completely covered the bottom of the other sign, but there was a compromise made and accepted by the Planning Commission that would have sort of given you a view of both sides. And that's why this was considered by planning, if I'm not mistaken. And planning said that go ahead and do the sign, but you need to do it this way so we're fair to both business entities.
Madam Mayor, if I might respond to that,
Yes,
to just
please.
clarify the decision of the Planning Commission at their meeting in January. When the variance item was heard by the Planning Commission, the applicant had requested to allow the sign to encroach 3 feet into the public right-of-way. The decision of the Planning Commission was to approve the variance, but not to allow the 3-foot encroachment into the right-of-way. And so what the Planning Commission decided in their recommendation was that the sign may be located directly at the property line, but could not encroach the 3 feet as requested into the right-of-way. And so you have a condition in the conditions of approval for this variance that states the decision of the Planning Commission, or the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
So that was sort of a compromise they made.
Yes, it was.
Thank you very much. I wondered-
Question, could we go back to your sign, the first photograph you put up? Not that one, the one that you're planning or hoping for.
Which one? This is the one. This is
Okay.
this is the one we're trying to.
But in the construction, was the problem of the Planning Commission where the pole that held it up was placed? And if in fact that were the case, where it has to abide by lack of encroachment, could the sign be designed up high that it sticks out?
Actually, the sign is designed as such currently. It has a section that, let's see, the pole is actually off-center, and so the sign cantilevers out over. So in terms of pedestrian passageway, regardless of whether the pole is located as decided by the Planning Commission or is where the applicant originally requested, pedestrians could still pass under the sign, and there's adequate clearance to do so.
But the compromise was,
Yes, please.
Mayor, the compromise was not made on the use of that land, and if you could pass through, the compromise was made so both signs could be seen. And I believe that auto studies show that it was difficult to see the second sign if these new tenants come in and build their sign the way they want to, rather than the way recommended by Planning Commission. And what the Planning Commission was trying to do was do it good for both of them, neither of them having it perfect or the way they wanted, because you do have another very viable business that is worried about that. And there's been some arguments, I believe, between the two.
You're totally right about it. But as you see, my sign is this. If I move here, I'm not here. I can't block him. No matter what, I can't block him. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to be seen. Just like every other business here has encroachment and blocking a little bit of the other. I'm not blocking him.
Well,
See, this is my sign here where my finger is. If it will move 2 or 3 feet, this is his sign. It's here. It's 50 feet. 25 feet cannot block 50 feet.
Now, can I just ask,
Sure.
where is a copy of the recommendation made by the Planning Committee? Didn't the Planning Committee make some recommendation?
Yes, it's included in the conditions of approval.
And Flint, maybe it would help to state what that was. I think it was a 3-foot variance instead of the 0-foot.
Yeah.
Can I interject?
Yes, please go ahead.
John
State your
Urich.
name, thanks.
John Urich, I'm the sign contractor, and I represent the applicant. They're basically asking for the condition of no encroachment to be removed and approve the variance and allow them to execute an encroachment agreement with the city. I think Planning Commission, it turned into kind of an argument up there, and I apologize to the Planning Commission for that, but, and I think the Planning Commission didn't completely understand. We didn't get a chance to explain everything. But Viva Las Vegas, the main objection to this sign is approximately 380 square foot sign, has a 0 setback and a 3-foot encroachment as their sign stands. This applicant sign is 120 square foot, approximately a third the size, and they just want to have the same encroachment as Viva Las Vegas, their main objection here that you're going to hear from shortly, the sign is 100 foot separated from it, which is sign code. So ignoring any setbacks or encroachment, the sign meets what the city's sign code is as far as separation, which is the intent to not block another sign anyways. So it is 100 foot separated. It meets all other sign codes. It's just asking for equal treatment, given maybe hardship isn't the right word, but their building is set back between these two buildings that have zero setback. The buildings go right to the sidewalk, let alone their signs. So people driving by, and we're just talking about northbound traffic, southbound, they won't see their sign because Viva Las Vegas is humongous compared to it.
How about the wedding chapel immediately to the north?
Yeah, that's Viva Las Vegas. That's what I'm talking
That's
about.
both theirs?
Yeah,
both
that's
the
one.
big high white one
Yeah,
and the lower
it's
one?
approximately 40 foot tall, 380 square foot. It's grandfathered in because it was the big sign before this parcel was broken up into 3 parcels, this applicant being the middle parcel. It is 10 foot above ground. It doesn't harm the public. Similar encroachments have been approved by this council for everyone around him. Hostile Cat and Absolute Inc. recently were granted encroachment agreements with the city and zero setback. So they're just asking for equal treatment. This is a 2-scale drawing of how the sign will look. No encroachment with encroachment. Now, Viva Las Vegas's attorney is about to show you drawings that are not to scale and how this sign is going to completely block it. But keep in mind, the applicant's sign is 1/3 the size of this huge sign. So
Could
if
you
just
bring
do a
down the other
reasonableness test
picture
when-
again?
I'm sorry?
Could you bring down the other one again, please? That one. Whoops. That's the same one. The one on top. That one.
And
That's what no setback. I mean, no 3-foot encroachment.
and another
You'll just see Viva's fine. You'll just drive by.
another thing, if I may, we have an issue because Viva Las Vegas is a busy wedding chapel. He gets in through my driveway, which we're still debating whether he has access or not, and blocks the driveway with his limos. So you can't see the hotel at all. You literally cannot see it because limos are big, and you have maybe 45 feet over there. You can't see the hotel at all. Without the sign, I can't explain. This is what happens at night when Viva Las Vegas is busy. This is the cars that get in and block it. This is his limos, as you guys can see. I don't know if you guys, where is it? Here, yeah. Sorry, yeah. So this is the limos that blocking the exit. This is another limo. This
Mayor,
is
I
the
think
cars.
we're going a little off the agenda item.
Okay.
No, what I'm trying to show is without a sign, I cannot be seen at all. I cannot be seen at all. And that's why we need a sign, because number one, his limos are blocking us, then people don't see us, because if you look at the property line, this is the property line over here. This is Aruba here. If you drive over here, I am here.
Okay.
Way inside. Can't see us.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else wanting to be heard on this item, please come forward. Yeah.
Want to move that or want me to put this on top?
Oh, yeah.
Whatever. Good afternoon.
Hi. State
Mayor,
your name, please.
City Council. For the record, my name is Garrett Gordon. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Lewis and Roca, located at 3993 Howard Hughes Parkway, today representing Las Vegas Wedding Chapel. Their address is 1205 Las Vegas Boulevard. Here's an aerial of the location. Here's Viva Las Vegas. This property has been in business as a wedding chapel for the last 15 plus years. Talking about accolades, they're a top 3 wedding chapel ranked, in Las Vegas. Certainly do a lot for this community. Prior to ownership by these gentlemen, about 2 years ago, Viva Las Vegas received some redevelopment funds, and they matched them with their own money to build the LED screen on that sign, which used to be the old Thunderbird sign, and also put pavers in from here extending through here. Again, I think we're both on the same page of improving and beautifying this area. There is an executed easement agreement for access, so that should not be in dispute. We have a right to go in on their property. They have a right to come out on our property. There was at a point in the last 6 months where we were working together. We put up a banner on our sign to advertise Continental Suites and tried, these properties are married, for lack of a better term, and need to coexist. However, negotiations have kind of fallen off, and the threat that they used was we're going to file for our own sign. So if you can see from this aerial, here's the Viva Las Vegas sign. Here is the proposed sign. Viva Las Vegas was very concerned after investing their money in their sign that, as proposed, pre-planning commission, it would have blocked the Viva Las Vegas sign in its entirety. At Planning Commission, we asked for the variance not to be approved. So the variance is for a 0-foot setback. They normally required to do 5 feet. We asked for that not to be approved. They asked for the full 5 feet, which would include a 3-foot encroachment. What the Planning Commission did, and they said, hey, if both of you aren't happy, we probably did something right. We said no encroachment, but a variance for no setback. So in essence, it moved it 3 feet off of the right-of-way. To be honest, our client wasn't pleased, but you know what? Compromise is compromise, and today we're just asking you to uphold what the Planning Commission did because we can live with it and believe it is a fair compromise. I think it's also important for the record. Here's the Continental Suite sign that was approved at the Downtown Design Review Committee. We certainly think it has a retro design, meets the neon standards, is great for the neighborhood. We do have some concern, though, that they're in fact going to build this sign. We recently received an email from these gentlemen that they signed a franchise agreement with the Super 8 chain, and I'm happy to give a copy of this email to everyone, and that they now have to live within the provisions of a franchise agreement, which is quite predictable because they'll want their logo, a Super 8 logo. There's our Viva Las Vegas sign, and they've recently put a banner up that shows a Super 8 logo. Here's a better picture. They also spray painted on the sidewalk Super 8 future sign. So we're a little concerned that it's a little bit of a bait and switch here, that they've asked for a Continental Suite sign moving through the process, but now they're going to come back with a Super 8 sign, which Planning Commission has never seen, City Council will never seen, and it only goes to the Design Review Committee. So we've worked with staff, and we got an email late afternoon of trying to find a condition where they'd have to come back. Not sure if we found that yet, but we're certainly concerned that this is a bit of a bait and switch, and we're going to get not this great Continental Suite sign, but a Super 8 sign. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and I really appreciate the time. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, please.
Flynn, is there anything in the code as it relates to what's presented before this council as far as the text, verbiage, suggestions as far as what one would be looking to do and do something totally different?
Absolutely there is, Madam Mayor, through you. For the approval given by the Downtown Design Review Committee or for approvals given by City Council, while we don't have the ability to regulate the content of signs, we do regulate the configuration of signs, the illumination of signs, the placement of signs. And so if they are going to attempt to submit a building permit to build something other than what was approved by the Downtown Design Review Committee, we would not be able to approve that permit, and we would send them back to the Downtown Design Review Committee with their new design. So the only thing that we can approve is what we have before us.
And so if in fact what's being presented before us is approved today and 30 days from now something different is being built, what is the process or procedure we would take as a city in order to address that concern?
What we would do is once we receive the application, if it's inconsistent with what was presented to the Downtown Design Review Committee, we would deny the application, and then we would refer them to the Downtown Design Review Committee.
Thank you.
Question, if I may.
Sure.
Not recalling exactly
Elon
how the
Gordon.
configuration is, but coming out of the side of your building, the west end of the building that faces Las Vegas Boulevard, is there any way that you can get signage out where you want it, not encroaching on walkway, but a signage that could be built out on some type of wrought iron or something that would achieve what you want but not encroach in the walkway?
Okay, I would love to, but the only problem, they can't see us. We have to go outside for them to see us. Our building is inside.
No, I get that, but the westernmost end of your building would have something protruding from it like an arm that would carry your sign up high.
But there is a 40-foot setback. It's set back 40 feet, my building. The building is 40 feet back.
Oh, so you would have to run the
between
pole
Viva
40
and
feet.
this.
Oh,
Now,
okay.
what I'm trying to say, and I'm
Yes.
sorry for the
Okay.
discrepancies that's going on here. I want everybody to be on the same page. We didn't do any bait and switch or anything like that. We opened the hotel as Continental Suite. We're trying to bring a franchise forever because they don't want to come to the area. When they came and they saw the place, they approved us to Super 8. The sign will be changed. We will go to the DDRC and get approved for the new sign. We're not here to talk about the design of the sign. The design was approved already. We will definitely do something that the city will approve, and more neon even with Super 8. We're talking right now just on the encroachment so people can see the hotel. That's the idea. We're business people over here, and it's great that they've been there for 15 years, and it's great that they spend money, but they spend money, the city gave them money, and they spend it not on their property. They spend it for their own interest. This is not their property, this driveway where they put those pavers. City didn't give them money to take it and do whatever they want with it. We won't get into it, but they took money from the city and used it not on their property, on my
Okay,
property.
I think we're at a point that Councilman Coffin, Councilman Coffin, you two figure it out between the two of you. Who wants to talk?
I just want to make one comment.
He wants to get in on it.
And
You keep complaining that you got a 40-foot setback and no one can see it. You know what you were buying before you bought it. You know what you were getting when you sunk $1 million into the property, which we appreciate that.
I think three.
Because that's
Three and a half.
$3.5 million in the property. But you knew that. It sounds to me that you just have an issue with your neighbor and you guys can't work things out. That's what I see here, and that's terrible because you guys got to do business together.
You're right.
I would recommend to you, regardless if this goes on or that goes away, that you sit down with your neighbor and become buddies so you can work together so you can both be successful. That's my recommendation.
I
Thank you, Mayor.
appreciate
Thank
it,
you,
and I
Councilman
tried
Coffin.
it many times. They come with attorneys, and attorneys are talking, and they're just arguing. Now, as far as the sign, when I bought the property, this sign was belong for all three properties. There was one sign for all three properties. This sign was never just Viva Las Vegas sign. We're still checking the legality of that as well. I'm not saying it might be their sign. They put the money on it. But the post was belong for the all three properties. I tried to work with my neighbor many times. And, I'm asking for a sign for people can see my hotel, stay in this beautiful city, pay room tax, enjoy the hotel. I'm not bothering anybody because I'm 25 feet against 60 feet. No matter how they're going to picture it, this is,
Is there any room for a small sign of his on your sign?
Yes, and we've been discussing that as part of a global compromise. The issue, though, is the off-premise sign ordinance is given that sign, the Las Vegas sign, Viva Las Vegas sign is on our property. And so technically it would be an off-premise sign, but we've been working with your staff of trying to come up with a solution where we can share the sign. Even today, the banner that I showed you that they've put up on our sign, we haven't taken it down as good faith. And on our LED screen, we've been advertising actually for Continental Suites in an effort to show good faith to promote compromise. So we're hopeful that, and I think it makes sense to share the sign.
I would just like to confirm what has been stated, that if Continental Suites were to advertise on the Viva Las Vegas sign, that constitutes off-premise advertising, which is not permitted here in the Scenic Byway.
And Mayor, if I could, just ask one. I think if it was a commercial subdivision, they could advertise on all three properties on one, but that would mean they'd be one cohesive commercial subdivision, which they're not.
And that would require a mapping action.
And another thing.
There still are people wanting to
Sorry.
speak under public comment. Otherwise, I would make a
Oh, I'm
motion.
so sorry.
Otherwise, I
I
would
didn't
make a
see our public comment, of course.
Excuse me. My name is Anthony Harley. This sounds like a failure to communicate. The three of y'all got to figure out a way to get a sign situation where all the signs be the setback. Everybody can share. What I'm trying to say, you're limited for the sign on facing the public. And with the place in the back, as you said, you have little or no representation. The point is, all three of y'all need to figure out a way, like they do in the big shopping center, figure out a way all three of y'all can be on something together. That a big deal or what? Excuse me. Well, make it equal, whatever.
Okay, please.
Thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. I want everybody to remember this because I'm going to come back at this several times every time these parcels start getting chopped up, because we get haunted by this all the time. But originally, as I said, there was one common sign. That sign should be incorporated into some way that all of them can share it. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, please, Councilman.
I'm sorry, Councilman Coffin. Flynn, from a design standpoint, just for point of clarification, the distance between the signs meet the city's design standards.
Correct. There's a 100-foot requirement between freestanding signs, and as shown on the plans that were submitted to us, it will meet the 100-foot separation requirement.
Okay, so that's not an issue before us here today?
No.
Okay, that's question number one. Question number two, for another point of clarification, as far as from the Downtown Design Committee, what is it that you would like to see the committee?
Essentially,
as far as the encroachment is concerned.
In terms of the encroachment, the Downtown Design Review Committee deferred that issue to Planning Commission and City Council, since they have no authority to approve variances from setback requirements for signs. In terms of what they'd like to see signage that's conforming with the standards of the Scenic Byway Overlay, which essentially requires neon or animated signage.
And it does have that?
It does have that and does conform with.
And does conform. However, the only question is the encroachment of 3 feet.
Is the placement of the sign. Freestanding signs are required to be a minimum of 5 feet back from the property line.
Yes.
The applicant requested essentially a 3-foot encroachment into the right-of-way, or 3 feet past the property line, and Planning Commission recommended that they be allowed to be placed directly at the property line, so no encroachment, but still requires the variance into the 5-foot setback.
Okay. And to Viva Las Vegas representative, I'm sorry, your name again, sir?
Garrett Gordon, thank you.
Garrett Gordon?
Garrett Gordon, yes.
Okay, Mr. Gordon. With this 3 feet encroachment, your argument is that it will impede the visibility of your sign? Keeping in mind that the city standards of 100-foot separation, the reason for that is to eliminate the argument of a view being shed or blocked. So help me understand your argument once again.
Sure. So here's an example of the status quo on top and then the sign as proposed with the encroachment. My client was concerned, given, as the applicant mentioned, visibility is really important along this corridor.
Yes.
And especially for wedding chapels, the visibility is certainly one of their biggest marketing tools. And so when the application came through and we saw, wow, this is certainly not only going to the property line, but encroaching, and looking at code and looking at staff's original recommendation for denial, encroachment in the right-of-way really is not in, it's discouraged in code, and especially in this certain area. So what we asked for is no variance and no encroachment, so back 8 feet.
Speak to me
Yes, sir.
from the standpoint of visibility. Will this sign impede your client's visibility as far as being seen?
We believe with the encroachment, yes. With the compromise, we can live with it, sir.
And the compromise of being what?
That instead of the variance asks for
3 feet.
no setback, so right on the property line, plus 3-foot encroachment. So it's really an 8-foot variance application, if you will.
Yes.
Planning Commission said, okay, we're going to still give them waive that 5 feet setback. However, the extra additional 3 feet into the right-of-way, we think code discourages it, and we're not going to recommend that. So we're really going to cut it down the middle. You guys still get your variance. 0-foot setback, but there's just no additional 3 feet on top of that into the right-of-way.
Okay, and from a view standpoint, once again, a driving view standpoint, which is going to be the telltale at the end of the day, how will your view be blocked with a 100-foot separation with, if in fact we were to move forward with the 3-foot encroachment variance? Demonstrate to me how your view would be impeded.
Sure, thank you for that question.
Okay.
We hired a sign consultant who put together this aerial photo. So this is Viva Las Vegas sign, the proposed sign with the 3-foot encroachment.
Walk a little bit slower because you're moving too fast. So the cameras are trying to follow you. Thank you.
Proposed sign with encroachment.
Yes.
Viva Las Vegas sign.
And we're traveling north on Las Vegas
We're
Boulevard.
traveling north
Okay.
with our sign and no Continental Suite sign. There's approximately 350 feet of viewing distance traveling north.
350 feet.
Correct.
Okay.
And putting their sign with the encroachment, severe, in our opinion, severe cuts that not only in half but even further down to about 129 feet of viewing distance.
My point exactly. The reason why code is in place is to give the threshold of 100-foot separation. So, to me, there's really no argument. You actually proved their point in regards to you have an additional 30 feet on top of the 100 by code.
I would,
from a view standpoint.
I would respectfully.
I'm not going to argue, sir. I'm not going
No,
to
I'm
argue
sorry.
the height because we're talking about your sign.
No, I know. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so
Sorry.
I'm just trying to look at
Sorry
it from a
about it.
view standpoint, driving, being that there is a 100-foot separation by code, and you have a 130-foot view. So I'm really trying to understand your argument.
And I appreciate that and would respectfully say that yes, per code, 100 feet, sure, but this is not only 100 feet, it's asking for a waiver of other code standards. It's at 100 feet with your 5-foot setback is code. We can live with that today. But they're asking not only the waive code for the 5-foot setback, they're also asking for an encroachment. We're saying, yeah, if you want to live by what code says, 100 feet, no 5-foot setback, perfect. But we're even, and we're saying, but
Planning Commission has, Planning Commission, and to include our downtown design committee, have agreed to do that. So to unravel that, that has already been a given as far as from Planning Commission standpoint.
Yeah, we are asking you just to uphold the compromise that Planning Commission made.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And the question that I have for you, sir, your name?
Ilan Gorodetsky, sir.
Okay. Why the 3 feet versus taking what Planning Commission has already
This is why.
stated that they would be willing to present to this board?
Okay. This is the real sign, how it's going to be. Again, we're talking about 25 feet compared to 60 feet. So you can see the sign from...
Once again, we're not talking height,
All right,
we're talking
sorry,
width.
Sorry. The 3 feet encroachment will put me... They have 3 feet encroachment. They have more than 3 feet. I'll be a little bit less than them, and you'll be able to see us from here. You cannot see us, no matter what. It's dark at night
Hold on
because
a
of
second.
Aruba.
There we go. If we can just...
I'm
get-
sorry, you see Aruba over here?
Yes.
Aruba's building is encroaching towards the street.
Mhm.
I am inside. I'm 40 feet, 30 feet inside here after Aruba.
Mhm.
I'm a hostage between Aruba, and Viva Las Vegas.
Okay.
So from the south side, you can't see us at all because you have Viva Las Vegas.
Okay.
We can't do anything about it, and you have this big sign. All I'm asking is at least the people that are coming from this side, from the strip to downtown, to get in to our hotel to see it. The sign, the neon, this is all what Vegas is about.
Okay.
Without the sign, they can't see us.
Flint, question. As far as the wedding sign in the middle there, the red sign, you can see it, right? Yes. Is there any variances or waivers on that sign?
I'm not aware of there being any. However, the sign was constructed some time ago.
Okay.
I believe the right-of-way may have changed since the sign was originally constructed, and so right now it does encroach into the right-of-way.
And by how much? Just a rough estimate. I won't hold you to it. Just eyeball it.
It could be up to 5 feet.
Much further than the request before us, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Coffin.
Thank you, Councilman Coffin.
Mayor, I think we can't go wrong if we approve what the Planning Commission did. The Planning Commission spent a lot of time on it. They hassled over the same things. They heard them in their judgment, which I have to respect because they're working this stuff all the time. I think they've done a good job. And by the way, this won't be the end of it all. There will be more. My house is on 5th Place, directly behind all these properties. My property line is 162 feet away from the property line behind this hotel. So if shooting starts, I wish you would aim away from the east. All has to go north, south, or west, preferably north-south. So I think we've got to have, eventually there's going to have to be a shootout of finances, I hope, on this. So therefore, I think we need to support the Planning Commission on this. Is there any additional language?
No, the condition number 7 addresses the recommendation of Planning Commission on the variance item.
May I say something?
Then that is my motion, Your Honor, on item 98.
All right, there's a motion.
Can I say something before the motion for a second?
That's up to Councilman Coffin. He would like to add something more? No, thank you. Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. Please post. And then you'll deal with 97, yes? Motion carries. Councilman, this is on 98. So Councilman Coffin on item number 97.
Staff, now what do we need on 97?
Item number 97 is an appeal of the decision of the Downtown Design Review Committee. The Downtown Design Review Committee approved the sign as finding it in conformance with the scenic byway overlay and deferred the issue of the variance, obviously, to you all here today. So approval of the appeal would essentially take away the approval of the Downtown Design Review Committee. Denial of the appeal would uphold the decision of the Downtown Design Review Committee, or the appellant also has the opportunity to withdraw the appeal if they would like to do so.
I'm not sure whether it matters to them if it creates a prejudice if we turn down on 97.
Attorney?
If he'd like to withdraw it, he can do that, and you can just strike the item, Councilman, if you'd like.
All right.
Councilman, if I may, we were the appellant for this agenda item. We will respectfully withdraw our appeal. Thank you.
No, we can
Thank you. So
Then I
that is
move that we
stricken.
strike 97 off.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, you'll need to vote on that.
I didn't vote.
On 97.
Oh, my goodness. And post, please.
Are we done? Short?
Thank you. We are now on to items 99
Mayor?
through
If I could just do, I know, if I
Yes,
could just one
sir.
thing for the record, just to indicate, Councilman Coffin did disclose, and we indicated to him that this sign won't affect his property any greater or lesser than anyone else's, so we told him he could vote on this particular item.
Okay, thank you very much. You got that, our city clerk? Could you restate that, please?
Just indicating that he did make a disclosure, but this sign won't affect his property any greater or lesser than anyone else's property, so we've indicated that he can vote on this particular item.
Okay. Is that, excuse me.
God bless you.
Item number 99 through 103. Item number 99, GPA 43887, general plan amendment for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from MXU, mixed use to commercial. Item 100, zone 43888 for possible action on a request for a rezoning from R4 to C2. Item 101, SUP 43889 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for gaming establishment non-restricted. Item 102, VAC 43891 for possible action on a petition to vacate a portion of an existing alley south of Cincinnati Avenue and east of Tam Drive. Item number 103, SDR 43890 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a 240,199 square foot, 201 unit, 10-story hotel casino with a 446 space parking garage and waivers of the downtown Centennial Plan standards for streetscape, service area, loading dock, utility location, perimeter wall height, and wall treatment at the street level requirements. The applicant owner is Lucky Dragon. The project is located at .20 acres at 305 West Cincinnati on 2.63 acres, along with the north side of Sahara, approximately 410 feet west of Fairview Avenue. Planning Commission recommends approval of all items, and staff recommends approval of items 99 through 102 and denial of item 103. These items are in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, in our public hearing, which I now declare open, is the applicant present?
Yes, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street, representing the applicant in the matter. Also present is architect Ed Vance, who will have some comments in a moment, and in the audience, the developer's representative, Mr. David Jacoby. The project also includes the participation of Andrew and Gudrun Fanfa. They were here earlier. Mr. Fanfa has a back problem that prevented him sitting for this length of time, and offers his repentance for having left. We're here and proud to be here for what I believe is the first from the ground up hotel casino to be proposed in the city, or I believe in the county, since the recent fall off in construction activity generally. This is to be a boutique, which is to say small and aimed at a particular market, hotel casino, 201 rooms with an Asian theme and with appropriate Asian amenities, meaning the restaurants proposed, the gaming pattern proposed for the gaming floor are aimed at an Asian clientele. The developer believes that that market is yet to be fully served in this community and can be a success on that basis. The property in question is, as most people think of it, the parcel next to the existing Allure residential tower. This parcel was intended to be at one time a much larger second residential tower, but that market, as you know, has largely failed. And it was announced by the developer several years ago that the new tower would be a hotel-type tower. So we think it is not a surprise to this board or to others who have been following the property that a new, smaller, but different purposed tower is now proposed. We certainly appreciate the staff's favorable recommendations on the majority of the items and the Planning Commission favorable action on the items. As we went through the process, only one issue appeared to attract attention, and it concerned the shared driveway with Allure. As I said, this was intended to be built as two large residential towers. The change in the character of the use on this second property caused people to ask questions about how the driveway, already agreed to be a shared driveway, would function with the two kinds of traffic. Mr. Vance, the architect, has worked assiduously with the neighbors and the people who have that concern, has proposed any number of alternative ways of developing the access point, and I'd like to just pause at this point and ask him to describe where we ended up and why we think that resolves any questions that may have been raised. So, Mr. Vance, if you'd help us out with that.
By the way, excuse me, Your Honor, Ed, when you show the parking situation, make sure that map is up. We haven't really seen that yet. That illustration.
Yes, sir.
To show how you solved that problem.
Sure. And I'm not sure, is what
If
I
we
see
could go
here
to
in
the
this monitor-
overhead projection of what we've put
Right.
out here from the
Right.
engineer and his little engineering place. Okay.
Right, and as a record, for the record, Ed Vance, 900 South Pavilion Center Drive, representing the owner. And it's a pleasure to be here, again, because it's been a long time. So, with that, I will take the handheld mic, which...
They would have to offer to you.
Do we have a handheld anywhere, Mr. Paggs?
And
Is
they're-
there one?
oh, they're hiding it.
They got it.
Great,
Thank you.
Is it working? Good?
Yes.
All right. So, yeah, that's very good. Thank you.
Excuse me, has the operator of the new proposed casino gone through gaming? Gaming
Yes, I
control
believe
they have?
Yes. In fact, yeah. If you'll recall, about 2 years ago, we were before you on another project, much larger, hotel kind of combination condo gaming facility, and they had gone through that same process, but that was a $1 billion project. again, we've come back before you, much smaller boutique facility, but you've gone through all those motions already. Now it's just a matter of finding really the right niche that we're about to present to you for the project called the Lucky Dragon. So, but I hope that answers your question.
I didn't know if the Lucky Dragon would be owned by FAMFA at all, and therefore they have gone through gaming, or this is a separate entity owned by the Chinese group that is promoting it.
No, the answer to your question was yes.
They have got their license, their gaming
They
license.
have, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. So I have the site plan that was submitted after, as Greg mentioned, we'd met with the Homeowners Association and the chairman of that group to resolve the one issue that we had in planning, which was the shared entrance. I have the plan here, and it's a little hard to read, so what I have here, I'll flip this around, is a sketch, which is so much easier to read. And if you could zoom in on that a little bit more, a little tighter, you're going to see, yeah, perfect. Slide that over. Here's the shared entrance, right? And this was initially or originally planned for an entrance for both what would have been Allure 2 here and an exit for both of these two. And again, we've planned this in such a way where the existing garage for Allure sits here, and the garage we're proposing is exactly the way they had proposed the Allure 2 project. So we really bookend the garages, which is perfect. You kind of back up to Cincinnati, having access to that, and kept all the egress and all traffic really to the greatest extent possible off of Sahara. So, but they kind of got used to having the whole thing. So and they didn't like us coming out and sort of taking any traffic away from or the use of this area from them. So what we've proposed is to simply come out of our garage. We'll kind of stay on our property for a while, put a stop sign here, so that if someone's coming out of that Allure garage, that they'll have right-of-way access coming onto Sahara. We'll have to wait for them, and then we'll be able to proceed out and then either back in or onto Sahara. And that seems to have met with everyone's approval. If there's any questions about that.
Is there an exit entrance off of Cincinnati on the north side?
Not from the garage. What we have is a through lane here, and I'll bring back this plan here. And again, we're trying to minimize, as we work with planning on this, a lot of access to Cincinnati, since it's a residential thoroughfare. So all traffic originally for both towers was originally acting only onto Sahara, because that's the major thoroughfare. So we're trying to minimize that traffic back here. So we have a little bit back here, so when a valet brings his car back here, you'll be able to go back onto Cincinnati, probably a full movement back here. But we're trying to keep a lot of traffic on Sahara as opposed to taking it onto that residential boulevard. And that seemed to have met with planning's intent here. Okay? Any other questions? And again, this is sort of an image of what it will look like, rather low-rise. There's the Allure Tower over on the right. Okay. There's a shot looking more east. Okay. That's kind of an isometric of it. You can see how it will be dwarfed by the existing Allure Tower.
How many rooms?
201.
Thank you.
And a little isometric there, too, kind of showing how that works. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
And if I can just elaborate a little bit, a number of conditions were imposed. We accepted all the conditions as reflected at the Planning Commission. There will be an additional condition clarifying which plan we're talking about when we come to the SDR that simply corrects to bring the plan up to speed with the changes that Mr. Vance has made since the Planning Commission. But with that, we would pause, take your questions, any public input, and happy to respond.
Mr. Fack, could you talk to 103?
Certainly. With the revisions to the driveway that they have proposed that would satisfy the interests of the adjacent Allure Tower, we would need to make a change to condition number 3 on item number 103. The language that we would change would be as follows. All development shall be in conformance with the site landscape plan, date stamped February 9th, 2012, and building elevations date stamped November 16th of 2011, except as amended by conditions herein. So I would just need to make that change on item number 103 to reflect the new plan.
And you would agree, staff would then agree,
Yes, we support that change in the plan.
and you're in agreement with those
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
statements? Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, this is, I've mentioned this project coming before at various times whenever I had an opportunity as the first, start from scratch casino hotel in the city since the recession started, I believe. And so it's a good sign for all. It happens to be in downtown Las Vegas. There's a chance that it'll attract more because there's still room between there and the freeway. And it may spur the landowners on the Clark County side to maybe do something with that county, that corner finally. I attended the town hall meeting, which was held in Allure, where 99% of the people came from. And their main objection was the worry about traffic coming through. This redesign on the traffic solves their problem. And I believe we haven't had any that I can recall. I haven't had a phone call against the new plan. So I think we're ready to go. This might have been able to go faster if it wasn't for the need for a general plan amendment, which we only are allowed to have once every quarter now, I think. So really, it's ready to go. Unless any members have any questions, I'll be happy to make a move.
I would like to add, too, that it was first shared with me in February of 2011 before they had really pulled it together, but they had your architecturals, and they were absolutely wild. So it's wonderful to see how fast you've moved along here and have come to this point. And I would ask Councilman Coffin, this is a public hearing, so if our public would like to take the microphone, state your name, and make your comments, please.
My name is Anthony Hart. All I want to say is that they're building the building, and it's going to, for the greater good, build it.
And too, might I ask, how many employees will be hired, or the potential of being hired for this? What are you looking at?
We have someone who actually have to hire them here, so let's let
Okay, would you state your name, please?
Hi, David Jacoby. As part of the pre-development for this project, we put together an economic report, or rather we hired an economist to do so, and the direct and indirect and induced jobs is expected to be 2,914, I believe.
So that is construction as well as the actual employment.
Right, and indirect
Both.
and induced jobs, so
Correct.
the sort of multiplier effect of any revenue that is then made
Okay.
and paid as salary to employees, things like such of that nature.
Thank you, Mr. Jacoby. All right, we're still in public hearing.
Thank
Please
you. Todd
state your
Paulo,
name.
240 North 19th Street. Absolutely beautiful. But I want to point out, too, that Mr. Snow and the RTC is coming out with a complete streets program, and they're going to start with Sahara there. And we're doing this with the same with the city, too. But as always, Dr. Burgell has got everything jot and tittle worked out here. And we appreciate that. Thank you.
And I haven't paid him recently to say that. He just keeps saying it.
Yes, sir, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Rasan Joshua Collins, a public minister for the Lord Jesus Christ, and I just believe we should be teaching the Asian population the laws of God and to keep them from sin and gambling. And I know casinos add a sinful and criminal element to the community with devastating repercussions. For instance, addiction and addiction costs, where you have to deal with rehab, health problems from the alcohol abuse, deaths from DUIs, violence and DVs. When you invite a casino into the community, it causes a lot of problems, and these are long-term problems that don't go away real quick. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none, I will close the public.
I think we have a...
Oh, I'm so sorry.
A late entry here.
A late entry. Step right up, please. And state your name.
I am Manuel Corchuelo, 224 West Cincinnati. Our property across the street. Yeah, I am glad that this project is coming along. I offer my property. If they can use it, I allow to lease it. Yes, the problem, economic problem. If they want it, I can lease it because I am on the contract with TR, and I cannot do no TR house. But I am for the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yes, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I just think this is very fortuitous. It's very fortuitous. Isn't this the year of the dragon?
Yes, it is.
And we have a lucky dragon coming in the
And,
year?
and it wasn't actually fortuitous. We thought of that.
Well, I sort of thought you thought about it, Greg.
Any comment, Mayor?
Thank you,
Or
Councilman Ross.
Question, actually. Thank you, Mayor, and Councilman, with your permission. This is real, huh?
Yes,
Your
sir.
financing in place. You're spending money on an economist doing economic impact statements. You're paying Greg. So that's.
They paid me too, so
That's
let the record show.
Okay. But I mean, this is the real deal. We're going to see this, and I'm going to be Oscar for a minute. Are you ready to break ground? Is
Well,
this the real deal? Are you
Well,
really
we
going to make
believe-
this happen?
We believe it's a real deal. To say the financing is in place is an exaggeration because financing isn't in place till you approve a project. But it would be our intention to finish it in terms of the drawings that Mr. Vance has ready to start, take it to your building department. That is probably a one-year process. So if you're asking if you're going to see ground broken next week, we need your approval first. And then the financing falls into place, and then the plans go to the building department.
Okay, yeah, again, Your Honor, because this is quite significant for Councilman Coffin, especially in this corridor. I would love, to see nothing more than this corridor blossom, so that the individuals who run the other side of Sahara, that would be the county, can kind of take a good look at what we're doing at the city of Las Vegas. And this is really exciting. So I wanted you to say that, and I wanted you to say it on the record. 2,000 jobs. That's awesome. That's both. That's both.
2,914.
Okay, sorry, 2,914. That's even better. But that's significant in today's economy. And as we're talking about jobs and economic growth and development, this is huge. And I'm just excited about it, and I think the rest of the council is too. Councilman Coffin, you're a lucky man. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Mayor?
Yes. There was a question. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, I also
comment.
want to give kudos to this development. I mean, this is going to be fabulous and uplift the entire area there. So good luck to you. And I'm pretty sure Councilman Coffin is very elated to have such a project. It's pretty nice. I like it.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I know that certainly will encourage others on Las Vegas Boulevard, hopefully, to step up to the plate and make their areas more attractive on Las Vegas Boulevard. So, moving right along, Councilman Coffin, do you have a motion on item number 99?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. I think that although I wish Flynn would step in any time in any one of these successive motions, that specific conditions need to be read into the record. I'll have you do that. I don't think any are necessary on item 99, so therefore I move for approval of item 99.
There's a motion, please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Let's move on to item number 100.
Same thing applies, Flynn, from planning, then I move for approval of item 100.
So motion, please vote. Please post. Thank you. That motion carries as well. On to item 101.
Your Honor, I move for approval of item 101.
There's a motion, and there's nothing here to vote on yet. Here we are. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. And on to 102.
Your Honor, I move for approval of item 102.
Thank you. And there's a motion. Please vote. Please post. And here are your conditions. And now we move on to item 103.
Your Honor, I wish Flynn to read into the record before we approve item 103. What
Yes,
those
we would
conditions
need
are.
to make a change to condition number 3, again as follows. All development shall be in conformance with the site landscape plan, date stamped February 9th of 2012, and building elevations date stamped November 16th of 2011, except as amended by conditions herein.
And which was agreed to.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is
Thank
there a
you, Your Honor.
motion?
The conditions stated by planning are important to be included in my motion to approve item 103.
And for our last item on this project, there is a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. We look forward to finishing your plans and beginning construction.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
And,
Thank you.
And we want to further express a particular thanks to the staff who worked with us throughout the process, as recently as yesterday, making sure that we got all the changes that you've discussed into the record. We realize that's extra work for them. And Councilman Coffin's office, who's worked with us throughout.
Thank you. Well, we're excited. Please tell Mr. Fonfa family and partners that we're excited. Hooray.
We will.
Will do.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item number 104. Item 104 through 107. 104 GPA 43970 for possible action on a request to amend the general plan amendment from L low density residential to O office. Item 105 ZON 43971 for possible action for a request for rezoning from R1 single family residence to PO professional office. Number 106, variance 43972 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 3 parking spaces where 7 are required. And number 107, SDR 43973 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for the conversion of a single-family residence into a 2,010 square foot office building with a waiver to allow perimeter landscape buffer widths of 0 feet along the north and west perimeters where 15 feet is required. The applicant is Armando Hermandad, Mexicana Transnacional, and the owner is Gloria Sosecido. The project is located on .15 acres at 2511 West Bonanza. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial of all items. These items are in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow, and are public hearing items which I now declare open. Is the applicant present? Is there anyone wishing to be heard on these items?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Barlow, I'm concerned because they didn't know how many employees were going to be, how this was going to be used and how many employees were going to be there. But they only have 3 parking spaces. So without knowing who the leasee is, there's no way of knowing how many parking spaces are going to be needed. And that was my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Councilman Barlow, do you have a motion on item 104?
I do, Mayor.
Thank you. Please proceed.
First and foremost, Mayor, allow me to thank the representatives from Hermandad Mexicana Transitional Facility. They are a great operator. The services in which they provide to the community is wonderful, and services that are much needed for the community as a whole. Unfortunately, Mayor and Council, the location in which they are looking to run their facility is on a residential street. I am looking forward to work with them to find a more suitable location because their services are most definitely needed for the residents in our community. If in fact this area, for example, were like Jones, where there's some transitional movement to commercial, for example, between Charleston and US 95, it would be a little bit different. But this is a residential street, and there's nothing at this time in this specific neighborhood that shows any sign of transition. It's all residential. And so I don't want to be the first one out the gate to begin to light that fire prematurely to go against what the current zone is asking for today. So my motion at this time would be to move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation of denial of this item.
Okay, there is a motion, and so there's a motion. Please vote. Please post. The motion is for denial of 104. Okay, motion carries. Moving on to item 105, Councilman.
Once again, I will move to follow staff and Planning Commission's recommendation for denial of this item.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item 106, please, Councilman.
Move to follow staff and Planning Commission's recommendation for denial.
There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. And finally, on to item 107.
Move to follow staff and Planning Commission's recommendation for denial.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Thank you very much. We will now move on to items number 108 through 110, 108 GPA 43983 for possible action, general plan amendment for PCD Plan Community Development 2, PF Public Facilities, 109 ZON 43982 for possible action of rezoning from NARI Residence Estates to CV, which is Civic District, and item number 110 SDR 43981 for possible action on a site development plan for review for commercial recreation amusement outdoor facility nature sanctuary. The applicant owner is Gilcrease Nature Sanctuary. The project's located on 7.88 acres at 8103 Russell Street. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of all items. These items are in Ward 6, Councilman Ross, and are public hearings which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon, Mayor,
Good
Council
afternoon.
members. Dan Valls, Encompass Studio, 10799 West Twain Avenue, Las Vegas, representing Gilcrease Nature Sanctuary.
Okay, do we have any questions here? This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Do we have any comments from the public? All right, hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross, do you have a motion?
I do, Mayor, but I want to clarify a few things for the public.
Okay.
You held a neighborhood meeting.
Correct.
And my understanding is that everyone that walked into that neighborhood meeting was going to oppose what you're requesting of the city council today.
They came with sharp instruments, yes.
That's how my residents operate, and they carry guns too most of the time. But after we had the presentation on what this is going to be when it grows up, what was the position of the residents who attended that neighborhood meeting?
Actually, we were pleasantly surprised. All those that were in opposition turned right around, did a 180, and we had agreement with all of them. We spoke to several of the citizens after the meeting, and that's where we got a sharp instrument. We came in ready to fight you guys, and based on the presentation, I think, and then just the whole idea, explaining the concept of what we've got there, I think the citizens got to a comfortable level of what we were proposing.
Mr. Fagg, as our Director of Planning and Development, would you please explain to the public and this council on Agenda Item 110, the Site Development Review Plan related to the GPA and the zone change, why does it state recreation and amusement? Because my constituents who received a card in the mail and they think there's going to be an amusement park here, that Thunder Mountain roller coaster is going to be in their backyard. Can you explain that?
Certainly, I'd be happy to, and we apologize for any confusion. In our zoning code, we have generalized definitions of uses in order to line up with zoning districts. This particular use, the nature sanctuary, does not fit in neatly into any categories that we have. The thing that's closest to it is the category that we call commercial recreation amusement. This is for any type of outdoor facility for either sport, entertainment, games, recreation, or similar for use by the general public for a fee. This is the same type of category that we would use for a zoo facility. And so along those lines, that's why we're categorizing this as commercial recreation and amusement outdoor. For the benefit of the public, we did add in parentheses that this was a nature sanctuary. So we've met the technical requirements of our code in terms of the use. But again, we apologize for the confusion and hope to set that straight by calling this a nature sanctuary, which is what it is.
I have a question, please. The funding for this improvement and the changes that are being made to the property, can you speak and address those?
Certainly. As far as funding goes,
Yes.
right now, the sanctuary does have a funding for this first phase. So once the development plans are complete, we'll be able to determine whether the funds that we have will be sufficient to complete the phase one that we have on our drawings.
And this is all, at this point, is this phase?
Phase one, which is really just the parking and the front entry. We're going to be doing new fencing. So based on, and I've got just a little rendering, kind of what we'll end up doing is parking along the front and a new, basically a kind of a new signage facade and some landscaping around the perimeter. Some of the exhibits and stuff will be relocated from existing conditions or positions that they are right now due to the new parking lot entry into the project. But the idea is to create a new entrance. We've got a donation plaza there. We're trying to get donations so that we can have a sculpture done of Mr. Gilcrease. So we're really excited. I know the board of directors and the committees at Gilcrease are really excited about the new direction that they're going. And so we're excited. We hope that we can get all the citizens to come out. You know, the sanctuary, until I got onto this project, I really never knew it existed. I think we've heard about it. We heard about the tragic fire a few years ago. But until I arrived out there the first time and I walked onto this project, it was like kind of like the diamond in the rough. It was just, and so I would suggest any citizens to go out there and see what asset the city has now been able to get from the county. And that's kind of the way I see it. We stole that. The city kind of stole that from the county. And that's, to me, this is 8 acres that down the road is going to be just an asset to that whole neighborhood. I mean, we've got so many plans. When we talk about the amphitheater, I mean, we would love to have down the road Friday afternoon bird shows. Kids in the neighborhood can come. A great place, a community place, a gathering spot. I mean, the amphitheater with the lush landscaping and stuff is beautiful. So we're, again, just really excited about the direction that the sanctuary is going.
And is it going to continue on? I know when our children were young, we were out there frequently. There was no charge, no entry fee, and it was just to enjoy the sanctuary. Right. As you move forward with this project and look to the financing of it, is there a Gilcrease Foundation, first of all, that has a commitment to its growth development?
Jessica? We've got actually the board, president of the board here. Maybe she could address that.
That would be very nice. Could you share with us a little bit, state your name and how long you've been involved with this project?
Hello, my name is Jessica Pagula. I've served the board since 2007, and I'm currently the chair.
And the funding. I'm particularly interested on the funding of how these developments are going to happen.
We do have a substantial grant that we're going to use for construction.
From the Gilcrease family, the Gilcrease Foundation, from community members, from the government, the federal government, the state, the county?
A trust.
A trust. Yeah. Which will take you through phase one?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That answers my question. Yes, Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I went out a couple months ago to visit with Mr. Gilcrease and the staff out there, and there's some great people out there. I mean, I don't know how long he's been planning this, but this has been a vision of his for 75 years. I mean, a long time. So, and every conversation we had was, you know, I'm doing this for the community. I'm doing this for Las Vegas. I'm doing this for the kids. You know, it was not about him. And not about the staff. It's about what he could do for the kids and community to let them know about nature, all the nature that's in Las Vegas. So I think this is absolutely great. He's got, I mean, I like the facility out there right now. I mean, it's really kind of a neat place to go hang out, but this is going to be absolutely awesome. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can we get staff to put the aerial photo back up on the screen, please? Is anyone working back there? That's the one I'm looking for right there. I want to make a couple of comments here. You're absolutely right. We didn't actually steal it from the county. They went through the natural annexation process. I'd like to boast that we did steal it from the county because it is a very valuable asset. And I asked for this aerial to be put up for a specific reason. If you see the desert to the right and to the upper portion of that picture, That desert is no longer in that condition. Those are actually the environmental enhancement areas of the Tule Springs Park, the detention basins that have been changed. We've got the detention basins dug out. There's fabulous trails and picnicking all around throughout that desert area. That's actually Floydland Park at Tule Springs. I have a lot of friends and neighbors in this neighborhood, so they've been watching this. I've got a handful of protest cards and a handful of support cards, because once you told people what this is going to be, it turned them 180 degrees because they saw that amusement park element in there. This is a nature sanctuary, and if you can look at this picture, it's right in the middle of all these intense, dense neighborhoods. It's right on Russell, and thanks for being patient with the construction on Russell. We're trying to get that finished, by the way. But this is a gold mine. This is a nature sanctuary where if the mayor was taking her kids out there, what are we preserving now for the generations to come, for the next generation? And Mayor Pro Tem, I did not know that you went out and visited with Mr. Gilcrease. This is one of the remnants of the great Gilcrease land that they used to have. We've got a park named after him. We've got the wonderful orchards down the road and around the corner. I mean, the Gilcrease family has done so much and has so much history in this valley in the city of Las Vegas. This is a gold mine. Right next to this is the Silk Purse Ranch. And for those of you that don't know that, they have weddings out there on a regular basis. And my neighbors around there never complain to me about it because they do such a great job with the events that they hold out there. This will fit very well, and the improvements are going to be wonderful improvements because I love it out there too. And when a child has an opportunity to learn about nature, learn about the birds, there's other animals out there as well. When a child can see a cow being milked, I mean, it's a wonderful experience in this great big city we live in. And we need to grasp on to those cultural benefits of the history of this valley to pass on to our young people. And Mr. Gilcrease is allowing that to happen.
It's wonderful. Councilman, the dotted areas on either side of the subject, the one immediately to the west is?
The dotted area immediately to the west, I have to have the applicant...
The small one to the west is actually a residence there, and I believe that was recently purchased.
Is that now in the foundation's hands?
We do own some of that land, but just a small fraction along the street.
Okay, but what's the dotted land immediately to the left of the subject property?
It's a private residence.
Private. And to the right, the dotted, that's Gilcrease property for future development?
That's actually trust. That's a separate trust property, separate from the sanctuary.
Okay.
Yeah, they're separate properties, separate trusts.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilman.
Okay, I think we've made it clear to the protests that I've received what this is going to be. It's going to be an absolute valuable asset to the community. Yes, there'll be some parking. Yes, there's going to be children. I'm hoping there'll be school buses lined up and down Russell Street. So with that, Mayor and council members, on agenda item 108, the general plan amendment, I move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Number 108 passes. Moving on to item 109, please, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Agenda item 109, zoning application. I would also like to move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. On to the final item 110, please, Councilman Ross.
Before I move on that, Mayor and council members, I would ask the applicant that when the time comes that you get phase one done, that an invitation be sent to the mayor and this council for that opportunity to come out and be out there when you cut the ribbon.
No problem.
Absolutely. We may call you before that if we're going to do a little groundbreaking when we are actually going to turn some shovels, some dirt over. So.
We're big on ribbon cuttings and shoveling. We shoveled a lot.
You shoveled a lot today.
We also mop well.
Really? Well, if we get enough shovels, we might be able to do the site work and get rid of that grading.
There you go. On agenda item 110, the site development review, I would also move to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval.
There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Congratulations. Motions carry. Thank you. We're very proud. We'll now move on to item 112 because item 111 has been obeyed till March 21st. Item 112, variance, 43956, variance, public hearing, applicant owner Wiseman Living Trust, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 3-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required and a 6-foot corner side yard setback where 15 feet is required for a proposed attached carport on .14 acres at 2300 East Mesquite. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. The Planning Commission voted 7-0, and the staff voted denial. So this is a public hearing, which I declare open. Are you the applicants?
I am.
Applicant.
I am.
And would you please state your name, sir, for the record?
My name is Bill Wiseman. I live at 2300 East Mesquite Avenue.
Thank you.
And I'm Monica Gresser. I am the architect who's assisting Mr. Wiseman with this project.
Wonderful. Okay, Councilman Coffin, do you have questions, comments? Do you want to direct us along before I take the rest of public comments?
I think they need to explain or give good, strong reasons why we should disagree with the Planning Commission.
Are you waiting for my comment now?
Please.
Okay. My bride, Patsy, and I own that property. We moved into our home in 1970. Shortly after moving in, our 1-year-old son was playing in the west side yard and was nearly trampled by a girl on horseback at full gallop through the yard. After that incident, we had a chain link fence installed around the property. After a few years, we installed awnings across the south side of the house and on the east side of the shop. We noticed after that things started to disappear from under the awning on the east side of the shop. Pat Patterson, our neighbor to the rear of us, was having similar problems with theft also. He had a high block wall built all the way around his property, and that stopped all the problems that he was having. We could not afford a block wall around our property, so we put a gate across the south side of the enclosed awning. We put a gate across the south side and enclosed the east side of the awning so that people going up and down the alley couldn't see what was there. And since we did that, we haven't had any more theft. In recent years, Mr. Patterson's block wall has been really attractive surface for graffiti, and the city has done a very good job of keeping it covered. When we go to the rear of our property, we like to see our neighborhood. It makes a nice place to service our vehicles, but we don't leave them there overnight. We did have a vehicle that was being restored parked in the rear. After all of the windows were broken out and the vehicle vandalized, we gave up on the idea of having anything parked to the rear of our property. Over the years, we've had 13 stolen vehicles dumped on the street on the west side of our property. Since we have installed motion-sensitive lighting, we've had no further vehicles dumped there in the street. We've also had our vehicles damaged and broken into while parked on the street. We have had no further damage to our vehicles in the past 10 years since installing security cameras around the property and a driveway in front of our house. It runs from the house to the street. There was a reference from the Planning Commission that if they allowed us to install a shade structure in front of our home, then everyone else in the neighborhood would want to do the same. Like a domino effect, they would all need to be approved because ours was approved. Well, I took a drive through my neighborhood the other day, and the dominoes have already fallen. Many of my neighbors, 87 to be exact, have shade structures protruding from the front of their houses or in their front yards. Within the last within the last year, 2 shade structures have been constructed that are similar to our request. When I met with the property owners to ask who did the work, so I could hire them because they look nice, I was ignored. We want our shade structure to be safe and to meet code so that my bride doesn't have any problem in the future should I not be there. I'm a retired veteran who has been fighting skin cancer for the past 20 years. Now we'd just like to kick back and enjoy our neighborhood in front of our house in the shade. It would even be better if I was able to wash and wax my vehicle out of the direct sunlight. And they would last a lot longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other information, Mr. Fagg, that we should have on staff and planning denials?
No, it's just pretty much a straight-ahead matter of the structure as proposed does not meet the required setbacks, and our denial was based solely on that. There isn't anything particularly unique about the property that warrants a variance, and so that's, again, our recommendation for denial.
Thank you very much. Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, after seeing, I read the decision from the Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for denial. On the other hand, I'm persuaded that this is a very nice-looking property, and Mr. Wiseman's keeping it in good condition. That landscaping is very nice. I tell you what, Your Honor, rather than make a decision today, I'd like to obey this for maybe to the March 21st meeting, so that I could actually get a look at it myself. My staff member went over there. He didn't say anything about the other neighbors. I want to just say that I think maybe it's worth a second look. I do want to look at your neighbors. Also, I want to find out what kind of support, because I don't see any opposition from your neighbors, but I want to see if you have any support from your neighbors. So I think let's give them a chance to.
Can I say one more thing?
We'll let you go till March 21st and just leave it at that today. Would that be all right, Your Honor?
I did have mature trees on my property, but they ended up being diseased, so I had to remove them and planted new trees.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
therefore, move that we obey this item until March 21st.
Is that that's
cool.
fine with you?
I appreciate it.
All right, there's a motion. Councilman Coffin, thank you very much. There's a motion, please vote to obey this item to March 21st in the new City Hall chambers. Please post. Motion carries. It is obeyed.
Thank you very much.
And now on to item 113, SUP 43980, special use permit, public hearing, applicant Bell's Market LLC owner John Gray Gubler Educational Trust et al. For possible action on an appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for a 2,400 square foot packaged liquor off-sale establishment in conjunction with an existing convenience store at 515 East Oakey Boulevard. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. And on this, the Planning Commission voted 7-0 against, and the staff recommended denial. It is a public hearing, which I declare open, and is the applicant, yes, I see the applicants are here, and would you care to make your comments?
Hi, my name is James Shoshani. I'm the owner of Bell's Market, and we're currently a licensed convenience store with beer, wine, grocery, gaming, and we're here today to request a 24 square foot space for packaged liquor off sale.
24 foot.
24 square foot space of store space to be able to sell packaged liquor.
Okay, Mr. Fagg, could you comment herein, please?
Certainly, I would be happy to.
Thank you.
The original application was for a packaged liquor store, which would have allowed them to basically use all of their retail square footage for packaged liquor sales. As you're aware from the decision of the Planning Commission, that request was denied. The applicant has appealed and has since come back with a modified justification letter where he is restricting his packaged liquor sales to only 24 square feet. I believe he has identified on his floor plan that that's the area that's to be located behind the cash register. I believe you have a glassed-in area
it'll be
there.
behind the cash register, behind the enclosed, the glassed-in area.
Could you point to that, please, on this sketch?
I have a picture here.
There's a diagram on the
Oh.
monitor right now. If you could just point to where that area is, where the cash registry.
The bottom left corner is the L shape is the counter area, and it's going to go to the far left, in the far left edge, the far left wall, right where it says office. It's going to
Yes.
start right there, and it's going to go to the end of that wall. It's no longer going to go on in an L shape. It's just going to be one side, so that it'll fit
in the 24 square feet.
Your Honor, Mike,
Yes,
speak
please.
on this. Well, what happened is, as I can see it, I live in the neighborhood, so I'm familiar with this The initial application was written in such a fashion that it looked like he was going to have a large liquor store there instead of his combination grocery and beer place. And it drew attention, to say the least. So for the last few weeks, he's been working to redo this thing and to make it scale properly into something that's realistic. I think that the neighbors have come around, most of them have come around on it. Some people are a little bit worried about it, but I'm not sure we should let them be governed by their fears. I hope they will understand that they're making progress here. But I don't want to step on your presentation, sir. Go ahead and finish.
Okay, so are we on the monitor now?
With the large diagram, but not with a piece that Mr. Fagg just gave you.
While they pull that up, Councilman, if you may, through you, Mayor.
Yes, please, Councilman Barlow.
Mayor and Council, I've had long dealings with the Shoshani family. They have a number of businesses throughout my ward, and I can say that they have taken some of the most rundown structures in my ward and brought them up. I mean, they look very good, and having worked with Metro quite a bit throughout my ward, they're highly respected by law enforcement, and I have nothing but good things to say about them as an operator at their stores throughout my ward. And so I know, Councilman Coffin, if in fact you move forward with this, and I'll follow whatever your recommendation is, but I do know from firsthand experience that they have most definitely done a wonderful job representing themselves as business people, but also, more importantly for me, giving back to the community around in which their stores are located. And so, as an operator, thumbs up in regards to them and their business acumen. Thank you.
Thank you. That's accolades for you.
Thank you.
This is public hearing. Please step forward, state your name.
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I attend first Tuesdays with Metro. And time after time, we've had complaints about the store with numerous people there. If we could go back to the pictures of the store, I'd like to draw attention to the photograph we had at the store. Would you consider the signage on that? Councilman Coffin, I just don't, the windows are just covered with signs. It doesn't look right. It doesn't look right. The other thing with First Tuesday, they were talking about, they had some cracked pipes, I guess those are gone now and what have you. But Councilman Coffin, I would ask that you put a review on this so we could come, thank you very much.
I have a picture of the without those. We removed, after planning commission meeting, we removed the vinyl off the windows. And if you can zoom into this is the new front.
Can you turn that, please? There you go. Okay. So that's without the beer advertisements?
That's with everything taken off, yeah. And this is the way it looks today.
And that your intent is to continue to keep that to a somewhat minimum?
Definitely.
Okay. Councilman, still public hearing, please step forward. State your name.
Hello, my name is Rasan Joshua Collins. I'm a public minister for the Lord Jesus Christ, and I would just encourage the staff to deny this, just because I know a lot of people are having trouble staying sober, and God tells us to stay sober, and definitely less access to things like this would help people stay sober. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward, take your hat off, and state your name, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
My name is Matt McClure. I'm an owner, or managing partner of Collective Zoo. We're the business located right across the street from James and Bell's Market. I would encourage the council to move forward with the decision. Just under my own beliefs and observations of the neighborhood, you can see that it's a focal point for community for everyone in the surrounding area, and a support to continue to support small business in this town. If this is one more economic arm for them to be able to prosper and make money and continue to be a small business thriving in what appears to be a destitute area. If just for that sake, I would encourage you guys to do so, and more importantly, knowing James and doing business with him across the street and seeing his efforts to not only continue to run his business in as professional and clean in a manner as he can, but he's also a presence in the neighborhood. You can see that the people that come in and patron his wares, he knows them by name. It's a friendly exchange. He's up to date and current with what's going on in the neighborhood. He's proactive in terms of getting out to the different surrounding areas and making sure that what he's doing with his shop and what he's selling inside the shop stays consistent with what everyone needs. And to remove these items from him and remove the ability for him to make money and put him at more of a risk, would continue to put people into the arms of 7-Elevens and things like that. So that'll be all. Thank you.
Those are nice words for your neighbor, and I noticed the whole property is very clean. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward and state your name.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Macon Jackson, 709 Sunny Place, Las Vegas, of course. I'm here in support of Bell's Market because just the other day I was driving through that neighborhood and I noticed that they were doing some landscaping in front of the Lovett Custard. We like that custard, And I stopped there, Jimmy, and get a Coke and Coca-Cola, and I said, wow, Lovett's doing some landscaping over there. He says, no, Macon, I'm doing that.
Oh, wonderful.
In front of Lovett's custard. And I said all that to say this. He's a great neighbor to the neighborhood. I have apartments that dwell behind me. I have a convenience store on the corner. I know all too well about a good neighbor when it comes to convenience stores and other businesses. Again, I live at 709 Sunny Place. My neighbor, my great friend, and the one that watched me grow up, Assemblyman Harvey Montford, both of us, we support Bell's Market. Thank you.
Thank you. What nice words. Okay, anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none, I will close this portion, and Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, there are a couple of conditions that we're going to place on that based upon the letter of application, the change letter, which completely turned upside down the original application, which drew all the attention. And I think to make sure that there is good faith, of course, we want to put a restriction on the length of time that this liquor permission can be granted. And do you agree with that, James?
Yes.
A 1-year restriction on that?
Yes, sir.
Take another look at it?
Yes.
All right. I recognize that you do carry high-end beers. They're not exactly the kind of liquor at this point that it attracts an ordinary old wino from the neighborhood. They don't buy that kind of stuff.
Right.
And you do have a mixture of groceries and things, which the neighborhood's been asking for, and I hope that they are patronizing you in addition to just telling you what you want in your store. They ought to put their money right behind those requests. So I think if you will read, Flynn, the conditions that have arisen since the Planning Commission denial.
Certainly.
I will add them in a motion to approve.
Certainly. And I would also ask the applicant to submit the revised justification letter to the city clerk, along with your photos that you have without the signage in front of the business. The conditions that would be added to reflect the revised justification letter would be as follows. Condition number 1, packaged liquor sales shall be limited to 24 square feet of retail floor space as stated in the revised justification letter dated February 13th of 2012. The packaged liquor sales area shall be in addition to the 70 square feet of retail floor space currently utilized for beer, wine, cooler sales. The second condition that we would place would be relative to the review that the councilman has requested, and this would read as follows. This special use permit shall be subject to a required review at a public hearing before City Council 1 year after the issuance of a packaged liquor license for the business.
All right. Thank you very much, Flynn. With those conditions in effect as part of my motion then, and understanding that trust is everything in this, James, I wish you well, and I move for approval.
Thank you, Councilman. There's a
Thank
motion.
you.
Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen. That's wonderful.
Thank you, Your
Thank
Honor.
you.
Thank you, council members.
Thank you. Item 114, as you know, was obeyed to March 21st. So we are on to item 115, ROC 44234, review of condition, public hearing, applicant owner SLE Investments LLC for possible action on a request for a review of condition of an approved special use permit U-0052-99 to delete condition number 3, which states, quote, the sale of individual containers of any size of beer, wine, coolers, or screw cap wine shall be prohibited at 6698 Sky Point Drive. This is in Ward 6, Councilman Ross. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant present? If so, please state your name.
Hi, my name is Robert Morton. I'm with Shortline Express Market, who is a subsidiary of SLE Investments, LLC. And we own and operate the store. It's a Shortline Express Market. We have 10 other stores in the valley. And back in 1999, when the original use permit was approved, the council saw fit, because it was the first development in the town center, to impose this restriction on our ability to sell single-cell beer and wine. And since then, since 1999, the single-cell package has really gained in popularity. It's become 20% of our sales. And I surveyed within 3 miles of our store there, other businesses that sell beer and wine, and they all sell single cell. So we're asking for this so that we can have the ability to compete in the marketplace, and would hope that you would approve it.
Thank you, and I did not read that staff had recommended denial, so please, Mr. Fagg, could you elucidate?
Certainly, I'd be happy to. While we do recognize that there are other businesses in the area that do single sales, in looking at the history, both police reports and code enforcement cases, there was one issue that came up with a sale to a minor, I believe, approximately a year or two ago, and that was just our concern, is that there had been an incident in the past, and so consequently that was the basis for our recommendation of denial.
Thank you. This is a public hearing which is open, and I would invite anybody in the public who wishes to come forward and make a comment. Please state your name.
My name is Daniel Furlan, Aztec Basin, which is approximately 125 yards away from this location. In addition to the report, which Mr. Flynn spoke about, I'd like to bring up a couple more points, because the devil is in the details of what the gentleman is saying. When he says that he surveyed the stores within 3 miles, you understand this is the area of Centennial Hills that's in a pocket. It's in a residential pocket, and what he's speaking of are the Terribles Hearst, the Fabulous Freddy's, which are basically on the other side of 95 and the other side of 215. They're not within walking areas, and they're certainly not within 125 yards of my house. Also, I'd like to point out, this is town center development, and I came and spoke about a year and a half ago at trying to explain how this is town center. He's zoned suburban mixed use, okay, and this was placed upon him because of his proximity to what is now Centennial Hills Park. And also in the report, I believe we do now, everyone knows that the YMCA is within that proximity and is a child care center. Okay, so we have those conditions here in a suburban mixed-use area. The other areas are GCTC, which is the highest intensity of commercial property that he's speaking of. The only other place I can find that's a gas station that sells single cell, and I did exactly what he did. I drove around and looked at every single one of them, is a place up off of, I believe it's Cimarron and Farm, and that's not part of town center development. It's a completely different zoning. So he can't come in and say that, you know, let's keep apples to apples and apples to oranges. So I would really go against that. Now, also I'd like to turn in a petition that I took in my neighborhood that basically addresses me walking around to a few neighbors. And again, I didn't get the notice until Thursday, so I didn't have much time. So I went out on Friday for about an hour or so. Weekend, I took off. And then on Monday, before it started raining, I went out for another hour. But I did speak to my people in my neighborhood, and I'd like to go ahead and turn this in. This is a petition against. And as you can see by the summary there, I didn't have much time. I basically was able to contact 41 households. 50 individuals did agree to sign the petition. I'm sorry, that's correct. 50 people were asked that I was able to make contact with, and this is on the matter of about 2.5 hours total. And basically, 47 people agreed to sign. That's a pretty high percentage of people in the neighborhood. This is a walking community. Like I said, everybody in the neighborhood, I come down and I spend a ton of money at your place. I bring my girls. I have 3 little girls, and we walk down, we get our candy and everything. And so I speak to the neighbors, and our neighborhood is filled with kids, completely filled with kids. We don't think that this is the type of neighborhood that needs single cell. single sale individual of alcohol. This is just not appropriate for where we're at. We've been fighting very hard for this neighborhood. We fought very hard about a year and a half ago to try to keep the integrity of this neighborhood. And again, I'll go back to the planning meeting about 2 years ago where one of the planning commissioners said, if we just chip away, there's not much integrity left. So let's keep it the way it is. We're holding on tight to the neighborhood. It's a very nice neighborhood. We want to keep it just the way it is. And also, I think I sent some emails to you. A study was just released in the Alcohol Digest, which does state that single-sale individuals of alcohol, there is an actual correlation between violence in neighborhoods against increasing the amount of single sale. And that isn't everybody's email. I'd be happy to submit that report at some point so you can take a look at it in consideration. Before I leave, I just want to say one last thing, and I'll be real quick about it. You say that you need this for your business to survive or just to increase the amount so that you can stay competitive. He's in a great location. He's in the perfect location because Metro's Pizza is opening right across the street. That's over 100 employees, and that's 154 parking spaces that are being created right across the street, and he has a monopoly on that. So if you stay with the neighborhood, do everything you're supposed to do, I think he's going to turn out just fine. But let's take something that's a great project for our area, Metro's Pizza, which is going to, their menu starts about $12. These are high-quality people that are coming in to eat at this place. He's got a great monopoly. No more gas stations come in. We're built out. That's my comment.
Thank you. You're allowed to sell packaged liquor, 6?
Yes.
You're just asking for single.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
We sell beer and wine now, and we're just asking to be able to sell
The singles.
very popular single cell
Okay.
package.
Thank you. And I would tell you, Metro Pizza's the best. My son used to be 25 years ago, delivery boy for them on Decatur and Flamingo. So you're lucky to have them. They're still wonderful.
I'd just like to say that where we're at, we were the first actual commercial development to go into town center there. So we took a chance way back when, and there is risk involved in starting businesses, and there's a big investment. And actually, there are businesses on that side of the freeway that sell single cell. As he stated, the store at Farm Road in Cimarron that is about probably 2 miles, maybe a mile and a half north of us on Cimarron. We're on Cimarron. The Albertsons at Durango and the freeway sell single cell. A 7-Eleven at Durango North, right across the street from the Albertsons, sells single cell. The Town Center Market on Sky Point South sells single cell. So we are competing against other businesses that are able to offer that to their customers. And as I said, since 1999, back in 1999, the single cell wasn't a big package. If you sold single cell, they just tear it out of a 6-pack or something and want to buy the single can. Now it comes packaged that way. All of the beer and wine manufacturers, it's a huge package now, and it seems to be getting bigger and bigger. I mean, you see all the energy drinks, and everybody wants to just go in and get a single cell. It's more affordable than a larger package. So.
Thank you very much. Councilman, anyone else public hearing? Hearing none, I'll close this portion. And Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Dan, are you getting excited for Metro Pizza to open? I am. Mayor and council, that's going to be their training headquarters too, their main corporate offices. They'll train all their staff there. They'll actually make the dough there that goes out to the other stores, so I'm excited about it. Been in your store many times, and in the one down on Cimarron, the one that you just mentioned. And the only problem I've had with it is I can't park anywhere because you're so busy. I'm going to give you an option here. You have 2 choices. I have a stack, not to mention his petition, and I'm a little sensitive to petitions in Ward 6 right now. But more so, I've got a stack here of oppositions that people sent in from that notification card. You didn't come in and talk to me, so you got a couple of options here. You can face the music of the motion, or you can, I would suggest you think and consider withdrawing this application without prejudice, is it, Mr. Fagg, is that it? So you can live to fight another day and we can have this discussion down the road. It's entirely up to you. That would be my recommendation to you because I know the motion I'm going to make.
Could I obey the item for a month and try to go talk to some of these people and see what their concerns are and try to...
Well, I want you to understand something. I know this area of my ward. It's very conservative. These type of applications are taken very seriously. There's some people out there that go beyond just what Daniel did and, telling the truth. There's people that go out there and lie quite often as well about these applications. That's not the case here. You've got a great business there. He's absolutely correct. You're in a great location. You're capitalizing on all that traffic right there off of Sky Point and Cimarron. You got the university right there. You got Coldwell Bank right there. You're in a great place. But I'm going to be hard pressed to support this. You can obey it, and I'll support that. And if you want to take a different approach to that, but we're going to have to dance one day. So what do you want to do? You want me to obey it for 30 days? Is that going to be your request?
Can I get a copy of that petition so I can maybe contact some of the people and have a meeting? And
Well, it's public record now, so yes.
Okay. Can we just obey it then?
Your Honor, I'd move to obey this agenda item 115, to the March 21st meeting, 2012. That's my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion, and that's in the new City Hall building, so you don't come back here. There's a motion. Please vote on the abeyance of this item to the 21st of March. Please vote. Please post. Motion is obeyed. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 116, SDR 43961 Site Development Plan Review Public Hearing. Applicant John Stallubi Jr., owner Danielle Realty Centennial Azure, for possible action on a request for a major amendment to previously approved site development plan reviews Z-0057-98 and Z-0057-983 for a proposed motor vehicle sales new dealership on 3.55 acres at 7000 West Sahara Avenue. This is in Ward 1. Councilwoman Tarkanian. The Planning Commission voted 7-0 against it. Staff recommended approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. And applicant, if you will state your name for the record and make your case.
Madam Mayor, City Council, can I ask for a correction on that?
Wait, you put on your little...
Thank you.
Sorry. The Planning Commission voted approval. Both planning and staff recommended approval. That last line. 7-0 vote. Right. I think that's what he was going to say too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, I did. Thank you. Let's start again. Madam Mayor, City Council. Absolutely.
It's always a challenge to be in here. You have to be light and have a sense of humor.
Absolutely.
These are long days here.
No doubt.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Absolutely.
Okay, please go forward.
Mike Bell on 1408 Saintsbury Drive on behalf of the applicant. After having had the opportunity to work with Councilwoman Tarkanian and staff, and then prior to submitting our application, we made adjustments to our site plan in accordance with the Councilwoman and staff's directions, so that now I can stand before you with an application that reflects absolutely no request for any variance, no waiver of any condition, and no special use permit. As we clarified, staff and the Planning Commission both recommended unanimous approval, and I ask you for the same and submit to your questions.
Councilwoman, is this a no-brainer or is this a no-brainer? Wait, and it's a public hearing,
Could
so
this
let's
be
hear.
Could this be Ward 1? Is that my question?
And was this a pre-existing structure?
No, ma'am. Actually, there is an existing auto dealership on the full 8 acres that the site consists of. We are currently in the process of a reparcel map to create a 3.5-acre site to build a brand-new facility.
Great. Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone care to come forward? Make any comments? Hearing none, I'll close this portion. So here we go, Councilwoman.
Yes, I would move to approve with all conditions, and you might want to read the conditions.
Actually, no need
No
to read the
conditions
conditions.
whatsoever.
No,
As-
there are conditions, Councilwoman.
But too lengthy to read.
But we don't need to read them into the record. They're
Okay, we
contained
don't
in the
need to read them.
backup.
So my motion is to move to approve with all conditions, and we welcome you in the new building.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote. Please post. Motion carries. I hope you haven't been here all day long.
I have been here since just before 1 o'clock. As a matter of fact, as long as I have a second, I'd like to say that since the presidential election last time, I've been trying to teach my then 7-year-old, now 10-year-old son how important it is to get involved in local government. And he wanted to come here with me today, but I think it was more an excuse to try and get out of school this afternoon than anything else. When I asked him who was the most recognizable person on the city council involved in local government, I had the unbelievable, surprising answer that Mr. Todd Farlow is a person he recognized more than anybody else. So I wanted to take a moment to thank him for his diligent responsibility to be here, and my son actually asked me if I could get his autograph.
I was just going to suggest that. What's your son's name?
His name is Vincent Bellon.
Okay, do we have an extra one of these, City Clerk? Please, that would be wonderful.
That would be great. Thank you very much.
Would you honor him, please? Great. Well, we have a brand clean one. Thank
you all very
That's
much.
wonderful. Thank you. Good luck to you. And now we move on to item number 117, and instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from city planning commission meetings in dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. And now, citizen participation. Citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject's on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of the discussion, any single item, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is going to be allowed may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Please state your name.
Hello, my name is Rasan Joshua Collins, a public minister for the Lord Jesus Christ. And just reminding people, sexual sin and greed leads to hell. Be sober, don't curse, smoke, gamble, lie. And love Jesus, not money. And remember that Jesus was homeless too, so don't be prejudiced against homeless people. And this is just a court out of the... It was a case of the City of Miami versus the ACLU and the homeless, basically, but the City of Miami won the case. ACLU won the case on behalf of the homeless. But it basically says, the district court ruled that the city's practice of arresting homeless individuals for harmless life-sustaining activities that they are forced to perform in public is unconstitutional because the arrests constitute cruel and unusual punishment in violation of the Eighth Amendment, reach innocent conduct in violation of the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, and burden the fundamental right to travel in violation of the Equal Protection Clause. The court also determined that the city's practice of seizing and destroying the property of homeless people without following its written procedures for found or seized property violates the class's Fourth Amendment rights. So this is actual reading from the case, notes on that case that happened in the City of Miami. And of course, I'm trying to handle this without a lawsuit. Getting safe zones created for the homeless to sleep and everything. And my friend John and Katie are here to kind of back me up on this too. And they work with the Catholic Worker and Feed the Homeless and do a great job with that. And just trying to get more community involvement, and it looks like it's happening. So those of you that are in support of this, please contact John, and hopefully maybe give you his phone number or email or something like that, and get in touch with us, because we were really trying to help the homeless and get them safe areas to sleep. And if you recognize recently in the Centennial Plaza, that little park area where the homeless used to sleep, they put these little white plastic things on the benches and everything, so now the homeless can't even lay down on these benches. So there's like this continual attack and assault. Anytime the people that have money see people that don't have money, they assault them somehow and try to push them out of that area. It's like a segregation situation, kind of when the whites would segregate the blacks away from them, and that's not how America should run. There needs to be an end to that kind of discrimination, and there's a lot of people that believe what I'm saying and agree, but they can't be here necessarily. It takes a lot to actually sit through a whole meeting, and most people have so much other things going on, and they're or they're just too afraid to come here. A lot of homeless people are afraid of the police because how they've been arrested and harassed so much. They're terrified to come in here. And I've had over 30 arrests myself for preaching and for protesting and fighting for the homeless. And I just would encourage the City Council to move on this agenda, get this on the agenda. Again, I tried to get these safe zones put on the agenda, and it basically hasn't happened yet. And the homeless people need to have a voice, and they need to be put on the agenda, as well as those that have homes. That they're issues. So I just encourage City Council to do that. And thank you for your time. I'll let John go ahead and back me up.
Thank you. Please state your name.
My name's John. I live at 500 West Van Buren in the city of Las Vegas.
And last name?
Yeftich is the last name.
Yeftich.
Yes.
Thank you.
And basically, I'm making the observation in where I am. I actually run a soup kitchen there, and I have a pantry at that area. And I notice a lot of homeless people there. There's a lot of homeless people, and they get hassled by the police department. And I think we should do something better than just doing that. That seems like it's an awful large cost, and we could do something a little more intelligent, like building them homes or getting them safe zones, as Joshua alluded to. The concept of sleep, you have to have sleep to live. And so I think we could come up with some better ideas. There's a lot of brains in this room. A better way of dealing with the homeless. And that's pretty much my piece. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a gentleman by the name of Daniel Furland. Please come forward. We saw you
Daniel
before.
Furland, Aztec Base.
Thank you.
I was just up here. I just want to make a comment real quick. I met Mr. Flynn over here about a year ago at the city meetings, and I had thrown out a couple suggestions. I've been up here about 2 years ago, went through an issue in my neighborhood where we had some misunderstandings on exactly what was happening in our neighborhood. And again, because of today, I want to just mention the little cards that came in the mail. I got that on Thursday. And I couldn't turn mine in, unfortunately, because one of my 3 daughters decided to throw it in the trash. So the reason I stand up here today is I think we had a comment about maybe some ideas. Like you said, we have some very smart people in the room. Can we look at maybe streamlining some ways to let the neighbors know a little bit better, a little bit more in advance on what's happening in their neighborhoods? When I go out and knock on the door, like I got the petition, once I explained truthfully what was going on, they're more than happy to participate. I think we could have a lot more people at the meetings and a lot more communication back and forth. The little card that they received, and it's funny, my neighbor, she's a guidance counselor at a middle school, very smart lady, but she showed it to me and she said, "Oh, look, Molly's is trying to do some liquor or something." I said, "No, that's not Molly's, that's right here next to our house." And she was shocked, and I talked to other people and they thought that was Metro's coming in. They wanted to let people drink beer with their pizza, which is a restaurant. I'm not going to raise a thing about that. But there's a lot of misunderstanding. The card didn't have the name of Shortline Express. It had the name of GM3 Industries or something like that. And it's just very confusing. And I would hope that we could spend some time on maybe getting together again with neighborhoods, maybe some neighborhood associations, and figuring out a way to streamline. I do want to comment that in the letter it does say that you notified all of the neighborhood associations. She didn't receive anything from our neighborhood association. So I think we need to get with the community development department and make sure we have a streamlined communication. Those things don't get lost. Think about it. If we're represented by somebody down in Henderson and we only have a meeting once a month or once every 3 months, a meeting's come and gone and neighborhood hasn't been communicated that something is going on and we can't really talk about it. So I think we can do a better job, and I would hope that maybe I would be willing to sit down as a neighborhood representative at some point and see if we can come up with some ideas, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you. I think Councilman Ross would like to comment.
Daniel, just sit tight. Daniel, I visit 2 or 3 homeowners associations a month. I've done that for 7 years. Please go back to yours and invite me out. So if there's a lack of communication, let's fix that. I also have a bi-monthly newsletter that I've been sending out for 7 years.
I get that.
That is also a great resource, so I can let people know what's coming. Good stuff, bad stuff, stores opening, intersections going to be done, US 95 finished, that kind of stuff. It's a great resource. So I'd encourage your neighbors, too, to call my office and sign up for that, or go online, lasvegasnevada.gov, and sign up. But likewise, if our city notifications are not reaching your association, we need to know that. So let's close that gap and work together on that. I did get your email. I responded to you this morning. I don't know if you sat here all day since this morning, But did you see, I responded.
I did get it.
So, but it's important that all of the neighborhoods in that area recognize how accessible I am, because that's how I operate. I work for you, and I take that very seriously. So,
Good.
appreciate you being here.
If we can come up with some ideas, that'd be
And
great.
love your
You bet.
suggestions. I'm sure he would coming in, so thank you.
Mayor Goodman?
And yes, please.
I would like to say, I think that's a good point he brought up, and I think where we have many neighborhood associations, and I also go to them regularly, and some of them have extraordinary connectivity with each other, the individuals, but many times we do have meetings and they don't get the notices, or the head of the neighborhood association, you're supposed to have certain area that you cover with a notice, and then the neighborhood association presidents from nearby associations are supposed to be invited. And I don't think it's planning department's fault, because I know planning department works very hard and they're always there at the meetings. But I think somehow what we have to do is maybe figure a way to get a way to get the notices out better, or a way to check them. One time we had the notices go to an egg-shaped area instead of the round area, and it was quite a distance from where we were. So I'm just saying that happens. And it could even be the mail. Who knows? It might be something in our mailing system, not even connected with us, that people get them late, or maybe they don't get them. I must say that I did know someone in college who got a job as a mailman, and he dropped it down the sewer, a lot of them, so people didn't get their mail. So I don't know, but what I'm saying is, what he's saying, we have had in our area also, and it would just take a little bit focus maybe, and we could ferret out the problems once we ferret out the problems in our new move.
Mayor, can I
Thank you,
comment on
please,
Councilwoman? And Councilwoman, sometimes many of these homeowners associations have property management companies.
Right.
And then they change frequently, so addresses aren't updated. We certainly can't put it back on planning department, because they do work very hard. But it's updating that information and keeping that information fresh. And I don't know how to do that on our end. I mean, it's going to have to be them staying in touch with us. And I think because of us as council members out in our associations and being out in our neighborhoods, we are going to close that gap.
And I'm sure some of them that say they don't get it, did get it, and maybe didn't know that their daughter or son had thrown it in the wastebasket. So that happens too. We don't have many homeowners associations per se, the way you do more in the Northwest. But we still have this problem. So it's a problem. It's been existing, and I smile, will you please? Because you do such a good job in bringing out this information. It's only because it's coming up and we can do better, and we'll figure it out. Because these guys are smart. They'll figure it out.
And I would add to it the whole purpose of everything that the council people are doing and that I'm trying to do. It's all about communication. And so where we can open those lines, your government officials are going to serve you much better. And everybody else that's listening, you have got to communicate. If it's broken, we can't fix something if we don't know about it. So please be sure in every ward, contact your council people. And we're here for you. That's why we've done this. Please step forward, Mr. Celebrity.
Yes. Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street, coming down from my 2 minutes of fame here. Councilman, I have 3 items. Councilman Coffin, when you were explaining this morning about what happens in the back rooms and that the public doesn't have any idea of going on, to me that's fascinating. We don't know about this. And, we lock down on what we read in the newspaper and what we hear. I mean, you explain in just a few minutes, more than we'll ever get in the papers. So I really appreciate that. The second item. Mark Vincent this morning was talking about the taxes. There has to be a minimum tax someplace, because right now the taxes that I pay on my house does not pay for the street lights or cleaning the streets. The value of the house, just because it's based on the resale value of the current market value, and they have no market value, so they drop to the floor. I don't even pay $300 a year for taxes. We got brand new street lights. Our streets are spotless all the time. we have the graffiti, patrols are out taking care of all this stuff. There has to be some sort of I don't know how much it is, whether it's $600 a year or whatever it is, but there has to be a minimum amount in there, even if it's a vacant lot, for the services that we do get, because it's not right now. And if we don't pay for them, we're going to lose them. I mean, that's the way the market works. We work in a capitalist society. So the third thing is we're moving in to the new building here. Now, I've been on these seats for a long, long time because I don't want anything like we have over there at the county. So now, I don't want Scott Adams leaving town before these seats are checked out here. So, so make sure that he's locked down there, if you will, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And backroom deals are not what this government should be about, and that's what's very sad. The government should be transparent and open, and there shouldn't be any of that garbage going on behind closed doors. We deserve to know. So anyway, and I will tell you, I sat in those chairs, one of those chairs 2 days ago, because the first thing when I visited the site in July, I said, what are the seats going to feel like? And I was given an opportunity to try one out. This is a different seat. It was comfy. So hopefully you like it. You may have to bring a cushion, though. Okay, we have David Gutke from Hutchinson and Steffen wanting to come forward. I think maybe we already heard on that, item 84. So, thank you. No other members who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda. We will move on to item number 119. This is council member recognition. Comments may be made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda, will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. Is there any member of the council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda? Today we start down at the right. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just to be brief, the meeting today was a strenuous one, full of controversy. I thank you very much for doing an excellent job of chairing this despite your illness. I'm sure you're going to be down for a day or two recovering from that. We all pay a price when we get exerted and get enthusiastic about issues. So I hope that in the course of the debate today I did not offend any of my colleagues. Certainly I'll always offend someone out there, a lot of my voters and others who are not in the course of the time that I speak too much on an issue. But I felt that it was important to get it on the record, and well, I appreciate hearing from the Peanut Gallery that they learned more about how the process works. I could spend months talking about how that works up there. So thank you very much. The contrast is nice. I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you, and that's the beauty of government. You have your own opinion and your own professional opinion. You must speak. That's why you're elected. So thank you, Councilman Coffin. And moving next, we'll just go down in order. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. In continuing what Councilman Wilson began a long time ago, the Las Vegas City Council continues to partner with Nevada Child Seekers. Today's missing youth is a young lady. She's 15 years old. Her name is Malama Dawn. Dawn Malama, I'm sorry. She's 5'6", 260 pounds. She has hazel eyes, multicolor hair, a medium complexion, and she is Caucasian Hawaiian. Her birth date is September 4th, 1996. She was last seen February 6th, 2012. She has a pierced, her ears are pierced, has gauges in her ears, and she has a scar on the right side of her neck. If anyone has seen this young lady, please contact Nevada Child Seekers, and the number is posted on the screen right there, 702-458-7009, or the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Missing Persons Unit at 702-828-3111. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem? Having nothing, Councilwoman Tarkanian?
I'd like to invite all the residents of our city and county to a citywide event which is occurring Saturday, February 18th. I know that all the wards are involved, and I specifically invite people if they want to join Ward 1 and the group outside Las Vegas for City Trail Cleanup Day, Saturday, February 18th, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Ward 1's portion of the Bonanza Trail is adjacent to US 95 near the Jones exit. It's behind the Mirabelli Community Center at 6200 Hargrove, and it continues down to behind OK Adcock Elementary School at 6350 Hyde Park. And join us. We'd love to have you as we clean up our portion of the trail. Others will be working on their portions of their trails, and we'll be picking up trash. It'll be very exciting. And painting over graffiti and so forth. Water and snacks will be provided. In addition, we invite anybody who's interested to join us on Thursday, March 1st, 2012 at 10 a.m. as the RTC in Ward 1 cut the ribbon for a new bus shelter on Decatur and Meadows Lane next to Cardenas Market. Many people don't have ribbon cuttings for bus shelters, but in Ward 1, we're so excited with any kind of building. We have a ribbon cutting.
I love that. That's great. Congratulations. Do you want us all to come?
If you want to come, you'll probably be in to the bus shelter cutting ribbon.
Yes.
Oh, surely.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilwoman, I will be happy to flank you at the ribbon cutting ceremony of the bus stop shelter. Hopefully RTC will be giving out free tokens. So
that's a good idea. That's a great idea. Do it.
Yeah. Mayor and Council, I have the privilege as well as the honor of breaking a ceremony that will be coming pretty soon in the summer of this year, and that's with the Nevada Health Centers in the Enterprise Park on Stella Lake. But in addition to that, if we can go to the overhead, thank you. I will be hosting a job fair in connection with the Nevada Health Centers this Friday, February 17th, and the job fair will take place at Family for Independent Tomorrow, which is located at 1931 Stella Lake Drive inside of the Enterprise Park. And this is near the intersection of Martin Luther King and Lake Mead. The Nevada Health Center will be looking for applicants to fill well over 200 jobs at this location. And so if in fact anyone out there is in the medical field, please come out to the job fair. It's taking place this Friday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And if in fact you know anyone in the medical field that's looking for an opportunity, this most definitely is one, specifically with Nevada being first or second position, depending on what stats you look at, in unemployment. This is a great opportunity to become employed in order to provide for your families and yourself. And so if we can just go back to the overhead once again to show the various positions that are being offered. As you can see, medical assistant, front office clerk, medical records clerk, OBGYN, scheduler, and of course registered nurses. And so these jobs are good paying jobs with benefits, and we are looking forward to a great turnout. So please pass this on to your friends, family, or even yourself if in fact you're out of work or you're looking for additional work. Please come out. And also, one of the great things about the position is that the majority of them only require a GED or a high school diploma equivalent, with the exception of the registered nurse. The registered nurse must be a licensed nurse. So that's taking place this Friday. Also, Coffee with the Councilman, my monthly meeting, is taking place March 1st at the Starbucks located at Bonanza in Washington. Bonanza in Rancho from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. And that's taking place March 1st, which I actually host this meeting, Coffee with the Councilman, the first Thursday of every month. And I have the privilege of hosting Coffee with the Mayor coming up. And Mayor, I did read the email, but I don't recall the location. So if you recall the location,
we would only go to your location, which is Bonanza and Rancho, on the 27th of March.
On the 27th of March.
Yes.
So let's announce that now. The mayor and I will be hosting Coffee with the Mayor on March 27th. And the time?
And the time is 8 to 9:30.
8 to 9:30. So come out and hang out with the mayor and I. Coffee on me. And let's sit down and have a conversation with the mayor.
And a good time. Lots
and a
of
good
laughs,
time.
too.
Lots of laughs, absolutely. So, Mayor, I look forward to that.
Thank you, I do too.
All right? And that will conclude the update for Ward 5.
Thank you. And I want to take this time to thank our staff who's hung in here once again through these late hours, and council. I just think it's a privilege to be here and among you and have this dialogue and work for our people. And so I wish you all a wonderful evening. And our next council meeting is
March 7th in the new City Hall.
So please make sure you're there. We'd love to see you. We're very excited about it. And the opening, the ribbon cutting to get in will be March 5th, I believe.
Yes, it's the evening of March 5th, and I think
Wonderful.
it starts at 6 o'clock.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, everyone, and Beverly, of course, Flynn. And you have laughed through it all. Our city marshal is always present here for us, so we thank you all. And our celebrity, have a good night. I hope you gave that young man your autograph.
And Mayor, we bid adieu to our old City Hall, right?
Old City Hall and Councilman Wolfson.
And Councilman Wolfson.
So the seats are going to move around.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Thanks.